Chapter 1 Traditional Arts, Get Rich Quick by Breaking Up? Zhangyu, let's break up. A cold female voice came from the entrance of Jiangcheng Normal University. She had fair skin and a pretty face. She had brown wavy curls, a trench coat over her clothes, and a black tight-fitting sweater underneath, showing off her impressive figure. Her long, straight, black silk legs made passers-by unable to stop looking. However, there was no expression on this pretty face. Why? Zhang Yu was riding an Emma electric bicycle. Because the words came so suddenly, he hadn't even had time to get off the bike. One foot was still on the ground. His mind was in a daze. In front of him was his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, who he had been with for 3 years at university. For 3 years, their relationship had been very good, and they had rarely even had a fight. And she was very good at providing emotional value. The library, the grove, the cinema, the corridor. Every place has left fond memories. Even this morning, they had made plans to go somewhere after school. Is this the legendary Cliff-style breakup? I wasn't prepared at all. I never thought that such a melodramatic thing would happen to me. Why do you think so? Lu Ruyan gave a faint smile. We'll graduate soon, and you can't even find a job. Do you want me to follow you and live on wind and rain? But you clearly said. Zhang Yu was surprised. It was difficult to find a job right now, but he had been looking for a long time. He had just come from the job market, having handed in 30 resumes. And she had known for a long time that he couldn't find a job. She had kept saying that there was no rush and that he would find one eventually. What did I say? Lu Ruyan interrupted him. Zhang Yu, I won't hide anything from you. Someone has offered me a job at a financial company, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. The condition is that I become his girlfriend, and I agreed. In the future, don't come looking for me anymore, I'm afraid he'll get the wrong idea. As soon as she finished speaking, a cool blue Xiaomi Suchi stopped next to them. This is currently the trendiest car on the market. It was parked in front of the university and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The window was rolled down, and the face of a slightly disheveled man appeared. Ruyan, I've come to pick you up. Get in. Isn't this Ding Kuan, the most famous playboy at the university? His family seems to be quite wealthy, with assets of tens of millions. I heard that he changes girlfriends as often as he changes clothes. He's really not good looking, far inferior to that handsome guy just now. You wouldn't know that, having graduated, who looks for a boyfriend based on appearance. A few people gathered in the distance couldn't help but start gossiping. Ding Kuan is very famous at the university, and that handsome guy, without any money, simply can't compete with him. You want him? Zhang Yu was about to laugh out loud. When did you become so vulgar? And don't you know how notorious he is? She found out that Lu Ruyan was actually willing to commit to someone like this for money. Zhang Yu felt very disappointed and felt that she had really misjudged the person. What are you talking about? Ding Kuan said mockingly, are you Zhang Yu? I tell you, in this world, money is king. Do you want to eat swan meat when you're a toad? Swan meat? Zhang Yu's eyes also grew cold. What you got at such a great cost is just something I chewed up. I'm not losing out. Although I only saw the true face of Lu Ruyan today. She has a skewed sense of values and is playing with 2 boats. But she has a good tongue and a good driving experience, and is an excellent automatic transmission player. Moreover, she is also my first boyfriend. When I think about it, I can accept it. Zhang Yu, how can you do this? Lu Ruyan didn't expect him to say these things, and her face instantly turned black. What did this make Ding Kuan think? Especially when looking at the discussions of other people, if they stayed any longer, they would not know what big news Zhang Yu would reveal. After all, they had been together for 3 years, and there were no secrets left. Let's go, brother Kuan, don't pay any attention to this crazy person. She said, and pulled open the door of Ding Kuan's car and got in. The car then drove off. The people gathered around saw that there was no more drama to watch. They also pointed and talked, and dispersed one after another. It won't be long before this incident makes the front page of the campus forum. However, graduation is just around the corner, and there won't be many days left in school. The dormitory has been actively clearing people out these days. Zhang Yu couldn't care less about these things. Right now, he was feeling very frustrated. Looking at a bunch of wrapped roses in the car basket, he picked them up and threw them into the nearby trash can. Ding! Just then, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. No, whose microwave is ringing? On second thought, this is in front of the university, where would there be a microwave? He was wondering. A voice rang in his head again. Do you want to change your destiny? Please confirm yes or no. Could it be, the system has come? Zhang Yu is a loyal reader of the Tomato Reading Network, with more than 1,000 hours of reading time. He quickly realized what was going on. Isn't this the law of the breakup must be obtained system? Good guy. Without thinking, he immediately selected yes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the infinite blind box system. What is the blind box system? Blind box, he knows, but he has never seen such a system. Host, the blind box system can be drawn once a day. As your level increases or you redeem points, you can get more chances to draw. The blind boxes in this system are divided into various functions such as skills, props, wealth, hidden items, etc. Since the host has bound the system for the first time, he has received a newcomer's red envelope, 20 million Longwa coins. As soon as the system's voice finished speaking, the ICBC WeChat account that had been bound came with a notification of a transaction. So rich so quickly? 20 million, and that's just the newcomer's reward. For a college student, that's too much, really too much. The host may draw a blind box once today. Do you wish to draw? As the system introduced itself, a virtual blind box machine appeared in front of him. Dozens of blind boxes were arranged on it, each with the same appearance and pattern. With just his eyes, Zhang Yu could not tell the difference. In that case, he just picked one at random. As the blind box was opened, the reward inside popped out. Congratulations, host, you have won a 400 square meter duplex penthouse with a river view at Riverside Mansion. The relevant property rights certificate is stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The property fee is 30 yuan per square meter, and it has been paid in advance for 10 years, so the owner can move in with peace of mind. Wow, the first blind box. Is this the only reward? Zhang Yu had expected some small rewards at first. But the first blind box surprised him. Riverside Mansion is located in the key business district of Jiangchang. It is also the residential ceiling of Jiangchang. The price is as high as 60,000 yuan per square meter, and there are only 200 units in total. And there are only 20 such duplex flats in the entire community. The property fees alone are more than 10,000 yuan a month. Such scarce high-end residences are not available just to anyone with money. They are a symbol of status and position. So, this first reward exceeded Zhang Yu's expectations. Who wouldn't be dazzled by a 25 million yuan large flat? Chapter 2, Destroy It. I'm the owner of the house, and I'm still being stopped outside? He quickly collected the reward. The surprise came so suddenly, it was like a dream. Ordinary people struggle for 10 lifetimes and still can't earn a house like this. At this time, he noticed that the system had sent another prompt. Risk warning, this house is currently being shared by other people. After the owner collects the house, please decide on the disposal method. No, how come there are other people living in my house? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. This is nonsense. Why are there other people living in my house? Why didn't the system delete those people? Zhang Yu asked, please provide the information of the tenants. A few seconds later, the system sent the information of the tenants. Zhang Yu's eyes widened when he saw the tenant information. According to the information and photos, there were a total of 3 tenants. And they are all flight attendants for Jianghang Airlines? Jianghang Airlines is one of the top 5 domestic airlines and has the highest standards for recruiting flight attendants. They are selected through beauty pageants, and there are requirements for height, body type, appearance, and temperament. The pass rate is only a few thousandths of a %. Every year, the topic of recruiting flight attendants becomes a hot search. Although they are just ID photos, it can be seen that the appearance of the 3 is amazing. Those who can be selected by Jianghang Airlines can make their debut. It's hard to say whether or not to say it, but these ID photos are even better than Lu Ruyan's retouched photos. So, there are 3 stunning flight attendants who are living together in their own house and renting it out? Once I heard this, I wasn't sleepy anymore. Goodness, is this a test? Who can pass such a test? They're looking down on me. Zhang Yu has always been into uniforms. He even bought some on Taobao. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan played various roles, and the flight attendant appeared the most frequently. This time it's for real, and the buff is stacked up directly. Who hasn't had a dream of being a flight attendant since childhood? It's okay for now, but I have to go back and take a look. Binjiang Mansion. It's right after you get off the subway. At the entrance of the building is Jinhu Tianjie, a major commercial complex that opened not long ago. It houses dozens of international first-tier luxury brands, and many of the famous brand stores are the first stores in the city. The decoration is resplendent with gold and jade, and you can see that it was built with money. Before, when Zhang Yu and Lu Ruyan passed by while shopping, they didn't dare to go in. Now, his mentality is different. Such a high-end shopping mall is just a supporting commercial facility in his community. Without further ado, Zhang Yu passed through the security booth at the entrance and, after entering the community, walked directly to his large flat. The environment of this community really lives up to the sky-high price of 60,000 yuan per square meter. Every plant and flower, every brick and stone, is exquisitely arranged. The floor is spotless, and it feels like you won't even get dust if you roll around. The community also has a clubhouse, activity room, billiards room, and library for the owners, so the facilities are very complete. Very soon, Zhang Yu arrived at the door to his house. The door was a facial recognition code lock. I wonder if my information has been entered into the system in advance. As he thought this, as soon as he stood there, the door automatically opened with a clang. The moment he lifted his foot to enter, a scream suddenly sounded in the living room. What's going on? All he saw was a white figure flying past his back. His eyes were almost dazzled. Who came in? How did they get the house key? In the living room, the other two girls looked nervous. And they had barged in while their sisters were changing clothes, which was so sudden. One of them grabbed a pillow, and the other picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table. Their faces were tense, and they were in a defensive stance. There was even a piece of fruit peel on the fruit knife. The scene was a little comical. And the girl who was changing clothes just now had put on a random piece of clothing. Who knew that changing clothes at home would be seen by others? With red eyes and tears, she looked towards the door, her face full of panic. The next second, the panic disappeared, a bit of a surprise. He's quite handsome? And very young, about 185 tall. He's not some weird uncle at all. The tension in her heart suddenly disappeared a lot. Don't get me wrong, I'm the owner of this house, that is, your landlord. Zhang Yu spread his hands and explained. As he spoke, he also took a good look at the three women in front of him. They were all tall, standing at 170 centimeters. They had curvy figures and long, slender thighs. Standing there still, they were a sight to behold. However, their styles were different. According to the information provided in the system, the first was Lu Hanxiao, 28 years old, an elegant and charming young lady. She had flaming red lips and was a beauty with a strong face. Yoga pants reveal a standard S-shaped figure, and her figure is also the best of the three. The second one is called Di Shirba, a 25-year-old from northern Xinjiang. With an oval face, a high-nose bridge and light blue eyes, she looks like a mixed-race person, full of a strong exotic charm. Her style is distinctive and impressive. The third one is the one who just changed clothes, called Pan Yuya. A petite southern beauty, she is 22 years old and has just graduated from university. With her hair tied in a double ponytail, a bell around her neck, a JK skirt and white stockings, she looked like a young girl, pure and sweet. Who would have thought that the ID photo showed her in a standard flight attendant uniform? After taking off her work uniform and putting on her regular clothes, the difference was so great. And the three flight attendants were more than 10 times prettier than in the photos. This time, he really knew what was better than a photo. For a moment, Zhang Yu was a little dazed. Moreover, he also noticed there were even a few stars displayed above the three of them. The least was 2 stars, and the most was 4 stars. A glance at the system revealed that these were peach blossom points. They were a comprehensive evaluation based on the impression and level of favorability towards the host. Are you the landlord? Lu Hanxiao, with 2 stars, was the first to express her doubts. How can you prove it? The person who signed the contract with us was not you at all. She said this, still wary. It's not difficult. My name is Zhang Yu. You can just go and check with the property management company. Zhang Yu was at a loss for words. He doesn't seem like he's lying. Pan Yuyao's emotions had also stabilized after her earlier panic. Such a handsome young man couldn't be a bad person. No, Yuyao, have your values run away with you again? Your task now is to read fewer romance novels. Di Xiaoba spoke Mandarin not particularly well, with an accent from northern China. Seeing that Pan Yuyo has gone into another flower-struck state, she has a speechless expression. She is the youngest of the three, and is a total face-obsessed. The kind of person who can't walk when she sees a handsome guy. However, she has never really been in love, because her expectations of a boyfriend are unaffected by her experiences. No, you guys are talking, can I go into my house? Zhang Yu kind of wanted to call the police. You want to go into your own house and get pointed at with a knife? This is your home, of course you can go in. Pan Yuyao quickly said. As if she hadn't realized at all that he had just seen her naked. Lu Hanyu supported his forehead, and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, she had just asked the property management a question, and the property management had replied via WeChat, confirmed, he is the owner of the house and has just taken over the flat. I'll be damned. The Zhang Yu in front of her really is the owner? Looking at the clothes he was wearing, with an Adidas pattern printed on them, they were probably no more than 200 yuan. He is actually the owner of a large duplex? Chapter 3, not small at all. They don't look small to me. At this moment, Zhang Yu walked into the living room and was amazed by the furnishings in the house. The house was delivered fully furnished, with a per square meter decoration standard of as much as 8,000 yuan. So the entire house's decoration cost more than 3 million yuan. The fresh air system, central air conditioning, and floor heating were all fully equipped. The large balcony overlooking the river was 10 meters long, with floor-to-ceiling glass on the entire side. The river view is maximized. Just sealing this balcony cost 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Further inside are the bedrooms and bathrooms. In the bathroom is a large bathtub. He poked his head in and took a look. He saw several pieces of floral lingerie hanging in the bathroom. Lu Hanyu's attempt to stop him was too late to be uttered. His face immediately turned red. How rude. Was it intentional or an accident? I'm sorry, I forgot that the first floor has already been rented to you. Zhang Yu said sorry and walked towards the second floor. According to the system's instructions, the entire first floor living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms were rented to the 3 of them. The duplex second floor, on the other hand, was vacant. At the end of the hallway was the spiral staircase. The layout of the 2 floors was similar. However, the rooms on the second floor were only 1 bedroom. The others were an audio-visual room, an e-sports room, and a billiards room. There is also a large terrace. Half of it is a leisure area, and the other half is an infinity pool. Perfect, just perfect. Zhang Yu came to the second floor and saw the blue pool, and immediately understood what it meant to be rich. On a nice day, swimming here with a view of the river is truly a top-notch experience. At this moment, Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba on the first floor looked at each other and then said to Lu Hanyue, Sister Hanyue, he is the landlord, so don't make him angry. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just find a new place to rent. Lu Hanyue didn't think so. But you've forgotten how expensive the deposit is here. We signed a 1-year contract, and it's non-refundable before the end of the term. Di Xiaoba said. For this apartment, even if the 3 of them share it, the monthly rent is 20,000. The deposit is 2 months' rent, 40,000 yuan. That's 2 months' salary. Di Xiaoba felt sorry for the money. You can't waste silver like that. At worst, I'll pay for the loss of the deposit. Lu Hanyue tilted her head and looked at the spiral staircase, as if on guard against the sudden appearance of Zhang Yu. But I have a feeling that he's not a good person. Why do you say that, Hanyue? The other 2 asked. Aren't you afraid that he'll eat you up? Lu Hanyue said. Di Xiaoba is lucky, she's not in love and knows what she wants. Pan Yuyo is not so lucky. She's young and has always been a good girl. She had not even graduated from university before she came to Zhonghang for an internship. She had not experienced the dangers of the outside world. What? Eat us? Pan Yuyao froze for a second, then said, so what? I'm not afraid. Her expression was actually looking forward to it. Really, haven't you noticed, he really is very handsome? And he has pecs. The most important thing is? Okay, stop, I know what you're going to say. Lu Hanyu looked at her with a look of frustration. Pan Yunyao has zero practical experience. But her theoretical knowledge is 100%. She really got the ball rolling and just kept talking. The landlord is on the second floor, and they still have a sense of shame. How come you, with those bushy eyebrows and big eyes, have switched sides so quickly? Just now you were all teary-eyed, treating the guy like an intruder. Seeing that the landlord is good-looking, you've thrown all caution to the wind? This reversal is a bit too quick. Lu Hanyan couldn't help but want to punch her for being so infatuated. However, this house belonged to him. Then his identity should be very important, right? Which family's young master is he? Di Xiuba thought curiously at this time. The landlord said his surname was Zhang. Hanyan, you're a native of Jiangcheng. Is there any group whose boss is surnamed Zhan? Let me think, it seems not. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes and thought about it. It seems that there is no one in the big enterprises in Jiangcheng whose surname is Zhang. However, people who can afford to buy a house here in Binjiang Mansion are not just rich. Could it be that Zhang Yu is not from Jiangcheng? There was no time to think about it. She heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Shoo, it's the landlord coming down. Zhang Yu returned to the first floor and saw the three beautiful women in front of him. What, is the rent for the next quarter due? He remembered that there was a reminder in the system. After that, the three beautiful women looked at each other. The rent had already been paid. Lu Hanyue took out a thick envelope. The other two girls closed their eyes, unable to bear to look at the envelope. This was their hard-earned salary. The rent was 20,000 yuan per month. That was 60,000 yuan per quarter. Although Lu Hanyue was the one who proposed to share the apartment, she alone paid half of the rent. The remaining two people split the rest equally. But their monthly salary is only about 10,000 yuan, and after paying the rent, there is not much left. However, I have a question for Mr. Zhang. Are you going to live here in the future? Lu Hanyu asked. Before, only the three of them lived here, and the second floor was vacant. According to the contract, they only rented the first floor. Ah, what else? This is my house, where else would I live if not here? Zhang Yu looked at Lu Hanyu and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Living in the same house as three stunning flight attendants, he was looking forward to the rest of the story. They were worthy of being the most rigorously selected Jianghu flight attendants. Although each of them had a different style, their appearance alone could easily beat more than 99% of internet celebrities. It was a bit of a waste for them to be flight attendants, wasn't it? I don't know what they think, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Lu Hanyue crossed her arms and stood half a step in front of the other two girls. My two sisters are still young. So, as agreed in the contract, we will keep our business separate. She will protect her two sisters, who are sisters in life, and they will be subordinates at work. How are they young? They don't look young to me. Zhang Yu glanced at them and then smiled. You? Lu Hanyu held up one finger, wanting to say that Zhang Yu was driving, but couldn't find any evidence. If Zhang Yu played a trick on her and said she was imagining things, that wouldn't be funny. Anyway, we pay the rent as per the contract. Apart from collecting the rent, it's better for us to keep our distance. He said. Lu Hanxiao slipped the thick envelope into Zhang Yu's hands. Turning around, he said, it's almost time for work, let's go. He took 2 steps and noticed that there were no footsteps behind him. He looked back, and his blood pressure shot up. Landlord, let's add each other as friends, so we can contact each other if there's anything. Pan Yuyao took out her phone. She was very enthusiastic. What landlord? You can also call me Brother Yu. From the information, he knew that Pan Yuyao was an intern flight attendant, a few months younger than himself. Xiaoba, do you want to add one too? It's convenient to contact each other if something happens. Pan Yuyao wanted to find an accomplice. Encouraged by Pan Yuyao, Di Xiaoba also took out her phone, then I'll add one too. No, why have you all added each other as friends? Lu Hanxiao turned back, with a slight look of anger on her face. Isn't this sidelining me? Chapter 4, Creating a Group Chat, A Family of Friends. Landlords are all upstairs and downstairs, and they see each other all the time. They need a way to get in touch. Pan Yuyan looked justified. Why don't you add me too? It's not good for you to be alone. At this moment, Zhang Yu smiled and glanced at Lu Hanxiao. Let's create a group chat, so we can talk about anything in there. His words were sincere. She really couldn't think of any reason to refuse for a while. After a few seconds of pondering, she took out her phone. You scan it. Yes. Zhang Yu exclaimed inwardly. The obedience test was a preliminary success. Although on the surface, Lu Hanyue looked like a person who kept to herself and was highly defensive, she did have a weak point. This test was really something. She wasn't very friendly with men, and she didn't know why. But with the two girls, she acted like an older sister. As long as the two girls were taken care of, she would have to follow suit. Don't you have to go to work? Then go. After Zhang Yu had added the 3 flight attendants as friends, he immediately created a group. There were only 4 of them in the group. After thinking about it for a while, he changed the name of the group to Love One Another Like a Family. What kind of tacky group name is that? Lu Hanxiao frowned. Who would consider you family? It feels like the landlord is taking advantage of us. What, are you allergic to love? I'm the group leader, and I think it's pretty good. Zhang Yu retorted. Yes, Xiaojia, we call passengers family too, it's no big deal. Di Xiaoba said. Okay, Xiaojia, we should go out now. Pan Yuyo was a little anxious at this time. She was the only intern and had not yet been converted. Naturally, she had to perform well at work and not let anyone find fault with her. So the 3 of them picked up the 3 identical standard suitcases that had been packed in the corner of the room a long time ago and prepared to go out. By the way, where are you flying to this time? Zhang Yushuan asked. The flight departs at 8 p.m. and arrives in the capital city. Pan Yuyo answered. Her mouth was faster than her mind, and Lu Hanyue couldn't stop her. This is work-related, why do you tell everyone everything? And it was only the first time I met the landlord, I've revealed too much. Oh, I see. Zhang Yushuan waved his hand, then you go. They walked into the elevator and arrived downstairs. Lu Hanxiao realized that something was wrong. No, did he just give us an order? It seems like it. But it doesn't matter, let's just go. He watched the 3 flight attendants disappear at the entrance to the community. The large 2-story duplex suddenly seemed empty. Zhang Yu then took out his phone and took pictures of the living room, balcony, double kitchens, and the upstairs terrace, swimming pool, and more. The more he looked, the more he liked it. A poor man suddenly becomes rich. Who wouldn't be excited to be sitting in such a luxury home? He lay on the large, soft sofa in the living room on the first floor. On the backrest, there was still a faint aroma of a young girl. He selected a few photos and prepared to post them to Moments. If he didn't post them to Moments, wouldn't that be the same as not posting them at all? After some consideration, he gave up and posted them to TikTok instead. The caption, new house, not bad. After seeing the words sent successfully, he put down his phone and went to take a leak. Even the toilet smelled nice. There was no hint of dirt. And there was no feeling of wanting to escape as soon as possible. When he went back to the living room and picked up his phone, the 99 plus on the screen surprised him. No, are you all this enthusiastic? He couldn't read all the likes and comments. They were all praises and envy for this large flat. There were also many users with pretty girl avatars who had sent him a lot of private messages. Handsome guy, is this your house? It's so beautiful. Is this a penthouse in Riverside Mansion? Can I go take a look? Handsome guy, I live really close to you, I can see your house when I go for a walk. Handsome guy, is your house lacking a lady of the house? I can play that role for free. All kinds of attempts and overtures, he really couldn't pretend anymore. Some were even desperate, sending half-hidden photos. Zhang Yu sighed, only people with money, luxury cars and big houses could see such a proactive side of women. Among the series of profile pictures, he suddenly saw something that caught his eye. He felt that one of them looked a little familiar. He clicked on her homepage. She had 200,000 followers, which made her a small internet celebrity. Scrolling down, there were videos of her dancing in a short skirt, twisting her waist and hips. It made his lower abdomen feel hot. It was also through these videos that Zhang Yu recognized her. It turned out to be Chen Wan, the flower of the art department of Jiangcheng Normal University. She has been learning dance for a long time since she was a child and her body is very flexible. She has more than 200,000 followers, and she became famous because of a video of her performing the splits on a horizontal bar. That video has been pinned and has more than 1 million likes. Moreover, Chen Wan and Lu Ruyan are best friends. The two of them often hang out together. They have also had dinner together a few times. However, Chen Wan has always looked down on him. She thought he was poor and shabby, and after meeting him a few times, she lost interest. She must have egged him on to become the realistic person he is now. I never would have guessed. She is so open online. If she knew that the owner of this penthouse in Riverside Mansion was herself, what would her reaction be? Zhang Yu really wanted to see. So, he replied to the private message sent by Chen Wan, "It's almost dark, do you want to come to my place? Of course, the view of the river from your place is so good, it will make for some great photos." Chen Wan replied. "And there's a fireworks display this evening. I've checked, and the view from Riverside Mansion is the best in the area. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy?" Zhang Yu replied. A shy face appeared opposite him in an instant. How could someone so rich be a bad guy? Zhang Yu took a deep breath. This is the coolest girl at the university. There were very few guys at school who were good enough for her, let alone chat with. Even though she had seen her a few times because of Lu Ruyan, he had not added her as a friend or left a phone number. Unexpectedly, she also had such an unconcealed side to her when it came to rich people. This was really an eye-opener. She had taken the initiative to such an extent that there was no need to find such an outrageous reason as "my cat can flip backwards after a meeting. You can just go straight to the point." She must have been mentally prepared. "Okay, you can come." Zhang Yu replied. Chen Wan replied okay and hurriedly got ready. After about 20 minutes, a message popped up on his phone again. "Big brother, I'm downstairs, how do I get there?" Zhang Yu looked through the balcony floor-to-ceiling windows and saw a girl with long flowing hair and a pleated short skirt standing in the middle of the community. Yes, it was indeed Chen Wan from the art department of the Normal University. It had been a long time since they last met, and she felt that she was even more beautiful. Her outfit and makeup had shed the remaining traces of her youth, and she had become full of mature charm. "The first building on your left, go to the 5th floor." Zhang Yu pointed her in the right direction. Receiving the command, Chen Wan walked over this way. She arrived at the door to the 5th floor. After pausing for a few seconds, she knocked on the door. The door opened. The two people inside and outside locked eyes. When she saw Zhang Yu clearly, Chen Wan was first taken aback, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then she looked at Zhang Yu again, her eyes widening. "You are Zhang Yu? Why is it him? What, we've met a few times, and you don't remember?" He gave a faint smile and said, "Come in." Chapter 5, Don't ride a shared bicycle, take a taxi home. "No." Chen Wan asked doubtfully, "Is this house yours?" She was completely confused at the moment. She couldn't equate Zhang Yu with the rich. She couldn't help but wonder, did she not understand Zhang Yu in detail before? If she had known he was the owner of Binjiang Mansion, she would have jumped on him long ago. What about Lu Ruyan? What else? Zhang Yu smiled. "Why don't I show you the property deed?" "No, no." Looking at him, he was full of confidence, just like a true owner. You can't fake this kind of aura. Any hint of guilt would have been obvious. But how did Zhang Yu, a poor student, come to own this house? Standing in the doorway, just one glance at the luxurious furnishings was enough to make anyone dizzy. A top-notch mansion with a top-notch view, and its owner is none other than Zhang Yu, who he used to look down on? Has he won the lottery or married a rich woman? He knew about his breakup with Lu Ruyan. I'm afraid Lu Ruyan still doesn't know what a big spender she's missed out on. Zhang Yu, I really didn't expect your home to be so luxurious. Chen Wan couldn't help but take out her phone and click away, snapping a dozen photos in a row. What are you taking pictures of? Zhang Yu asked. He didn't quite understand this confusing behavior. Many people who take pictures of luxury mansions and cars seem to want to take pictures of anything that has to do with luxury. They don't care if it's their own. This house is really beautiful, I'll take a few pictures so I can reminisce later. Chen Wan, of course, didn't want to admit that she was just showing off in front of others. Later? Zhang Yu laughed. Boom! Crackle! At this time, on the opposite bank of the river, a brilliant fireworks display began. The fireworks shot into the sky, and 3 or 4 seconds later, the sound reached the side. Wow, it's so beautiful. The internet was right, this is the best view, as it's directly opposite the launch site. Chen Wan was overjoyed, and ran to the French windows. Holding her mobile phone horizontally, she pointed it across the river and started recording. She leaned over the railing of the balcony, slightly bending her body forward. At this moment, she felt an extra hand on her waist. Her pleated skirt was also lifted up. When she looked back, she saw Zhang Yu standing very close to her, smiling gently. "Just keep filming." Chen Wan understood his intentions. Without saying a word, she turned her head back to the window. But she cooperated with Zhang Yu and pressed her waist down again. For a dancer, this is the simplest basic skill. He is really considerate. Zhang Yu thought to himself. Since the stage is set, if we don't sing this play, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful night? So he didn't hesitate. The balcony floor-to-ceiling windows at night, illuminated by the lights, reflected the shadows of the two. Half an hour later, the fireworks had burned out. With the last column of fireworks in the sky spraying out, Zhang Yu also finished in time and withdrew. When he turned to go back to the living room, he slipped on the floor and almost slipped on the water stains on the balcony. Damn! Chen Wan also hurriedly tidied herself up and found that her bones were about to fall apart. "Zhang Yu, you must not let Ruoyan know about this." Chen Wan's tone was tense. "Why tell her? We've broken up." Zhang Yu sat back on the sofa and said indifferently. To him, Lu Ruoyan was now completely in the past. "Ah, you guys really broke up?" Chen Wan felt her chance coming at once when she heard this. "Why, didn't she tell you?" Zhang Yu poked fun at her little mind. "Zhang Yu, look at me, how about I be your girlfriend in the future?" She played with her hair. She was confident in her own charm. At Jiangqing Normal University, a school with a 3-to-7 male-to-female ratio, she was the department flower and ranked in the top 5 of the school's top 10 beauties. She was quite attractive in terms of appearance, figure and talent. Unfortunately, Chen Wan had particularly high standards for a boyfriend. He had to be rich, handsome, and at least 185 centimeters tall. None of these things were negotiable. She has high standards and there are many people around her who are pursuing her. After a round of searching, she has met 1 or 2 of the requirements. But there is no one who meets all 3 at the same time. So far, Zhang Yu is the only one who meets the criteria. He is good-looking and tall. Now, even the shortcoming of being poor has been made up for, so isn't he the perfect man? Looking around the city, how many people can live in Riverside Mansion? It's a duplex penthouse with only 20 units, and each one is sold out as they come. Chen Wan had never felt so proactive before. With a clear goal in mind, she took the initiative. This was a very practical and clever woman. "Girlfriend?" Zhang Yu smiled faintly. "A little bit not good? I just broke up, and seamlessly connected to the next one. People outside don't know, they think I'm a scumbag. Well, let's just keep in touch for now, and we can go public after a while." Chen Wan thought about it, and he was right. She didn't want to let go of such an opportunity. "Let's start as a reserve girlfriend first. Zhang Yu, what's your WeChat ID? I'll add you." Chen Wan realized that she hadn't had his contact information for the past few years of university. She asked awkwardly, taking out her phone. Sometimes it's just so strange. The two of them have done the most intimate things together, but they don't even have contact information. Okay. Zhang Yu didn't care, and opened the QR code, letting her scan the code to add him as a friend. "It's getting late, you should go home first." Zhang Yu yawned and said to Chen Wan. "Ha?" She glanced out the window. "No, it's so late, you want me to go home? I thought I could stay here in this luxurious penthouse tonight. Did I just behave badly?" Chen Wan thought. It seemed that just now, I was indeed busy taking pictures and a bit perfunctory. "Zhang Yu, you must be tired, why don't I help you? I'm a bit sleepy, I want to go to bed." Zhang Yu's attitude was firm. "Can anyone live in my home? No way." With that, he transferred 200 yuan to Chen Wan's WeChat account. "It's late and not safe, so don't ride a shared bicycle, take a taxi home." Chen Wan walked out of Zhang Yu's house a little dazed. "No, 200 yuan is all I get?" She felt a little upset. But she was completely in the wrong, so she could only go home first. Besides, did Zhang Yu just say it wasn't safe? Was he concerned about me? That meant there was more to come. Thinking this, she felt relieved. The security guard at the door watched her walk out, his eyes full of wonder. She had just arrived and now she was leaving. Who lives in this house and eats so well? Inside the house. After Chen Wan left, Zhang Yu also went into the shower and took a bath. The bathtub and shower in the shower room were both smart devices. It automatically releases water, adjusts the water temperature, and can even play music and aromatherapy. You don't have to do anything, just lie down and you're done. So this is how a rich person takes a bath. It just feels like something is missing. Zhang Yu suddenly regretted letting Chen Wan leave so early. If she had stayed, she could have brought him a cup of tea, rubbed his back, and so on. Chapter 6, The New Blind Box Reward, a Small Loan Company. And in the environment of your home, it is also absolutely safe and absolutely private. When I think about it like this, I suddenly hear the sound of an airplane passing overhead. By the time, my legs are weak. Could it be that the 3 flight attendant tenants are on this plane? Let's split up. At this time, the flight flown by Lu Hanyue, Di Shiba, and Pan Yuyo has left the sky above Jiangcheng and entered cruising mode. After finishing their work, the 3 of them went into the pantry and sneezed almost at the same time. Who's cursing us? Di Shiba said, putting her hand down from her nose. You still believe in this? Lu Hanyue pointed at the dust in the pantry and said, who spilled the coffee powder? As she said this, she glanced at the intern Pan Yuyo. Sister Hanyue, it wasn't me. Pan Yuyo weakly explained. She noticed that Lu Hanyue was not speaking, and looked up to find her smiling at her. Yuyo, I told you before, you have to call me by my job title when we're working. If you keep forgetting, what are you going to do when you're promoted? Lu Hanyue also sounded worried, and although she was scolding her, she didn't dare to raise her voice. She was a purser at Jianghang Airlines, and she took the 2 of them on flights. They had basically become a fixed team. Sometimes they would fly larger aircrafts, and they would be accompanied by 1 or 2 flight attendants. But the company will conduct the assessment, and she can't interfere. I have to remind her again and again. Xiao, no, flight attendant chief, I got it. Pan Yuyo was scared and stuck out her tongue. The adult world is so difficult. I was careless. It's fine now, you 2 can go rest. I'll go check the cabin. Lu Hanxiao said, walking towards the cabin. The red and blue flight attendant uniform suit has a waist cinching design that shows off her wonderful waist and hip curves. A plaid silk scarf is tied around her slender, white neck. Black silk stilettos make her legs look even more graceful. With this uniform, Lu Hanyue's aura seems even more elegant and outstanding. As she walks, her naturally swaying waist makes the passengers in the cabin can't help but turn their heads. They were all envious, she was really beautiful. She was worthy of being a flight attendant for Jianghang Airlines. Although the airfare for Jianghang Airlines is more expensive than other airlines, there is a reason for the higher price, and they are willing to pay it. You said that Sister Zhao's family is so rich, why does she have to do this kind of work serving people? Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba whispered. They are on a familiar basis with Lu Hanyue, and they share a room together. But apart from knowing that her family is rich, they don't know much about Lu Hanyue. And she has never had a boyfriend. Why don't we introduce her to someone if we see someone suitable? The 2 girls are worried about Lu Hanyue's marriage. Lu Hanyue is 28 years old, which is 30 in their hometown. In their hometown, people her age have already had 2 children, and their children can already use soy sauce. Who are you looking for? Di Xiaoba's pale blue eyes widened. What do you think of the landlord Zhang Yu? Although they have only met once, Di Xiaoba feels that Zhang Yu's height and appearance are a good match for Xiaojie. As for financial resources, I don't know who is richer, but they are both definitely very rich. Zhang Yu? Pan Yuyo shook her head. Would Xiaojie accept a younger boyfriend? Besides, it seems that Xiaojie doesn't have a very good attitude towards him. As she said this, in Pan Yunyao's heart, Zhang Yu's every smile and frown also surfaced. He was really handsome. From the first time they met, he had captured her heart. At her age, she had not yet fully entered society, and she judged people based on their appearance. Since she had confirmed that Xiaojie and Xiaoba both had no interest in him, she would not hold back. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she was shocked. The flight was still halfway there, but she felt like it was taking forever. I can't wait for the plane to turn around and go back to Jiangcheng. However, according to the flight schedule, after arriving in the capital city tonight, they will rest there. Then tomorrow afternoon, they will fly the next flight back to Jiangcheng. This is also the professional characteristic of flight attendants. They parachute everywhere. Sometimes, when there is not enough manpower, they will be temporarily transferred to other flights to help out. However, because of their personnel relationship, they are part of Zhonghang, so most of the time they are still in Zhongcheng. What are you two saying about me behind my back? At this time, Lu Hanxiao finished her inspection and returned to the pantry. We were talking about helping you find a boyfriend. Di Xiaoba smiled. Boyfriend? Lu Hanxiao smiled and shook one finger. No, I disagree. Then, if you two can't stay idle, you can go refill the passengers' tea. The two girls were about to speak when Lu Hanxiao glared at them, and they quickly sealed their mouths. Lu Hanyue looked out the porthole at the ground below. From this altitude, the lights of Zhongcheng were bright, split in two by a dark river. The place with the densest lights was the Binjiang business district. That was where the Binjiang mansion was located. I wonder what Zhang Yu is doing at home right now. He's not peeking at my clean laundry, is he? The thought of Zhang Yu popped into her head, and she was suddenly startled. What's going on? Have I been bewitched? This was the first time in 28 years that a man had inadvertently made her think back. Without any intention. Achoo! Zhang Yu, who was soaking in the bathtub, sneezed at this moment. He had to get up, or he would catch a cold if he kept bathing. He stood up from the bathtub, dried off, and then wrapped himself in a white bath towel. He looked at the time. It was just after 12 o'clock. Right. He remembered. A new day has begun, and now that he's not asleep, he can draw today's mystery box first. Let's see what kind of reward he can get this time. System. Zhang Yuma mumbled. Host, please speak. The system, which had been dormant for the time being, was quickly awakened. I want to draw the mystery box for tomorrow. Zhang Yuma rubbed his hands together, a little excited. Preparing the mystery box for the host. After saying that, the virtual mystery box machine appeared in front of his eyes again. Every blind box is the same. You can't see what's inside. Zhang Yu selected one in a military-style manner, and that's it. Then, the blind box was opened. Congratulations, host. The system's prompt sounded. You have obtained Pop Credit, Finance and Loans Company. I'll be damned. Zhang Yu was a little excited. Obtaining a company would solve the problem of a continuous source of income. Even if you live in a big house, that's not enough to eat. If you rent it out, you'll only get 200,000 yuan a year in rent, which is nowhere near enough. The newbie bonus will run out over time. There's a difference between spending money when you have it and when you don't. He quickly clicked on the company's details page to check it out. Papapa Finance is headquartered in the Jiangcheng Fortune Building and has a business scope that covers the entire Jingchu region. Currently, the company has more than 300 employees, with complete departments for marketing, customer service, debt collection, and concierge services. The company's assets total 5 billion yuan, it has more than 100,000 customers, and its annual profit is more than 500 million yuan. But the name of this company? Zhang Yu felt a bit abrupt. Could it be? Chapter 7, A Simple Business War. Zhang Yu looked at the company information again. The profile of the company's loan customers showed that 60% were female. The system reassured the host that all of the company's business was reasonable and legal, and the interest rates were within the standard range. The annual profit was 500 million yuan, and there was no risk at all. My goodness, 500 million yuan in profit. How many zeros is that? Since the money is clean, just take it. Zhang Yu was very happy and accepted the company's reward. Does the host choose to disclose the company's identity to the public? At this time, the system gave another option. After looking at it, if the choice is yes, then this company will appear under one's name. It will be known to many people. If the choice is no, one's identity will be hidden. Except for company executives and major customers, no one else will know the identity of the real owner. Depending on whether you want to be high profile or low profile. This option is so user-friendly, it's really not bad. Zhang Yu thought about it and decided to hide it. He has just started out and has no roots in Jiangcheng, so he could easily be targeted. He'd better hide and develop in a low-key way for now. Host information hidden. Congratulations again on obtaining the company. Zhang Yu nodded. He was about to log out of the system when he noticed an interface. There was a personal center. Curious, he clicked in to take a look. The first column read my assets. The Binjiang mansion property and the company he had just obtained were listed. Further down, there were my points. Currently, the points total is 525, and there are still 475 points left before reaching the next level. There are also functions such as point draws and redeeming points for gifts. You can redeem some functional items. Zhang Yu didn't look at it anymore and closed the blind box system. Sleepiness hit, and he was ready to go to bed. He decided to go to the company first tomorrow. At this time, Jiangcheng Fortune Building, a similar financial company opposite the Papad Loan Company, was getting restless. The meeting room is brightly lit. They have been urgently called here for a meeting, as there is something important to discuss. The boss's face is grave. What is it, boss? Just now, I received reliable news that the company across the street has a new boss. I suspect that they will soon make a big move. The boss looks very anxious. Paparazzi lending has always been their competitor. With a change of boss across the street, they will inevitably make a move to further encroach on their market share. Nowadays, the loan business is not as good as it used to be. If Papadai takes advantage of the change of ownership to make a killing, they'll be the ones who suffer. Boss, do you know who the boss is across the street? The employees asked. If I knew, I wouldn't have called everyone here for a meeting. The boss put a hand to his forehead. The news is being kept under tight wraps, so I have no idea who it is. So what should we do? The boss looked up and scanned the room. Then he pointed at one of the employees. You, go and take out the company across the street. Me? The man looked up. It was Ding Kuan. He pointed his finger at himself, looking incredulous. Why is it always me? I just caused trouble not long ago. Boss, can you please assign someone else? Ding Kuan complained. Ding Kuan, I have high hopes for you. Grow up quickly and become the backbone of the company. The boss said. So what do I have to do this time? He was a little confused. You don't matter, sabotage is fine, you have to hold back their momentum anyway. Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended and everyone dispersed. Ding Kuan circled his office a few times. He tapped his head and had an idea. So, he picked up the kettle on the table and walked to the door of the Popo Microfinance Company. A pot of boiling water, and he poured it over the money tree at the door. That wasn't enough, so he reached out and plucked a lot of the leaves off the plant. Real business battles are just that simple and unadorned. Ding Kuan looked at the scene and wanted to cause some more damage. Suddenly, the alarm sounded and the red alarm light above the door came on. Shit! Ding Kuan was startled and quickly fled. There was no conversation that night because it had been a bit of a physical day. So sleep was good. The next morning, Zhang Yu got up and took the subway directly to the company. He had just arrived at the company entrance. He noticed a large crowd gathered. What's going on? Zhang Yu asked directly. Who are you? The person from the company looked back and saw a young man standing there, looking like he had just graduated from university. His face was unfamiliar, not like someone from the company. This is the company's new boss, didn't you know? At this time, a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and a black professional wrap skirt hurried over. The high-heeled shoes made a crisp sound as they hit the floor. Her hair was tied back, giving her an intellectual beauty. Secretary Yang. Everyone was a little nervous when they saw him. Secretary Yang ignored them and walked straight up to Zhang Yu. She bowed deeply, revealing a deep ravine. Mr. Zhang, I didn't know you were coming to the company so early, I'm sorry I couldn't welcome you. Secretary Yang was one of the first people in the company to learn about the identity of the boss. He had planned to report to work and brief Zhang Yu on his work. Unexpectedly, he arrived so early. Ah, so this is the company's new boss? A few people had heard the rumor that the company had a new boss, but they didn't know it was him. They were shocked. Fortunately, they had not spoken harshly to him just now. Otherwise, they would have been fired for entering the door with their right foot first. Hello, boss. All the employees bowed to greet him, looking respectful. No need. What's going on at the door? Zhang Yu looked towards the door. There was dirt and broken leaves all over the floor. It was particularly dirty. President Zhang, I just retrieved the surveillance footage, please take a look. Secretary Yang held up her phone and came closer. A perfume smell entered her nostrils, and it was surprisingly nice. Zhang Yu looked at the video screen. It could be seen that someone was causing havoc in the night. What is this? He frowned and recognized the person, who looked like Ding Kuan. My, what a coincidence. I haven't got you yet, but you're the one who's come to mess with me. Boss, this person is from the company across the street. I've seen him a few times. I never thought he'd use such disgusting tactics. Secretary Yang reporting. Let's call the police first. Zhang Yu said, tally up the damage and make them pay for it. Boss, calling the police won't work, it's just too disgusting. This isn't the first time they've done this, you have to put a stop to their arrogance. Secretary Yang pushed her glasses up her nose. The company across the street is our sworn enemy. They hired a bunch of villagers to maliciously borrow money from our company and not pay it back. When we went to collect the debt, the whole village attacked us. When it comes to this matter, the company employees, especially those in the collection department, all feel aggrieved. Yes, not only did they not pay back the money, they even chased us away with sticks. Several colleagues broke their bones because of this and incurred a lot of medical expenses. I heard that the person in the video was the one who did it. As a financial loan company, it is standard practice to charge a slightly higher interest rate than banks, and there is nothing to be said against this. However, taking out loans with malicious intent and then deliberately running away and not paying them back has caused great losses to the company's normal operations. To put it more seriously, it already constitutes fraud. It's just that there is no evidence, and reporting it is useless. Those villagers got their benefits, so naturally they will protect the person who sent them. Chapter 8, Decrypt the card and settle old scores. In the past, there was nothing that could be done about these scumbags. This time, with a new boss in place, naturally all hope is pinned on him. This is interesting. Zhang Yu's mouth corners rose. This risk warning point was already prompted by the system when he took over the company at night. It said that the company had some unrecoverable bad debts that had been overdue for more than 300 days. There was also information that the company had been maliciously attacked. I just didn't expect that the culprit behind this was actually Ding Kuan and his company. The company instructed, and Ding Kuan executed. Because Ding Kuan is really capable of doing things like this. He's not afraid at all. He's inherently evil. It's just as well, since we've run into each other, let's settle all old and new grudges together. So, Zhang Yu first told the employees to go back to their respective workstations. Then he went into his office. Secretary Yang arrived at the company before dawn. She had tidied the office and brewed a cup of tea, which she brought in with both hands and handed to him. Please have some tea, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yu nodded, you can leave it here for now. After he had spoken, Secretary Yang folded her hands together, without any intention of leaving. Secretary Yang, is there anything else? Mr. Zhang, you have just arrived at the company, and there are some reports to hand over and reports to make, which I need to show you. She smiled respectfully. That can wait. We must first pacify the enemy within before we can attack the enemy outside. That thorn in our side across the street must be removed first. Zhang Yu said indifferently. Mr. Zhang, you have a solution? Secretary Yang's face lit up with surprise. From the moment she first saw Mr. Zhang, she had thought that he was a man of great presence. He had exceeded her expectations. At first, when I heard that the boss had changed, I thought he would be a fat, greasy old man. Then I saw the information, and I realized that the new boss is so young and handsome. And there is a special mysterious aura about him. I've never felt this way before. It's like he has his own magnetic field, which attracts everyone's attention. Secretary Yang is 29 years old, just like a peach that has ripened on the branch. She is not yet married. But when she saw Zhang Yu, who is 7 years younger, she felt a sense of maternal instinct well up in her. Just wait, I'll let you know later. When Zhang Yu said this, he found the points redemption page in the system. There are many things that can be redeemed for points. In particular, there are cards. When he casually looked through them before, he had a bit of an impression. Soon, he turned to a dark decryption card. Card function, you can inquire about the dark history of any person or company, violations of morality and public order and good customs, and criminal violations. It requires 500 points to redeem. His points were just enough for one. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and used his points. He watched as his points dropped from 525 to 25. A dark decryption card appeared in his personal center. Does the host want to use the card? The system asked. Use it. I want to inquire about all the unknown secrets of the company across the street. Which company that does small amount loans has a completely clean ass? The following relevant information has been found for the host. The system quickly gave a list of search results. Zhang Yu's suspicions were indeed confirmed. If these secrets were made public, everyone from the top to the bottom would have to go to jail. Looking at the information displayed, he also felt refreshed. The boss of the company across the street had been involved in a manslaughter and bribery case. He would never get away with it. Ding Cohen had molested many of his schoolmates and was also a voyeur. There is also evidence of taking out loans with villagers, so he will have to go to jail for a few years. The other employees will be detained at the very least. Yang Shuji, I will give you some information, and you go and hand it over to the police station. Zhang Yu said. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will do it right away. Yang Shuji nodded. When she got the information, she glanced at it and was shocked. It was written on it that the employees of the company across the street had done all kinds of evil deeds. Almost everyone had 2 or more of them. I never imagined that the other company would have such a complex composition, with all kinds of people. They are truly evil people. Once this news gets out and the police get a hold of it, that rival company can just announce its dissolution and collapse. They thought nothing would happen when they poured boiling water on the 2 money trees. Instead, they got the whole company wiped out. That's ruthless. What's even more unbelievable is that this confidential information is still about something that happened a few years ago. How did Mr. Zhang manage to compile such detailed information? There is no missing detail, as if someone had taken notes on the spot. When Yang the secretary went to the print room to print the document, she took a long, secretive look at Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang is getting taller and more imposing every day. Ha ha ha, the Papad Loan Company has been snubbed again. Since this morning, there has been no response at all. Indeed, this time, Ding Cohen deserves credit. Ding Cohen, what kind of reward do you want? In the office across the street, there was a lively atmosphere. The boss looked at his favorite employee and was very satisfied. What's more, he was the son of his old friend. When can my girlfriend start working for you, boss? Ding Cohen asked, standing up. The young man is quite infatuated. Everyone laughed. Ding Cohen just smiled sheepishly. He didn't want to be so aggressive either. But yesterday, he tried. No result. Before Lu Ruyan started work, she wouldn't even let him touch her. He had been infatuated with her for years. Seeing that he had finally succeeded in stealing her away, he couldn't let her slip away at the last minute. Don't worry, Ding Cohen, she can start work today. Just tell her yourself, the boss said, patting his chest. His words had not yet finished echoing through the air. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance to the company. What's going on? Ding Cohen and the boss, along with the others, looked towards the entrance. They saw several policemen rushing in. Police, don't move, get down on the ground. The leading police sergeant shouted. Hello, officers, what have we done? Ding Cohen looked stunned. Are you Ding Cohen? Don't you know what you've done? Take them all away. At the sound of an order, they were all handcuffed with shiny silver handcuffs. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many policemen here? Looking at their imposing manner, it's very oppressive. What on earth happened at this financial company? Needless to say, it must be something criminal. And since they deal with finance, they are more likely to commit crimes. Yes, there are really a lot of crimes in the financial sector. But this is the first time I've encountered something like a complete sweep. They must have offended some big shot, otherwise they wouldn't have been so thorough. At this moment, companies on other floors of the Jiangqing Fortune building heard the commotion here. They all stopped attending work and rushed over to watch the commotion. Those who couldn't make it were also actively watching the live broadcast of the scene being forwarded on their phones. They saw that the people in this company were all handcuffed one by one and brought out of the building, directly escorted to the police car. The police sent several large vehicles in total, and they were almost too full to fit. The company, which had just been bustling with activity, was now completely deserted. The computer screens were still on, and the lights were still on. The open WPS document had the cursor flashing, and it hadn't been saved yet. The microphone of the landline phone was still hanging in midair and swaying. General Zhang, the people from the company across the street, have really been arrested. At this moment, all the employees of the Papachuan company witnessed the commotion across the street with their own eyes. Secretary Yang hurriedly jogged into Zhang Yu's office to report the situation. His face was full of uncontrollable joy. Chapter 9, Sorry, I have someone I like. They've all been arrested? That's good. Zhang Yu had an expression of long-held confidence. Since he had played this card, there was nothing he couldn't handle. However, a hint of worry appeared on Yang's face. President Zhang, I heard that their boss has a very strong background, and it seems to be in the underworld. If they find out that we did it, will they come for revenge? No. Zhang Yu shook his head. You guys just need to work hard from now on. No matter what kind of background he has, he is now unafraid. If they don't make a move, that's fine, but if they do, they won't get away with it. That's the bottom line. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get back to work then. Secretary Yang bowed and then turned to leave the office. Her hips naturally swayed under her skirt, sending a pleasant breeze rolling up. It made quite a few employees in the company jealous. They also envied the new boss, Zhang Yu. The previous few bosses had all been women, and Secretary Yang had escaped unscathed. This time it was a male boss. That was like a fish on a chopping board. Hey, it's good to be rich. Look, there's a financial company in Jiangcheng, and they've all been taken away by the police. The whole staff? No way. It's true, not a single one left, the car couldn't even fit them all. The police are still asking the public for clues and looking for more evidence. Capital Airport, flight about to return to Jiangcheng. There's also 5 minutes of phone time left. Di Xiaoba has found an online video and quickly shares it with her two sisters. Let me see. Lu Hanxiao looks over and zooms in on the video screen, frowning. I've found something. Look, across the street in that company, the person sitting there looks a little familiar, doesn't he? Really? Let me see. Di Xiaoba looked in the direction Lu Hanyue was pointing, and soon, she let out a surprised cry. Hey, isn't that the landlord Zhang Yu? What's going on? At this time, Pan Yuyang also became curious about the video. Seeing the person sitting in the company across the street, it was Zhang Yu. Fortunately, the pixels of the image were clear enough. When zoomed in, you can also see the sign hanging in the doorway. It says boss's office. If there are people in the world who look exactly the same, but even wear the same clothes, it's not a coincidence. The three of them looked at each other. The same reaction was in their eyes. Could it be that Zhang Yu is the owner of the Papeda Loan Company? If so, it would explain why he is the landlord of Binjiang Mansion. Papeda is one of the most well-known financial companies in Jiangcheng and has existed for a long time. It used to do business with college students. As long as you were over 18, you could borrow money with your student ID and a certificate from the China Academic Degrees Graduate Education Development Center. The interest wasn't high either, so it was very popular with college students for a while. It was very popular with the student crowd. Therefore, the three of them all had an impression of this company. When did Zhang Yu become the owner of this company? Let's get to work, the plane is about to take off. Lu Hanxiao said. The flight back to Jiangcheng is about to take off, and the final preparations before takeoff need to be made. Make sure all the passengers have arrived, Lu Hanxiao instructed. Flight attendant Lu. Pan Yuyao checked the list. There was still one male passenger, Wang Xiaosong, who had not boarded the plane. Wang Xiaosong? Lu Hanxiao paused at the name. Lu, you're so beautiful, what a coincidence, I've actually met you. At that moment, the last passenger, carrying a bag, hurried over. He was dressed in a suit and looked at Lu Hanxiao with a half-smile. Hello, please show me your relevant documents. Di Xiaoba reached out and indicated. The man took out his ID and handed it to Di Xiaoba. But his eyes kept staring at Lu Hanxiao. Lu Beauty, what, don't you recognize me? Sir, please return to your seat according to the seat number. We're about to take off. Lu Hanxiao said expressionlessly. At this moment, Di Xiaoba saw the ID and realized that he was Wang Xiaosong, a first-class passenger. And it seems like he and Xiao Jie already know each other? Very well. Wang Xiaosong said apologetically, "Flight attendant Lu, bring me a pot of tea later." "Yu Yao, make Mr. Wang a pot of tea later," Lu Hanyue said. "Flight attendant Lu, I hope you will deliver it personally. Otherwise, I will complain about your company's attitude towards customers, and that will not reflect well on you." At this, Di Shouba's face also turned cold. According to the information, Wang Xiaosong is Zhang Hang's black gold VIP customer. To put it mildly, if a black gold customer complains, the impact can be very great. It will cause great damage to the company's reputation. Okay. Lu Hanyue revealed a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and asked Mr. Wang to return to his seat, and the tea would be sent over later. Wang Xiaosong then walked away with some satisfaction. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, Di Shouba and Pan Yuya watched as Wang Xiaosong's back disappeared. One on each side, they took hold of Lu Hanyue's arms. "We'll help you. If Wang Xiaosong goes too far, they will definitely not just stand there and do nothing. It's fine, you guys go ahead. You don't need to get involved in this." Lu Hanyue didn't want the two girls to get involved in this matter either. The Wang family was very influential, and what could the two young flight attendants do? The plane took off from Jingcheng Airport and slowly ascended, heading towards Zhangcheng. After finishing her work, Lu Hanyue brewed a pot of tea. She placed it on a tray and carried it towards the first-class cabin. Wang Xiaosong was crossing his legs and playing with his phone. When he saw her coming in, he put his legs down. "Oh, I'm really a little flattered that Flight Attendant Lu is serving me personally. Mr. Wang, here is the tea you asked for. Enjoy." Lu Hanyue was forced to serve, and forced a fake smile. He placed the tea on the small table in front of Wang Xiaosong. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly reached out and tried to grab her wrist. "What are you doing?" Lu Hanyue was startled, and instinctively, she took a sharp step back. She looked at him warily. Wang Xiaosong's outstretched hand only caught a handful of air. It hung there awkwardly. "Lu Hanyue, what do you mean?" He finally couldn't hold back anymore. "How many miles have I thrown away on Jianghang just to keep you company, and you don't even give me a good face?" "Mr. Wang, I think you may have misunderstood. You can take Jianghang, and we, as the crew, will definitely provide good service," Lu Hanyue said. "But I don't understand the rest of what you said. Playing dumb, huh?" Wang Xiaosong's mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't hold back anymore. "You returned the gift I gave you. You refused the red envelope I sent you. You threw the flowers I gave you in the trash. Am I not sincere enough?" "Mr. Wang, I don't know what the point of this is," Lu Hanxiao said, pausing for a moment. "I already have someone I like." When she said this, Zhang Yu came to mind. In the past, when she used similar excuses, they were just excuses. There was no emotion in her heart. But this time was different. A specific person suddenly appeared in her mind, and it was the landlord. She couldn't describe why this was the case either. In short, Lu Hanxiao just wanted to escape from Wang Xiaosong as soon as possible, regardless of whether this was an excuse. If he continued to pester her like this, Zhang Hang, she wouldn't be able to stay and would have to resign. Chapter 10. What are you thinking? The cold, aloof persona is crumbling. Do you have someone you like? Wang Xiaosong was first stunned, then laughed dismissively. If I remember correctly, this is already the 20th reason you've given. I don't believe you. Can you come up with a reason that will convince me? I really do have someone I like. Believe it or not. Lu Hanyu said. Who is it? Wang Xiaosong looked at her expression and wondered if she was telling the truth. She's cracked a little. I can't comment on that. Lu Hanyu, think carefully. I don't have the patience to play games with you. Wang Xiaosong looked at her. Even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about your family? Our families have been friends for generations. So what if we've been friends for generations? Do I owe you anything? Lu Hanyu smiled. Mr. Wang, the tea is ready, please help yourself. At this point, it's not good to drag someone else out as a shield. Then she turned and left the first-class cabin. How dare you? Wang Xiaosong clenched his fists. His face turned red. Whoever you're talking about, if I find out, I won't let him get away with it. Daring to steal my woman? When we get back to Jiangcheng, I'm going to find this person. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, did Mr. Wang just give you a hard time? As soon as she exited the first-class cabin, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao came up to her. They looked concerned. "It's nothing." Lu Hanyue smiled. "This is a public place, he can't do anything to me." "That's good." Pan Yuyao said, "Let's go and take a look. Flight attendant Lu, you go and rest." With that, the two of them went off to get on with their work. Lu Hanyue looked at the pretty backs of the two girls and felt a warmth in his heart. Working for the airline meant that he could chat with them. Suddenly, she realized something. She quickly called them back. "Flight attendant Lu, what's wrong? I feel like I just said the wrong thing." Lu Hanyue suddenly felt a little uneasy. "What did you say?" "Just now, that Wang Xiaosong was pestering me, and I said that I already had someone I liked." Lu Hanyue felt a sense of self-reproach on her face. "Although I didn't tell him who it was, with the Wang family's strength, if they happen to find out about Zhang Yu, what should I do?" "No way. Zhang Yu is just our landlord." Pan Yunyao expressed doubt. "There's no connection." "But flight attendant Lu has never been connected to any man. This young male landlord might actually attract Wang Xiaosong's attention." Di Xiaoba also vaguely guessed what was going on. Wang Xiaosong will definitely start with the places Lu Hanyue frequents. Then, since Zhang Yu is the landlord, he will easily be targeted. "What should I do? This is getting Zhang Yu into trouble for no reason." Pan Yuyan's expression showed some anxiety. She had a good impression of Zhang Yu. "Why not make a fake relationship real and offer yourself to him?" Di Xiaoba made a suggestion. I don't know if she was serious or joking. Lu Hanyue gave her a dirty look and said, "Not bad, but don't do it again next time." "So she's offering herself to him? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? I haven't even thought about it yet." At the moment, she didn't have any special feelings for Zhang Yu. He was just like any other passerby. However, Di Xiaoba's proposal really got Lu Hanyue thinking. Zhang Yu was tall and handsome. And it looked like he had good conditions. If he became her boyfriend, he wouldn't be bad. And she was vaguely looking forward to it. Cough cough. "What are you thinking?" Lu Hanyue couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. "Aren't you Jiang Hanchuan's #1 beauty, the cold goddess? Aren't you proclaiming that you're not attracted to any man? For so many years, there hasn't been any fluctuation in your heart. Why is it that after this landlord appeared, suddenly?" Her mood was very confused. Unbeknownst to her, the plane had already returned to the sky above Jiangcheng. The familiar scale of the city appeared below the clouds. "We're almost there. Jiangcheng Airport will be arriving shortly, so please prepare yourselves." Lu Hanxiao immediately went back to work. She spoke fluently in both Chinese and English, demonstrating her strong professional skills. Her professionalism was beyond doubt. No matter how difficult the passenger, in the end they would praise her dedication and solid work ability. She was nominated as the best employee of Jianghang every year. And basically she won the award 2 or 3 times. Zhao's work ability is really enviable. If only we could be like her one day. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao, even though they are girls, are also impressed by her charisma. No wonder, so many men are crazy about her. Not just outside the company. Even within the airline, many captains, tower management, and flight attendants have expressed their clear affection for her. I don't know which man will finally get this goddess-level purser. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy for that man. The plane slowly landed on the runway and taxied forward. They also quickly got into their work mode and guided the passengers out in an orderly manner. After all the work was done, the three left the airport and hurried together towards Binjiang Mansion. At this time, Zhang Yu was in the large duplex flat, organizing some items. With such a luxurious house, the rented room they previously lived in could be returned and no longer occupied. Although the time had not yet expired, Zhang Yu did not miss the room that was just over 10 square meters and did not even have a window. And the shared apartment had poor sound insulation. Every time, Lu Ruyan and I dared not make a sound. The bed frame was also loose, and the experience was extremely unpleasant. But now, the ex-girlfriend is a thing of the past. There is no need to nestle in a rental room anymore. In fact, we should thank her. If she hadn't broken up with me, I might not have activated the system. Moreover, Today, I witnessed Ding Kuan being taken away by the police, which is a way to get back at him for cheating on me. He was packing his things when suddenly the door creaked open. Zhang Yu looked up and saw 3 flight attendants in uniform. It was the 3 tenants who had returned. This was the first time he had seen the 3 of them in uniform. They wore small square hats, slim professional suits, and small black silk high heels. Zhang Yu's heart could not help but stir. Living at home with such beautiful women, and there were more than one. Who could remain calm? And he was at the height of his youth. "You're back?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yes, we just got back to Jiancheng." Pan Yuyao replied, feeling her face burn. "He really is very handsome." Especially, the fine beads of sweat on his face made him even more sexy. Di Shiba also sensed Pan Yuyao's thoughts. She was a total face controller, and the fact that she could lose her temper like that in front of Zhang Yu was enough to show how good looking he was. "The noodles are cooking in the kitchen. Do you want some?" "I'll make some more," Zhang Yu said. Although they had money, their spending habits hadn't changed that quickly. So they just started cooking at home. "Ah, landlord, you're cooking yourself?" Di Xiaoba was surprised. It was rare for someone so rich to cook for themselves. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Zhang Yu asked, spreading his hands. "No, it's nothing." Di Xiaoba also looked a little flustered at this time. It was as if she had been suddenly hit by an invisible dot. Lu Hanyue, who had not spoken, looked at the 2 of them, both of whom were a little out of control. After all, they were still young, and they couldn't hold back when they saw a handsome guy. So, Lu Hanyue took on the tone of an older sister. "Zhang Yu, didn't we agree on 3 rules?" "Yes, but there is only one kitchen. I'm the landlord, can I use it?" Zhang Yu smiled. Chapter 11, You've eaten everything and you still complain that it's not good enough? Why do I need your permission to light a fire in my own home? This is a bit ridiculous. No. I mean, if nothing else, just leave us alone, especially the 2 girls, they're still young. Lu Hanxiao finished speaking. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba were a little emotional. "Ah, landlord, don't mind her," Xiao Jie speaks a little coldly. "But she's a really nice person, you'll see if you get to know her." "Yes, landlord, she's saying what I was going to say." The 2 explained. Lu Hanyu glared at them. "Why are you turning on me? I'm just looking out for you too." They don't have much social experience. They've just left school and entered the workforce, living in a very simple environment. If they can't hold back, and Zhang Yu takes advantage of them, that would be a bad ending. They'd be the ones to suffer. "Oh, well, so far, I haven't noticed anything." Zhang Yu smiled. Then she went back into the kitchen. "Landlord, can I try the noodles you made? They smell so good." Pan Yuyo had been hungry for a long time, so she followed her into the kitchen and looked at the noodles in the pot, swallowing. Yes, she was a face-obsessed girl, but she was also a big glutton. Every month, after paying the rent, she spent the rest of her salary on food. What kind of bad intentions could a girl who only knew how to eat have? "Then I'll serve you a bowl." Zhang Yu smiled. Who wouldn't be confused when they are looked at by a beautiful young girl with a little bit of admiration? The emotional value of this is directly full. "Oh yes, I also fried some beans, a bit old." "Just eat it." Zhang Yu pointed to the dining table. "Landlord, I won't be polite then." Pan Yuyo brought the noodles and sat down at the dining table. She tasted it and kept saying mmm in her mouth. "Landlord, where are the old beans? These beans are really delicious." She praised them, giving them a thumbs up. Lu Hanyue looked at Pan Yuyang eating so happily and felt hungry himself. He turned his head and saw Di Sheba looking at him. "If you're hungry, go and have a bowl too." "What about you, Hanyue?" "I'm not hungry, I'll go back to my room and rest." Lu Hanyue was all soft except for his mouth. After the way he just treated her, now she's turning around and eating his noodles? It doesn't make sense. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's not bad to get 2 out of 3. So he waved at the exotic Di Shoba, "Come over here." "Are you sure I can eat this?" She was still a little unsure. "Don't worry, it's not going to add to your rent." Zhang Yu laughed. "This is a huge house, 400 square meters on 2 floors. If you live here alone, it's really too spacious. You can hear your own voice echoing." Having 3 beautiful flight attendant roommates adds a lot of fun. Xiaoba, after we finish eating, let's go out and shop. Pan Yunyao suggested while eating her noodles. Are you going, Xiao Jia? Xiaoba asked. I'm not going, I want to rest for a while, you guys go. Lu Hanyan's voice came from the room. The 2 girls realized that they had spoken a little too loudly. So they lowered their voices. Xiao Jia seemed to have been in a bad mood ever since she met Wang Xiaozong on the plane. But the 2 of them didn't know how to comfort her. Why don't we go out and quietly buy Xiao Jia a present? Sure, whatever it costs, we'll chip in. The 2 of them agreed at once. Going downstairs was the mall, which was convenient for shopping. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Are you going out at night? Zhang Yu was curious. We'll have the day off tomorrow. Then the day after that, we'll fly somewhere else. Pan Yuyo said. Oh? Where to? Zhang Yu asked. The next flight is to Sioux City Mayu Airport. Di Xiaoba said. Oh. Zhang Yu was thoughtful. Okay, then after you're done eating, just leave the dishes. Landlord, that's embarrassing. The 2 girls felt a little awkward. We'll do the dishes. If you feel bad about it, just mop my share while you're at it. Zhang Yu pointed to the 2nd floor. What he dislikes most is mopping the floor. Okay. The 2 girls agreed without hesitation. Well, shall we go out first? Go ahead. Watching the 2 of them, he changed his clothes and went out. Zhang Yu then started to clean up the dishes. After washing the dishes in the kitchen and wiping the stovetop clean, he returned to the living room. Sitting on the wide, soft sofa, he started to brush his phone. In the short video app, someone was still sending him private messages. The number of likes and comments on that video has been rising all the time. Just one day without checking it, the number of comments has increased by a few hundred, and there are dozens of private messages. More than 80% of the comments are from female users. No, it's just a large flat with a river view, is it that magical? After reading it, Zhang Yu didn't reply to anyone. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from Lu Hanxiao's room. Zhang Yu got up and walked to the door, asking, Lu Hanxiao, what's going on? The room was quiet, and no one answered. He tried the doorknob. It wasn't locked. As soon as the door opened a crack, a smell of alcohol came out. He couldn't help but hold his nose and frown. When the door was completely open, Zhang Yu saw that Lu Hanxiao was sitting on the floor leaning against the bed. He was still holding a beer can in his hand. A broken bottle of wine was on the floor, and quite a bit of the wine had spilled. No, how did she drink so much? Landlord, I'm so sorry. Lu Hanxiao was slightly drunk at the moment, and her face was a little red. I'll clean it up. I'll pay for the damage to the floor, she said. She then realized that her behavior was wrong and tried to stand up, but stumbled a bit. She walked towards the door. She was unsteady and about to fall onto the cabinet by the wall. Zhang Yu quickly reached out and stopped her. Lu Hanxiao landed softly in his arms. She looked up, a few strands of hair falling over her face, giving her a kind of messy beauty. Looking up at Zhang Yu, she suddenly gave a little smile. Then, he hadn't reacted yet. He felt a fragrant alcoholic breath on his lips. It wasn't you, sis? Zhang Yu froze. An hour later, Lu Hanxiao finally fully regained her senses. She tilted her head to one side and saw Zhang Yu half lying on the bed, propped up on her hands, looking at her with a half smile. No, did I just? Lu Hanxiao was shocked and looked again at the bedsheets. They looked like they had just been taken out of the washing machine. Her face immediately turned red, and she felt a burning sensation. I had just been repeatedly reminded by the 2 girls that I should be careful of being confused by the landlord and being taken advantage of. As it turned out, I was the first to be taken for a ride. Could it be me? You can imagine the emotion she was feeling at that moment. She could only put on a cold face and say, Zhang Yu, I was drunk just now, I don't know what happened. Please leave. It was the classic case of being drunk. Zhang Yu guessed that this was what she would say when she woke up. But since she hadn't suffered any loss, she stood up with tact, tightening her belt as she spoke. But to be honest, you still need to practice more. Practice what? Lu Hanyu stared at him, not knowing what he was talking about. You may not know, but your teeth just grazed me. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Now she really lived up to her name. What? Lu Hanyu now understood what he meant. What, even after killing someone, you still want to get to the bottom of it? It's all been eaten up, and you still don't like it? Deep down, she was still a little annoyed and devastated. However, since it had come to this, she could only blame the wine. Chapter 12. The shower is broken. Her face was red, but at this moment she was completely deflated and didn't know what to say. Any words would be pale. Just wait and see. That was the only thing she could hold back. Zhang Yu also knew that he had to stop now and let her calm down on her own. So he walked out of the room. He had just reached the living room when he saw the front door open. Xiao, look what we bought. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyang were carrying several shopping bags. Before they could finish speaking, they saw Zhang Yu walk out of Lu Hanxiao's room. The landlord? You? The two of them looked at this scene, a little dazed. Why did he go to Lu Hanxiao's room? Xiao didn't seem that enthusiastic about him, so why did she let him in? What just happened? Oh, I just had a little chat with her, nothing much. Zhang Yu said loudly on purpose, so that Lu Hanxiao could hear and quickly tidy up the mess. Ah, chat? Sister Xiao was very cold towards the landlord. How did they get to the point of chatting together so quickly? They were full of doubts. So they knocked on Lu Hanxiao's door. They saw her cleaning up the broken glass bottles on the floor. The bedsheet was also in a ball, thrown on the floor. Xiao, did you spill all the wine on the bedsheets? Pan Yuyang asked innocently. Xiao, let me help you. Di Xiaoba nudged her lightly with her elbow and then offered to help. It's fine, I can do it myself. What were you just doing? Oh, Xiao, look, we bought a massage device and tried it out, it works great. You have a bad neck, so you can try it out. Di Xiaoba said, and took out a box from her bag. Thank you. Lu Hanyu knew she couldn't refuse. She had already decided that she would fly to Sioux City Mayu Airport next time. She would go to the duty-free shop there and buy some gifts to give to the two girls. If Xiao Jia likes them, then we'll go back to our rooms first. Pan Yuyang and Di Xiaoba returned to their respective rooms. They were going to take a shower. They had already discussed the order in which they would shower. There was no choice. Although there were 2 bathrooms on the first floor, they were enough. But there is only one with a shower. At this time, Zhang Yu also returned to his master's suite on the second floor. His favorite part of the interior furnishings of this house is the luxurious bathroom and the suite. The large bathtub, 2 meters in diameter, is almost big enough to swim in. He doesn't know what the point of designing it so big is. At this time, he heard a knock on the door outside. Landlord, are you asleep? Outside the door, the voices of Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba came. What's wrong? Zhang Yu looked at the clock. What were they doing here at this hour? The shower on the first floor suddenly broke down. Could we use the one on the second floor? The 2 girls asked nervously at the door. They were both holding nightwear and bath towels. One of them was afraid to come up alone and had to come in a group. The shower is broken? Zhang Yu thought to herself, a luxury residence and the shower has broken down? The quality of this product really needs to be complained about. It's too late to replace or repair it now. Still, I have to say, this shower cubicle is really considerate. Is this a chance? Yes, we don't know what's going on either. The shower head only gives out cold water, and there's no hot water after half a day. So? Okay, then you can come in. Zhang Yu opened the door. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba, holding their clothes and towels, walked into his bathroom. As soon as they saw the bathroom furnishings, their eyes immediately widened. Wow, what a big bathtub! This bathtub can fit several people together. I think, why don't we both get in together? Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyang said. What's better than a bath in the shower? And the bathroom was filled with a light fragrance. Very sensual. Where can a young girl withstand this? So the 2 girls went into the bathroom together. They closed the door. And they made sure that the door lock was working. No, is it also guarding against me? Zhang Yu felt a little funny. The bathroom has a floor-to-ceiling frosted glass door, so you can't see anyone. But the faint, blurry outlines are even more deadly. Cough, thought wrong. He gathered his thoughts and focused on the TV show. accompanied by the classic BGM. Teacher Zhao's narration also sounded. Winter passed, spring arrived, and the animals became active again. From time to time, the bathroom could be heard the laughter of Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyang playing in the water. Wan Nima. You can't imagine it, or it'll kill you. Lu Hanyan downstairs was also wiping the floor inch by inch with a rag. As soon as she straightened up, she heard the two girls upstairs laughing. No, how can they not be modest even when they're taking a shower? What will the landlord think? She was really worried about the two of them. It's just like the antelope on the grassland, they like to die in front of the fierce beasts. Completely unaware of the crisis. Then she thought about herself. She felt that, hey, now she is in no position to talk to them about those things. She couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. She felt that she shouldn't have drunk that wine just now. But her mood was messed up by Wang Xiaozong, and she was blackmailing her family. With nowhere to turn, she could only numb herself with alcohol. Moreover, the shower on the first floor is broken, and she has just sweated, so she can't not wash. There is no way, so she also took her clothes and went up the stairs to the second floor. She was feeling more and more uneasy, and the more she walked, the more guilty she felt. Zhang Yu heard a noise and turned his head and smiled. Oh, you're coming up too? He asked. The corner of his mouth looked like a smile. This made Lu Hanyue can't help but think of what happened in the room. Now it seems that any high-handed gesture is a bit inappropriate. So for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She wished she could find a hole in the wall and drill into it. Sister Xiao, are you going to wash too? At this time, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba had finished washing and came out of the bathroom. Their hair was still half dry and half wet, hanging down over their shoulders. They were wrapped in white bathrobes, revealing almost half of their long legs. There were still some water droplets on it, which was very attractive. Seeing that Lu Hanyue was also holding some laundry in her hands, she asked. Yes, have you all finished washing? Lu Hanyue let out a sigh of relief when the two girls came out at this moment. Changing the subject, she said. You've finished washing, so go inside quickly. Do you want to go downstairs next? Lu Hanyue felt a little nervous when she thought about going into the bathroom alone. She wanted them to go downstairs later, but didn't know how to say it. Don't worry. I'll just tell them to wait for you on the second floor. Zhang Yu said it this time. There is an audio-visual room next to it. If you get bored, you can go watch a movie. Zhang Yu pointed to a room next to them. Really? There's an audio-visual room? I love watching movies. Di Xiaoba was a little excited. Of course, you can come and watch anytime you like. Zhang Yu laughed. The two of them then curiously pushed open the door to the room. They could only see darkness in the room. The walls were decorated with foam sound-absorbing material. Dolby sound systems are hung in the corners, providing surround sound. The main focus is on a top-notch audio experience. On the wall of the room is a 3-meter-high, 4-meter-wide movie screen. Compared to the screen in a movie theater, it is not much smaller. In the center are placed 4 leather sofas, 2 in each group. There is also a small table between each group of sofas. You can put some food and drinks there. A home theater that can be decorated to this extent has really cost a lot of money. Every detail is exquisite and professional. Wow, this home theater is really luxurious. I can't imagine how enjoyable it would be to watch a movie here. I can't wait to try it out. The two girls were amazed and couldn't help but praise it. Chapter 13, You've earned it if you've eaten meat. She reached out and stroked the sofa seat, feeling how soft and comfortable it was. Even 5-star movie theaters don't have this level of sophistication. Sitting on these seats is a top-notch experience. No wonder this is the most luxurious Binjiang residence in Jiangcheng. This configuration really lives up to its price. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but let her mind wander. She is a loyal movie lover, and her greatest hobby is watching movies. If she could immerse herself in such an environment every day after work and leave everything behind, lying on a leather sofa watching a movie would truly be a top-notch experience. Isn't it much better than watching on a small screen with a tablet? Even the projectors sold on the market, the viewing effect is not as good as this. It's all a tax on intelligence. It's really good to be rich. Di Xiaoba once again intuitively felt the benefits of being rich. Although she doesn't like money. However, every detail of a high-quality life requires money. With her monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, she could never live this kind of life in her lifetime. What movie would you like to watch? I'll play it. Zhang Yu laughed. What movies are there? In addition to the latest movies in theaters, there are all the movies in the film library. The accompanying film library includes almost all the classic movies bought domestically. Ah, do we really want to watch it? Pan Yuyao glanced at Di Xiaoba. I want to watch it. Yu Yao, why don't you watch it with me for a while? We'll just watch a shorter movie. Di Xiaoba took her arm. Otherwise, I'll watch it by myself. I'm still a bit nervous. Okay then. Pan Yuyao nodded, I'll keep you company. Very quickly. The two of them had chosen a movie. When the image lit up on the screen, they marveled again. This is a laser screen, the effect is really good. It really feels like watching a movie in a cinema. Di Xiaoba clenched her fists and exclaimed. The atmosphere is immersive. Unconsciously, the two of them became engrossed, staring intently at the screen. Then they suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Yu, saying in unison, Thank you, landlord. They couldn't think of anything else to say except thank you for such hospitality. Seeing that they were on familiar terms, they would inevitably have to deal with each other in the future, living in the same house. Zhang Yu smiled. He hadn't expected it either, just a home theater. It wasn't much to him. But for the two girls, especially Di Xiaoba, the meaning was different. At this moment, he noticed. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value, at this time, rose from 4 stars to 6 stars. And Pan Yuyao's mood swings were not very big. It was still 7 stars and hadn't changed. No rush. Haste makes waste. High-end hunters often have the best patience. You guys watch first. Zhang Yu said, and left the audio-visual room. When he returned to the master bedroom suite, he saw Lu Hanxiao come out of the bathroom as well. Lu Hanyue's skin was dazzlingly white after her bath. She was a tall, elegant beauty. With her pale skin and long legs, she was simply stunning. Unfortunately, even though they had been intimate, her peach blossom value was still only 3 stars. It was hard not to doubt whether there was a bug in the system's value determination. Zhang Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Hanxiao, drying her hair with a towel, couldn't help but ask, by the way, where are Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba? I thought we were waiting for her. They're in the next room watching a movie. Do you want to go in and sit for a while? Zhang Yu said. Watch a movie? Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment. What kind of movie is it? Is it any good? It's kind of a romantic movie, with a little action. Zhang Yu recalled. Huh? Lu Hanxiao was taken aback. No, buddy, are you trying to corrupt these two girls? How can you show such a movie? It's bad for them. Without thinking, she rushed in and saw what was on the movie screen. It seemed to be a classic Hong Kong movie. The love between the male and female leads was the theme, but the male lead liked to fight. The scene of him riding a motorcycle with the female lead, with his face covered in bruises, was particularly classic. So that's what Zhang Yu meant by action romance? She suddenly realized that he had tricked her. It's certain that he did it on purpose. Xiao, are you done washing? Come and watch. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao couldn't help but greet Lu Hanyue enthusiastically when they saw him. Okay, I'll be right there. It would have been rude to just barge in. The only way to ease the awkwardness was to sit in the room for a while. He was being set up. Lu Hanyue had never felt so helpless. So, Lu Hanyue sat down on the empty sofa next to him. There was only one seat left in the room with 4 seats. The 3 beautiful flight attendants glanced at each other. They felt that something was wrong. As tenants, they had occupied the landlord's audio-visual room. The landlord, on the other hand, quietly returned to the master bedroom alone. His back looked a bit heartbreaking to watch. Isn't this a bit of a perversion of heaven and earth? They felt a little guilty. They also silently thought, but we can't do this anymore. The landlord doesn't say anything, which is kind of him, and he doesn't care. But they can't be thoughtless. What's free is often the most expensive. After all, this is the landlord's stuff, and they can't be too casual, otherwise they really won't be able to get past the guilt. So they quietly discussed with each other and decided that in the future, they would take care of all the cleaning on the 2nd floor of the landlord's house. I'm in. Pan Yuyan nodded. Okay, we'll take turns doing it once a day, and then do a big clean together when we all go on vacation. Okay, then we've settled it. Usually, if we see that he needs help, we'll do it if we can. Just for the movie he invited us to watch, Dishaba said. Lu Hanxiao saw that both girls had agreed, and said, then you remember to call me. At this time, Zhang Yu had already returned to his master bedroom and lay down. He did not hear the girls chatting in the audio-visual room. He was lying on a soft bed that was 2.5 meters wide and 2.2 meters long. He fiddled with some buttons on the bedside table. Suddenly, a surveillance screen appeared on the TV in front of him. It could display the upper and lower floors and multiple camera angles in each room. There were a total of 16 surveillance cameras, arranged in a 4x4 grid. Zhang Yu was intrigued, so he switched around a bit, and suddenly the camera panned to the AV room. The camera was located at the top of the screen, directly facing the three people. I have to say, the appearance of the stunning beauty is just superb. Even with the poor resolution of the camera, the three people in the shot are incredibly beautiful. The three of them are lying casually on the sofa. Through a series of unfortunate events, Lu Hanyue has already experienced the initial experience as his name suggests. Although his peach blossom value is still not high, so what? Anyway, he got to eat the meat, so that's a profit. As for the other two, Zhang Yu's heart is once again stirring. Ahem. Stop, you're thinking dirty thoughts. He glanced at the time and saw that it would soon be midnight again. He could draw another blind box. Zhang Yu turned off the monitoring system and collected his thoughts. He was almost counting the time, not wanting to waste a second. 12 o'clock. The date had jumped to a new day. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu mentally recited, and then awakened the system. Chapter 14, oh, it's too fast, I'm scared. The system is running and will arrange it for the host immediately. The system's response speed is still quite fast. Zhang Yu couldn't help but start to look forward to what kind of blind box he would be able to draw this time. I wonder when I can draw the hidden blind box and what kind of thing I can draw. Thinking about this, he saw the blind box draw interface appear in front of him. After randomly selecting one of them, the lid of the blind box also opened. Congratulations, host, you have won the prize, a Lamborghini Poison sports car. There was no need to read the system's introduction. Zhang Yu was familiar with it. In theory, this is a top-of-the-line limited edition sports car that sells for 50 million and only 14 of which are made worldwide. It appears very frequently in novels. It is very rare to see one in real life. I can't believe I also won this prize. Isn't this a bit too high profile? Zhang Yu looked again at the system's instructions. The sports car has been parked in the parking lot downstairs in the residential area, and the relevant property rights certificate has been stored in the system backpack. The car key has been sent to your bedroom drawer. The car comes with top-notch driving skills, so the host can drive with confidence. He walked to the large balcony in his master bedroom. He looked down. Under the cover of night, he could only see a black, cool sports car parked silently in the parking space on the ground floor. As soon as Zhang Yu saw it, his blood couldn't help but burn a little. Although he had seen it countless times online. But when this poison sports car really appeared in front of him, how could it not make someone's blood boil? This is the ultimate dream of every man. Can any other luxury car be compared to it? And the rich driving skills have also been input into his mind. He had learned how to drive before, but only the basic operations. This time, the advanced driving skills were input. He won't need to fumble anymore. Thinking about this, Zhang Yu decided to take advantage of his free time and go out for a test drive. At this moment, he heard the movie in the audio-visual room end. The three flight attendants had already gotten up and left, returning to the first floor to get ready for bed. So, Zhang Yu put on a thin jacket and prepared to go out. He went down to the first floor and walked out the door. He pressed the down button at the elevator. Soon, the elevator door opened. Wait. He had just entered the elevator when a voice sounded at the door again. A figure was seen sprinting towards the elevator. Pan Yuyan? Zhang Yu turned his head and saw her come out of the house. The landlord? Pan Yuyan was also a little surprised to see him. Are you going out? Zhang Yu looked at her, wearing a loose sweatshirt on top and a sporty tennis skirt on bottom. Her white thighs were round and powerful. She looks very youthful and energetic. Yes, I'm in the habit of night running, and I'm going to go downstairs and run a few laps. Pan Yu-yang felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time she had spoken to him alone, and her breathing was a little rapid. She quickly found a topic to cover up the embarrassment. Landlord, are you going out too? Yes, I'm going for a drive. If you're free, can we go together? Zhang Yu smiled and said. Ah, so late? Where are you going for a drive? There was no hint of refusal in Pan Yu-yang's words. Binjiang Mansion is right by the Riverside Boulevard, and there shouldn't be anyone on the road right now. Zhang Yu laughed. Great, the river breeze will be really cool. Pan Yu-yo also laughed. The two of them went downstairs. Wow, there's a poison parked here. Although it was nighttime, Pan Yu-yao recognized the car parked in front of the door at a glance. I think this is the first time I've seen this car in the community. I don't know whose car it is. She walked around the car, unable to resist the urge to take a photo. Where would a young girl like her find any resistance to such a luxurious sports car? Then, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Zhang Yu smile. He pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. The sports car beeped twice, and then the cool headlights came on. It lit up half the community. Ah! Pan Yunyo looked at him in disbelief. Landlord, is this poisonous sports car yours? Zhang Yu nodded. What a guy. This young and handsome landlord really comes from a great background. Not to mention the penthouse at Riverside Mansion. But this car is a limited edition, with only a dozen or so in the world. There are probably no more than 3 in the whole country. It's easy to imagine what kind of deep background someone who owns it must have. It's really unimaginable, off the charts. Okay, get in the car. Zhang Yu smiled. Pan Yuyao felt her heart skip a beat and her mind went blank. It felt like a dream. Even if you don't like cars, you can't resist a sports car like this. Top-notch sports cars have this unique charm. She felt her legs beginning to weaken. She was only a few meters away from the car, but she felt a little unsteady even when walking. Pan Yu-yang, you have to calm down, you can't show any weakness, or the landlord will laugh at you. She took a few deep breaths. She tried hard to stay calm. Even after she got in the car, she still felt that this scene was too unreal. She looked left and right, full of curiosity, but afraid to move. My goodness, this is a 15 million luxury car. I would have to work for 400 years without eating or drinking to afford it. Sit properly. Zhang Yu said, and then started the sports car. It was a top-of-the-line sports car, and the handling was truly an excellent experience. The sports car quickly exited the Binjiangfu residential area. A right turn brought them to Yanjiang Avenue. Yanjiang Avenue is built on a levee, and driving on the levee, the river surface is almost within reach. It is now midnight. There are almost no other vehicles on the road. This gives Zhang Yu the greatest control. The speed is directly pulled up to 300 miles per hour, and it sprints out like a flash of lightning. Ah, it's fast, too fast. I'm scared. Pan Yu-yang held out her hands and covered her eyes, afraid to look. The wind whistled past her ears, and it even hurt a little. Zhang Yu glanced over his shoulder. With the slight jolts of the car, Pan Yu-yang's sweatshirt was also shaking like waves. This shirt is really elastic. No, this seatbelt is really soft. It's obvious that it's definitely made of real materials. In the split second of distraction, the car veered a little off course. Pan Yunyo's face turned white, and she couldn't help but beg for mercy. Landlord, this speed is too fast, you'd better slow down. Her heart was beating 180 beats per minute, and it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. After getting his fill, Zhang Yu also reduced the speed a bit, but it was still about 150 kilometers per hour. That's still pretty fast. The air current created by the sports car lifted the skirts of a few girls on the side of the road. They were so scared that they quickly reached down to cover themselves. Attention, all units, we have found someone racing along the Riverside Boulevard. At this time, the motorcycle officer on duty called out over the walkie-talkie. Recently, they have noticed that someone has been racing at night, and they have been checking at night. Especially along the riverside? The results have been good these past few days, and I thought that if today passed peacefully, the operation could be brought to an end. Unexpectedly, someone else came out to race again. Isn't this rubbing salt in their wounds? It must be intentional. The person calling on the walkie-talkie was a policewoman wearing a helmet. One long leg was propped on the ground. Only her eyes were visible through the helmet, and they were full of heroic spirit. "Captain, that car is really fast too. Our motorcycle can't catch up." The subordinate assessed that this was almost an impossible task. "This is a matter of nature." The policewoman would not accept refusal. "No matter how fast he drives, I have to give him this ticket." Chapter 15. So, do you owe me one? At this point, Zhang Yu, driving the Lamborghini Poison, had arrived at a beach along the river. The water level here had receded quite a bit, and the beach was covered in fine, soft sand. Looking back, the lights of the high rises were already more than 10 kilometers away. "Landlord, where are we?" Seeing the car slowly slowing down, Pan Yuyao turned her head to look. The buildings across the river were much lower. This was the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Zhang Yu said, "The air is good, let's rest." "Yes." Pan Yuniao nodded. "Wow, you can even see the stars here." Pan Yuniao looked up at the sky. Because of the movement, her head leaned against Zhang Yu's shoulder. The unique fragrance of freshly washed hair also entered his nostrils. His thoughts immediately became aroused. Pan Yuyao felt Zhang Yu's hand rest on her leg. "Landlord, what are you doing?" She was startled, and her hands were raised slightly, too afraid to move. "Is it okay?" Zhang Yu asked. "No, it's not okay," Pan Yuyao said with her mouth. However, she had already let down her guard against resistance. Zhang Yu felt her lack of resistance. He smiled and didn't say anything. His hand continued to travel upwards. "Landlord." Pan Yuyao looked around nervously. There was no one else nearby. Her heart also eased. "Wait, why did I think that? Pan Yuyao, you should love yourself more." Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed that the landlord had become even more bold. "Pan Yuyao." At this moment, Zhang Yu smiled at her. "Ha?" Pan Yuyao responded, but her head was turned to the side, afraid to look at him. "I didn't realize you weren't very honest," Zhang Yu said. "Ha?" She was confused. "What do you mean, why am I not honest?" "Because there's a lot of tax avoidance." Zhang Yu's next words made Pan Yuyang jump. No way. He actually played on homophonic puns? What's more annoying is that she hates it when she understands immediately. Pan Yuyang has never been in love, but she has seen a pig run even if she has never eaten pork. She knew exactly what Zhang Yu meant when he spoke, and he knew that she knew exactly what he meant. The tacit understanding between the two of them made Pan Yuyang want to find a place to hide even more. The landlord was really good at flirting. No girl could withstand such flirtatious teasing. He watched her reaction. Zhang Yu noticed that her peach blossom value had increased by 1 star, and it was now 8 stars. He stopped talking and put his hand behind Pan Yuyang's head and leaned her towards him. Such a beautiful moment, having come this far, naturally could not be wasted, and needed to be sung and played. Pan Yuyao understood his intentions and half reluctantly leaned her body towards Zhang Yu. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, suddenly, a phone rang. In the silence of the night, it sounded especially harsh. Pan Yuyao was startled by the ringtone, and her body quickly bounced back to the passenger seat. She took her phone out of her pocket and saw that it was Lu Hanxiao calling. "Hello, Hanxiao?" Pan Yuniao said. "Yuniao, where did you go running? Why haven't you come back yet?" "Binjiang Mansion," Lu Hanxiao asked. On weekdays, she should have returned long ago after going out for a night run. Today, the time she was supposed to return had long passed, but she hadn't seen her or received a phone call. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. So, she took the initiative to call Pan Yuniao. Luckily, the call was answered immediately, so she felt relieved. "Xiao Jia, I'm at the riverside." "Why did you go to the riverside? Are you alone?" asked Lu Hanxiao. "No, the landlord is with me." Pan Yuyao couldn't help but tell her. "Why is he there too?" "Yes, we bumped into each other when we went out, so we came to the riverside to take a stroll." Pan Yuyao picked out the important points. "Okay. It's getting late, you'd better hurry back." "Yes, we're coming back." After hanging up the phone, Pan Yuyao looked at Zhang Yu with some shame. She felt a bit sorry for him. It was very disappointing to interrupt something like this in the middle. Landlord, let's go back, or else. She still had some face to save. Moreover, she had already prepared herself by closing her eyes and crossing her arms. After this phone call, it was difficult to get back into that state. Moreover, it was very late. If I stay here any longer, I don't know what time it will be when I get back. It will affect my schedule tomorrow. Okay. Zhang Yu sighed, started the sports car, and turned the steering wheel. So, do you owe me one? Ha? Pan Yuyan looked at Zhang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Then she lowered her head and nodded softly. Okay, I'll put it on the books. Let's go back. Zhang Yu smiled, turned the Lamborghini around, and drove towards Binjiang Mansion. They didn't speak the whole way. Pan Yunya was still immersed in what had just happened. That scene was really like being under a spell. It was really scary. If Xiao hadn't called, today would have been. She glanced at Zhang Yu secretly. He was driving attentively, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't help thinking in her heart, it's over, it's over. I owe him, and I'll have to make it up to him next time. It feels like I'm doomed. Otherwise, if he tells Xiao Jie and Di Xiaoba one day, then won't I be? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. No, they can't know. Otherwise, they'll laugh at me for a long time. A few minutes later, they returned to Riverside Mansion. Pan Yunya went back to her room first, and Zhang Yu parked the car and returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. He was getting ready for bed. Before going to sleep, Zhang Yu opened the system and took stock. He obtained a sports car worth 50 million yuan, and his points increased by 50 points. It seems that points are converted based on a percentage of the initial value of the prize. There are currently 75 unused points. He entered the points redemption mall to see what he could redeem. This is what Zhang Yu did. He wanted to be the first to draw the blind box, and he also wanted to see what he could get by redeeming points. He couldn't wait. After flipping through a few pages, a product quickly caught his attention. Body Function Enhancement and Repair Potion. Product description: this potion requires 60 points to redeem, and after use, it can greatly enhance physical fitness, stamina, endurance, and explosiveness. It can also improve appearance and remove freckles and acne. I'll go. This potion is great, and it's only 60 points. Not only can it enhance physical fitness, but it can also make you more handsome? So, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly chose to redeem it. With the prompt that the system points deduction was successful. Once the strengthening and repairing potion arrived in his personal center, he immediately chose to use it. Very quickly, he felt a flash of golden light before a cool sensation and a burning sensation alternated in his body. The coolness brushed past his eyes, and he noticed that in the darkroom, he could see much more clearly. His myopia and astigmatism, which were originally 200 degrees, also suddenly became much clearer. The clarity was like going from 480p directly to 1080p. A burning sensation traveled through his body, like a hot air that felt like it was about to explode. He picked up his phone again and turned on the front camera. To his surprise, a pimple on the corner of his mouth had disappeared without a trace. His complexion, which had been a bit dull, had also brightened up quite a bit. The bloodshot in his eyes had also disappeared. Compared to before using the potion, his appearance had improved by 2 grades. Zhang Yu was only considered handsome before, but after using this tonic, he is now top-notch handsome. Looking at this handsome face in the camera, even I am about to fall in love. Chapter 16, One night without seeing him, and the landlord has grown even more handsome. But even the handsomest man needs to sleep. Although the potion also has the effect of refreshing the mind, if you only sleep for 4 hours a day, it will have the effect of 8 hours of sleep. But it's so late, and there's nothing else to do. That night, nothing happened. Early the next morning, as soon as Zhang Yu woke up, he received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Good morning. I'm sorry to disturb you. May I speak to you? The caller was an unfamiliar local mobile phone number. Who is this? He was a little curious. Not many people knew his identity. And the person who called him right away was even more limited. Mr. Zhang, this is Wang Taijun, your company's party B. The person on the other end introduced himself, and asked if Mr. Zhang was free today. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? Wang Taijun? Zhang Yu thought about it for a moment, and then quickly came up with information about a person. When the company was drawn, the corresponding customer list was automatically saved in the brain. Wang Taijun is one of the borrowing customers of the Papat Loan Company. Previously, he borrowed a loan of 10 million yuan from the company. It is also one of the larger loans that his company has lent out. So the impression is also quite deep. Calculating the time, this 10 million yuan loan is almost due. Invite me to dinner? Yes, Mr. Zhang. I have something important to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk on the phone, so I booked a private room at Drunken Wind restaurant. Shall I pick you up later? The tone of the person on the other end of the line was very respectful. Zhang Yu sighed, no wonder he has been in society for so long. His eloquence and attitude are something I could never learn. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Just let me know where you are and I'll come over there. The person on the other end was so enthusiastic, so Zhang Yu didn't need to dampen the mood. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll be waiting for you. Wang Taijun on the other end sounded very pleased. Zhang Yu nodded and hung up. It so happened that she had no plans for the day. Zui Fenglu was also one of the most high-end and stylish restaurants in Jiangcheng, and since she was being treated, why not? She got up and washed up. Zhang Yu left the master bedroom and went to the first floor. In the living room, he saw the three tenants packing their luggage again. They were already wearing their flight attendant uniforms, and they were all the same tall and slender build. They also had the same hairstyles. From behind, it was hard to tell who was who. You're flying again? Zhang Yu asked, noticing this. Yes, we're flying to Mayu Airport today, so we need to get there early to get ready. The three of them turned around when they heard his voice. When they saw his face, they couldn't help but flinch. Then they looked at each other in surprise. Is this still the landlord? Why is he even more handsome than yesterday? It's as if he's wearing a filter. His eyes are more vibrant, his skin is better, and he exudes a fresh, natural, clean aura. If before he was just a handsome guy among ordinary people, then today's landlord is the handsomest of the handsome. Even the male celebrities on TV are no match for him. Lu Hanyu, 1-star increase in your peach blossom value, currently 4 stars. Di Shiba, 1 star up in your peach blossom value, currently 7 stars. Pan Yuyao, 2 stars up in your peach blossom value, currently 9 stars. Following the system's prompts, Zhang Yu saw that the values of all 3 people had increased. Good guy. You don't need to talk to be good looking, and naturally people will argue your case for you. Everything is reflected in the values. Landlord. Di Shiba stuttered a little. What facial cleanser are you using? She could only think of this after seeing such a big difference in just one night. Even if she were a medical cosmetologist, she couldn't have achieved such a result so quickly. If this face were to go out into the world, she wondered how many young girls it would charm. Yes, landlord, if you have a good recipe, please share it. Lu Hanyue also said. They are flight attendants and need to perform night flights frequently. After long-term shifts, their sleep schedule is also very chaotic. The work pressure is also relatively high, and they have to face different customers every day. From time to time, she had dark circles under her eyes, and she would get angry, and nasty acne would appear. This problem had been bothering her for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is the secret recipe. It must not be passed on to others. Zhang Yu smiled. It's really hard to explain. Cut it out, making it sound so mysterious. Lu Hanyu couldn't help but make a snarky comment. Looking at the time, she said to the 2 girls, it's getting late, we have to go out. Pan Yuyang didn't say a word the whole time, dragging her suitcase behind her as she walked in the back. Before leaving the house, she looked back at Zhang Yu again. Her eyes were watery. They were about to watery. If the landlord had been like this last night, even the half-hearted process could have been saved. She noticed that he was looking in the direction of the door. She couldn't help but blush, and quickly turned her head away. The 3 of them went downstairs. Lu Hanyu unlocked her BMW. Then she exclaimed in surprise. He noticed a black sports car parked next to his car. The body of the car looked very cool and eye-catching. Even in a high-end residence like Riverside Mansion, top-notch sports cars were rare. People passing by in the community all stopped and looked for a long time. They were talking about something in their mouths. Whose sports car is this? Lu Hanxiao frowned slightly. He had never seen this car before. It seemed to have grown overnight. Could it be that there is another capable person in Riverside Mansion? She turned her head and saw Pan Yunyao. It seemed that she had known about it for a long time and was not surprised. Yunyao, you knew about it? Yes, it's the landlord's car. I rode in it last night. Pan Yunyao nodded. This is poison. Di Xiaoba's eyes also widened. The landlord drove it home without saying a word. She thought that Lu Hanyue's BMW X6 was already luxurious enough. But in the face of poison, it is completely worthless. A BMW X6 is just a car wheel. However, since he lives in such a house, having such a car is understandable. This makes Di Xiaoba even more curious. What kind of identity does Zhang Yu have? It feels a little more mysterious than Xiaojia. Okay, let's get in the car. Lu Hanxiao opened the car door. The three of them have been living together here since they moved here. Every time they go to work at the airline, they drive their own cars. Xiaojia, there's a question we've always wanted to ask you. Pan Yuyan couldn't help but speak up. Go ahead. Lu Hanxiao smiled. You drive a car worth over 1 million yuan, your family must be very rich, so how did you come to work as a flight attendant, and why don't you go home and live there instead of living away from home? Pan Yuyang asked, adding, Xiaojia, don't scold me. Although Lu Hanxiao didn't tell them. But they could tell that Lu Hanyue's family was very wealthy, from the car she drove, the jewelry she wore, and every other aspect. Possibly wealthier than the landlord Zhang Yu. But she never mentioned any of this. Sigh. Lu Hanyue sighed, you're not at fault, why would I scold you? She said while driving, anyway, it's just that she didn't get along with her family. It's more comfortable living outside. As she said this, her eyes fell into thought. Then she started the car. This way. After tidying herself up a little, Zhang Yu drove to Zui Fenglu. Along the way, the eye-catching limited edition sports car attracted the envy of countless passers-by. There were only exclamations of amazement. The drivers of the cars were all careful, steering their wheels, consciously keeping their cars away from poison. If they scrape or bump into it, they won't be able to afford to sell their car to make up for it. Driving this car around and causing a scene like this is too inconsiderate of other people's feelings. The road was a little congested, but the owners let him through, so Zhang Yu was very happy. Driving in his sports car, he had a clear path all the way. Soon he arrived in front of an antique-looking building. This was the Drunken Wind restaurant. It was designed in a Chinese style. It was very famous in Jiangcheng, and many important business banquets were held here. He parked the car in the parking lot and walked towards the entrance. Zhang Yu? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from ahead. Chapter 17, Guofeng Song and Dance Performance, Meeting an Acquaintance. The voice sounded a little familiar. He turned his head and saw his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan. She was holding a small square bag with a plaid pattern in her hand. Lu Ruyan's face fell the moment she saw Zhang Yu. What do you mean? Zhang Yu, why are you like this? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhang Yu laughed. Still pretending? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Ding Cohen was arrested for no reason, and you were behind it, weren't you? You just can't stand to see me happy, can you? How did you know? Zhang Yu was curious. Did the news spread that quickly? I saw you in that video. When did you start working for that company? And you got me fired. Ding Cohen's entire company was arrested and the company was shut down. The agreed-upon employment was thus ruined. Lu Ruyan could hardly swallow her anger. Watching the video frame by frame, she discovered an old acquaintance, Zhang Yu, in it. Naturally, she pointed the finger at him. Zhang Yu found this amusing. Is this what you should be concerned about? Which of his crimes is unjust? Are you questioning the police's handling of the case? Don't you know what kind of person Ding Cohen is? He doesn't want any entanglements with his ex-girlfriend. Instead, he turned the tables on her and left her speechless. So why did you do it? You're here too, so you still have unspoken feelings for me, don't you? Ding Cohen's arrest made her feel irritable, and seeing him at Drunken Wind House made her even more annoyed. She couldn't help but wonder why he was still haunting her after they broke up. Big sister. Zhang Yu was so angry that she laughed. She really hadn't noticed before that Lu Ruyan was so full of herself. You own Drunken Wind House? I'd like to ask, what are you doing here? This place is not for the average person. Lu Ruyan's boyfriend has been arrested, so he doesn't have the means to spend here either. None of your business. Lu Ruyan said politely, if you're not here to harass me, that's best. With that, she didn't even turn her head, just swayed her hips and walked in. The greeters at the door all had a moment of clarity. What a beautiful woman. Even though countless beautiful women come and go every day, Lu Ruyan's life figure is very eye-catching. After all, Lu Ruyan has the looks of the flower of the art department, and wherever she goes, she naturally attracts attention. Zhang Yu didn't feel it anymore. First, they had been dating for 3 years. No matter how beautiful she was, she no longer felt anything. He was tired of it. Second, the 3 flight attendant tenants in the family, no matter who they were more outstanding than her in terms of appearance, figure and temperament. Having seen the forest, who would still be attached to the crooked neck tree at the village entrance? Everything was in the past. Recalling his thoughts, Zhang Yu continued walking towards the Drunken Wind restaurant. Oh, Mr. Zhang, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time. He had just walked into the lobby when a middle-aged man, seeing him, quickly got up and came over with a few accompanying staff members. He extended his hands from afar, beaming from ear to ear. Zhang Yu looked at the middle-aged man. This was the client of the Papatao lending company who had called him Wang Taijun. Unexpectedly, the owner of the company was so young. Wang Taijun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw Zhang Yu. The company Papad Loan had assets of 5 billion yuan. Its annual profit exceeded 500 million yuan. This was all verifiable from public data. It was really a surprise to Wang Taijun that its boss was so young. You have to understand that a financial lending company cannot grow without support from both the black and white worlds. There are just too many things involved. Otherwise, it simply won't be able to hold its own. Therefore, no matter how young the owner of a financial company is, he certainly cannot be neglected. The few people accompanying them also nodded and bowed, being extremely polite and courteous. One of them was a woman in her 30s, dressed in black leopard print silk, and she also looked at Zhang Yu with a crooked eye. Mr. Zhang, come, this way please. A few people walked in front, slightly bowing their heads to guide the way. Zhang Yu followed behind, and after a while they arrived at a private room through a winding path. Once inside, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. The scene was extraordinary. In the middle of the room was a stage. Below the stage was a large round dining table. There was a small artificial river between the table and the stage. The misty atmosphere created a special atmosphere. Zhang Yu had heard that this was the special feature of the Drunken Wind restaurant. You can eat while watching performances. There are all kinds of performances, for both the refined and the vulgar. The performers are dressed in traditional Chinese costumes and put on different shows according to the guests' needs. So, dining here is not just about eating. It's about the mood, giving guests a taste of what it was like to be an ancient emperor. That's why the cost of the girls' performances is several times higher than the food itself. If guests have other needs, as long as they are willing to pay, it's negotiable. After a meal, no one can leave the restaurant without spending 5 digits per person. Therefore, Drunken Wind Pavilion has a unique style advantage and occupies a unique position in the city. Several other restaurants have tried to imitate it, but none of them have been able to compete with Drunken Wind Pavilion because their waitresses are not pretty enough or professionally trained enough. Today, I have come here in person and really learned a lot. So, this is what it feels like to be a daddy. You can gain all kinds of knowledge without spending any money. Mr. Zhang, please have a seat for a while, the show will start soon. Wang Taijun said. Now that the boss of Party A is here, we have to make sure he is well looked after. At the sound of a clap, the lobby manager opened the door. Good evening, boss. Next, the girls from our store will give the boss a wonderful performance. As soon as the words fell, a row of girls sidled in through the door. Each one was wearing a flowing, traditional Chinese-style long skirt, tall and slender, standing in perfect formation on the stage. They all wore smiles, each holding a round fan to hide their faces, and bowed in the direction of the tables, their voices sweet as they shouted, "Good evening, boss." That's enough, put the fans away. Mr. Zhang wants to see. Wang Taijun waved his hand impatiently. Then he leaned over to Zhang Yu's ear and smiled mysteriously. Mr. Zhang, there are a few new girls here today, they're especially pretty. If you like what you see, I'll make the arrangements. This Wang Taijun is quite capable. Zhang Yu looked towards the stage, where the girls were holding their fans away from their faces. They were all beautiful, at least at the level of the most popular girl in the liberal arts class. Seeing one of them, he was suddenly surprised. Isn't that Lu Ruyan? Why is she here performing? And Lu Ruyan saw Zhang Yu in the audience. She too was full of shock. The middle-aged man, the one shouting President Zhang, is actually Zhang Yu? What's going on? It's only been a few days since I last saw him, but how is it that I can't recognize his identity? They looked at each other with matching expressions. Wang Taijun said, Mr. Zhang, you really have good taste. This is the one I was just talking about. He said this and clapped his hands. You all go down first, she stays. Wang Taijun pointed at Lu Ruyan. He also pointed at the other girl, not forgetting to save one for himself. Mr. Wang, why don't you go to a different box to play? Zhang Yu said to Wang Taijun. Ha? He paused for a moment, then quickly responded, yes, have fun, Mr. Zhang. He then got up and ushered a few escorts out of the box. He still had to point to Zhang Yu's company to provide convenience, so naturally he had to listen to whatever he said. In the box, there were only two people left, Zhang Yu and Lu Ruyan. No wonder I saw you at the door today, so you work here? Zhang Yu folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. He looked at her with a teasing smile. What do you mean? You deliberately came here to make fun of me, didn't you? Lu Ruyan's face also changed. How come I didn't notice before that you are such a person? Making fun of you? Zhang Yu laughed, I'm not that boring. Besides, I came here to take care of your business. Chapter 18, he has connections, so who would dare to provoke him? You're humiliating me. Lu Ruyan's guard was down a little. Who would understand? Having lost her support, she had made up her mind to come to work here, but she was afraid of meeting acquaintances. As a result, on her first day at work, she ran into Zhang Yu. And what's more, he said he was looking after his own business, which is clearly humiliating himself, isn't it? And what's more, what she couldn't figure out was, how did he go from being a poor student to becoming Zhang Zong in other people's mouths? What kind of dogshit luck has he had these past few days? A single consumption at Drunken Wind Pavilion starts at tens of thousands of yuan per person, which is unaffordable for ordinary salary earners. Whoever comes in and out here, whether they are the host or the guest, does not have a special status? Therefore, what Lu Ruyan found even more alarming was that after the breakup, Zhang Yu kept getting better and better. But I've only gotten worse. Whatever you say. Zhang Yu spread his legs and said, go get some water and soak my feet. At that moment, the last bit of pent-up frustration in his heart was completely released. Breaking up with her in front of so many people at the school gate was a stain. No matter how rich he became or how pretty the girls he met were, that stain would always be there. Now, making Lu Ruyan do the thing she least wants to do is a great way to get back at him. Foot bath? Lu Ruyan asked in return. What, you don't want to? Zhang Yu smiled again. You've earned this money, and you're still thinking about this? What if I complain about your lack of service? Lu Ruyan froze for a few seconds, and then made up her mind and did it. She brought a basin of water and knelt half-crouched in front of his legs. The little pride she had left was now shattered. She was the queen bee of the art department and had never done any serving before. Even when she was dating Zhang Yu, she had never had to wash his feet. Unexpectedly, on her first day, she ran into her ex-boyfriend. This disillusionment and blow were huge. Oh, and by the way, later on, could you also help me scrub the old dirt from the soles of my feet? Zhang Yu laughed. Lu Ruyan hung her head and began to sob quietly. Crying? Crying doesn't count as time. He added another stab. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? She finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a cry. In fact, I have always had feelings for you. But I was anxious about not being able to find a job after graduation, and just as I happened to be, Ding Kuan appeared, so I. Lu Ruyan played the relationship card. She wanted to use 3 years of feelings to win him back. In the past, when we had a fight, he would soften up after a little crying. But this time was different. Zhang Yu remained unmoved by her tears. His face showed no expression. I think you've misunderstood. I'm a customer here today. And you're number 003. I don't understand what you're saying. If you do a good job, I'll give you a tip. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything. She looked up, her eyes red. However, there was nothing she could do. She had brought this on herself. She had no choice but to do as she was told. Mr. Zhang, do you think the pressure is okay? Yes, that's fine. Zhang Yu folded his arms and lay back on the sofa. An hour later, Lu Ruyan picked up the basin and stood up again. Her arms were sore, as if they didn't belong to her anymore. Very good. You did well. Zhang Yu nodded. Here's your tip. Check your WeChat later. Lu Ruyan gave a slight bow and left the box without looking back, her footsteps hurried. As if she had made up her mind, she walked towards the door. Mr. Zhang. How do you feel? At this time, Wang Taijun pushed the door in from the outside. If you like that girl, I can arrange something else? He is a regular here and naturally knows that as long as the money is in place, there is nothing that can't be arranged. It happens to suit Party A's preferences. Forget it. Zhang Yu smiled and said, don't trouble the family. Since you said so, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely do as you say. Wang Taijun smiled, picked up his glass, and said, here, I toast you. I'll drink, you do as you like. By the way, what did you want to see me about today? Zhang Yu looked at the time. He had seen what he needed to see, so there was no need to stay any longer. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. Wang Taijun said. The loan I took out from your company last time is about to expire, and I would like to apply for an extension. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely pay back the principal and interest. It really is about this. Zhang Yu had expected this in his heart. However, our company has never done anything like this before. If we open the floodgates, there will be no need to run the company. That is why I have come to see you, Mr. Zhang, to discuss this matter and see how to solve it. Wang Tiejuan's attitude was very sincere. How about this? I heard that Mr. Wang always does big business. Since you are having financial difficulties, you don't have to pay it back, I'll consider it as my share of the company. According to the information, Wang Taijun is in the earthwork business. This industry is in a gray area. Not everyone can get their hands on it, which shows that he has a lot of energy behind him. He is not the only one who borrowed the money, so instead of letting him keep dragging his feet, it is better to take the initiative and turn the debt into equity. And expand his business territory at the same time. Become a shareholder? Wang Taijun did not expect Zhang Yu to say that. This is really not playing by the rules. Is there something difficult for Mr. Wang? No, it's just that the board of directors of the company needs to discuss it. Okay, if Mr. Wang comes up with any results, feel free to contact me. Zhang Yu stood up, drank the wine in his glass, and then left. He watched his back as he disappeared at the door of the private room. Wang Taijun couldn't help but clench the glass in his hand. His eyes were empty. Tej? Asked a few of his brothers. This Zhang Yu kid. In the future, he will definitely have a place in the Jiangcheng business community. He sighed. At the age of just graduating from university, he was handling things without any sign of inexperience. Instead of falling into his own plan, he had instead given himself a difficult problem. Either he repays the money on time, or he accepts the shareholding. Either way, he can't get any advantage. Then, why don't we send someone? A few of the brothers saw Wang Tiejuan's dilemma. Don't be stupid. Wang Taijun glared at them. Zhang Yu must be someone with a lot of connections. How dare you mess with him? At such a young age, he can already control a lending company that operates in the gray area. And he even volunteered to invest in his own company. This shows that he knows his company well. He's also got a good head on his shoulders. How could an ordinary person do that? He must have some kind of hidden background. But it's hard to find out what kind of deep history it is, and there's no clue right now. So what do we do next? Just do what he says. Should I go and find out what he's really like? The woman in black silk with leopard print just asked. Let's go back first and see what the boss says. Wang Taijun thought for a moment, then waved his hand and called the lobby manager to settle the bill. Let's split up. Zhang Yu sighed. After leaving Zue Fenglu, Zhang Yu got into his car and was about to leave. As he turned the corner, he saw Lu Ruyan crouching on the doorstep steps, crying her heart out. She was no longer wearing the guofeng long skirt, but had returned to her original attire. It seemed that after washing her feet, her resolve had crumbled, and she had seen the dangers of earning this money. She could no longer continue and had run away. Zhang Yu glanced through the rearview mirror, but his heart did not waver. She chose this path herself. The price for every choice she made was marked long ago. So no matter what the cost, she had to bear it alone. Lu Ruyan, who was crying with her head buried in her hands, heard the roar of a sports car's engine. She looked up and saw a very cool sports car pass in front of her. And the person in the driver's seat was Zhang Yu. She stood up in surprise, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something. Chapter 19, Blood-Sucking Father and Son? I'll back you up. Before she could say anything, the sports car had already left the parking lot and was far away. She couldn't even catch a whiff of his exhaust fumes. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's heart was once again struck by a heavy blow. Looking at her ex-boyfriend, she saw that in just a few days' time, he had become a person who was too high up in the clouds to be reached. She wondered why she had not noticed before that he had such a glamorous side to him. Could it be that, like the domineering boss in the movies and TV dramas, he had been concealing his true identity just to test her? Was he testing her to see if she would change her mind when they graduated? However, she failed the test. So Zhang Yu stopped pretending and revealed his true identity? She couldn't help feeling remorseful. If she had known earlier. She was determined to get back at him and tried to send him a message on her phone. Zhang Yu, I really know I was wrong. You can scold me all you want, as long as we can start over. The WeChat message didn't go through, and she only received a red exclamation mark. When she tried to call him, she found that the phone was not connected and he had blocked her. Zhang Yu, you're so mean. I've lowered myself to beg you, and you've blocked me. Lu Ruyan's last shred of hope was shattered. She clicked on her best friend Chen Wan's profile picture and wanted to cry about what had happened. Ruyan, what are you talking about? Zhang Yu bought a Lamborghini? Chen Wan was surprised. So now he has a house and a car? If I marry him, I won't have to take a taxi anymore. Yes, Wanner, what should I do? How can I make him change his mind? Lu Ruyan was at her wit's end. I'd say you should give up. If you break up with a man, he'll be so heartless that there'll be nothing left of the woman. Even though Chen Wan was her best friend, she didn't support her in trying to win Zhang Yu back. Otherwise, wouldn't she stand no chance herself? These are plastic sisters. This way. Zhang Yu was driving back to Riverside Mansion. As he passed by a noisy pedestrian street, suddenly a figure passed in front of him, looking somewhat familiar, which caught his attention. So Zhang Yu slowed down. He saw a woman in a flight attendant's uniform talking to a few men of different ages. The words seemed to be quite heated, and it didn't look like they were having a good time. Looking at her, she was wearing a Jiang Hang uniform. Then I looked at her face, thanks to the Super 2.0 vision bestowed by the system. Isn't this Di Xiaoba? I can't be mistaken, the iconic high nose, pale blue eyes, and wavy blonde hair. Shouldn't she be on a flight right now? How did she end up alone on the streets of Jiangcheng, and I didn't see the other two men? The flight attendant uniform on her body hasn't even been time to change. I think she must have encountered something more urgent and came directly here. And who were those men? Seeing Di Xiaoba surrounded by a few men, isolated and helpless. After all, she was his tenant, and since he had seen it, he naturally couldn't just ignore it. So Zhang Yu quickly turned the car around at the front and drove over there. Di Xiaoba, let me ask you again, are you going to pay me back or not? A middle-aged man asked. I'm not going to pay you back, period. Di Xiaoba's eyes were stubborn. She looked at the man, full of defiance. You really have grown up. You won't listen to reason. The middle-aged man was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to slap her. Stop. At that moment, a loud shout sounded behind them. The middle-aged man turned around and saw a young boy walking quickly towards them. Di Xiaoba also looked over, and a trace of joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. There was light in her eyes again. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the landlord. What's going on? Zhang Yu walked over and asked directly. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Di Xiaoba hadn't even spoken yet when the middle-aged man impatiently said. I'm her friend, and who are you? Zhang Yu's aura was not the least bit weak. Friend? The middle-aged man laughed, I'm her father. It's none of your business what goes on in my family. Exactly. Next to the man stood a boy, about 18 or 19 years old. His face was covered in acne, but he also stood up and said, "This is my family's business, so you can just go away." Zhang Yu immediately understood when she saw this combination. Was this her father bringing his younger brother to see her? And what was going on with the two men she didn't know? Di Xiaoba, speak. I'll be there for you. Zhang Yu's words were like a warm current, rippling through Di Xiaoba's heart. She instinctively trusted him. Landlord, they are my father and my younger brother. Di Xiaoba spoke up. My younger brother owed a debt that he couldn't pay back. They found me and asked me to pay it. When she said this, her nose became a little sore, and she felt very aggrieved. A person hides these grievances and doesn't say anything, and when someone cares, it makes them feel extra sad. You're still feeling aggrieved? Your brother owes money, he has no income, so you, as his sister, have to pay it back. Di Xiaoba's father said, with his arms folded, and the debt collectors were still waiting, so hurry up and pay up. Yes. The debt collectors next to him spoke up as well. We've been here for half a day, who's going to pay up? We're waiting to go back and report to our superiors. They went after the family to collect the debt. It doesn't matter who pays, as long as they get the money. They don't care what kind of mess is going on in the family. Why should I pay? Di Xiaoba is aggrieved. For so many years, you have been asking me for money on the pretext that your younger brother needs to go to school and buy learning materials. Fine, I gave it to you. Why should I pay for his debts? Your younger brother is young and doesn't know any better, and doesn't know the dangers of online loans. What's wrong with you helping him? Ignorant? Have you ever asked what your precious son owes money for? You really don't know that at a young age he didn't study hard, skipped classes every day, and even borrowed money from loan sharks to gamble and find women? Or are you also involved? Di Xiaoba was so emotional that her chest was heaving. She felt that this father and son were truly hopeless and suffocating. What are you talking about? In front of everyone, Di's father couldn't hold his face in shame. I supported you financially and sent you to college, and now you're having trouble paying back 50,000 yuan? The money you spent on me, I've already paid back with interest over the past few years. As for college, I worked part-time to pay for tuition and living expenses for 4 years. Have you forgotten? At this point, she didn't care about family shame. She poured out all the pent-up frustration from the past. Zhang Yu was standing nearby, listening to her sob story. He couldn't help but feel sympathy. In this world, there are many families that value sons over daughters. There are also many brainwashed sycophants. But Di Xiaoba did not give in such an environment, but struggled against it. This shows that she is not foolishly filial, nor is she being manipulated. Instead, she clearly knows what kind of life she should choose. This is a rather clear-headed girl with her own opinions. Zhang Yu expressed his admiration for her. No, who wants to hear about your family's petty problems? Everyone says that. Are we going to pay off our debts or not? How are we going to explain this to Tai? A few of the debt collectors were getting impatient. I think this flight attendant is quite pretty. If you really don't have the money, I can introduce you to someone who can make you earn it in a few nights. As he spoke, his words became lewd. He looked up and down at Di Xiaoba, and his heart began to stir. Hearing the words brother Tai, Di Xiaoba's father, who also knew his power. His expression visibly tightened, and he hurriedly urged. Di Xiaoba. If you don't pay back the money, you won't be able to save your brother's arms and legs. After all, he is your younger brother. Chapter 20. How are you going to thank me? Which company do you work for? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. What? The two debt collectors looked at each other and then laughed. Why do you want to know which company we work for? Do you want a loan? There is a clear culprit for this injustice. Her brother owes the money, so she shouldn't have to pay it back. Zhang Yu said, stepping forward and putting his arm around Di Xiaoba to protect her. It was just an unintentional action. Ripples arose in her heart once again. Ever since she was little, she had lived in a loveless environment. Since she was 6 years old, when her younger brother was born, she had taken on the task of caring for him. The slightest carelessness would result in punches and kicks. Her impression as a child was full of images of being bullied. When it came time to fill out her college application, she had finally made the long journey from northern Xinjiang to Jiangxing to study. But she was still unable to escape the control of her family. Every few days, they would ask for money under various pretexts. After she started working, Dee's father found out that she earned more than 10,000 yuan a month, and he became even more aggressive. He took advantage of her like a sucker, treating Dee Xiaoba like an ATM machine. So Dee Xiaoba couldn't swallow this, and rather than keep the money, she used it to rent an expensive apartment. You can't keep money. Now, her younger brother has run up a huge debt to pay for his indulgences, and when he couldn't pay it off, he came to her. When Zhang Yu's tall figure blocked the way, a warm current surged through Dee Xiaoba's heart. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts came to mind, such as I can't repay you with my life, and I'll do anything to repay you. Are you the police of the Pacific Ocean? Why are you meddling in our affairs? The two debt collectors became a little impatient. She is the only one in her family who has money, so if she doesn't pay, who will? If I'm not mistaken, the Taigi you keep talking about is Wang Taijun, right? Zhang Yu suddenly asked at this moment. He seemed to have seen these two people at the entrance of the Drunken Wind restaurant. However, they were not escorts, but were just leaving from the entrance. After hearing them call Taigu again, he guessed that these two people should be the lackeys under Wang Taijun. The two debt collectors were suddenly stunned. He was only in his 20s, so how did he know the name of their boss and even call him by his first name? How dare you? Who are you? You're also calling our boss's name? My name is Zhang Yu. He laughed and told them to go back and tell their boss that he was in charge of this matter. Who is Zhang Yu? I don't know. But he seemed very confident, so maybe he is friends with Tej? They were just the lowest level debt collectors. They didn't know who their boss dealt with every day. But across the street, it was obvious that the man was very confident, and it didn't seem like someone they could mess with. What if he really is Tej's friend and a conflict arises? If so, it's not just the money that's at stake, their jobs are definitely gone. I can't help feeling a little guilty. I don't dare argue anymore. Just you wait, you won't get away with this. The two men exchanged a look, then got into a van and drove off. You know their boss Wang Taijun? At this point, Dee's father also realized Zhang Yu's identity. They had just been driven to the brink by the debt collectors, and he let those people go with just a few words? That's right. Zhang Yu smiled. Could Dee Xiaoba go now? If he said yes, he would be sensible. If he refused, he wouldn't be polite. What about my son's debt? Dee Xiaoba hadn't finished speaking when Zhang Yu interrupted. The contract was signed by him, with his ID. They were both adults. Did he really expect his sister to support him for the rest of her life? This time it was tens of thousands of yuan in online loans. If she paid it back, there would still be hundreds of thousands of yuan for the bride price and the down payment on a house. It's always a bottomless pit. If she agrees, he won't agree. But if he really feels remorse, I can provide a bridge loan. Zhang Yu laughed. A bridge loan? The father and son were stunned. But the money has to be repaid. The interest will also be standard, it won't be usury. Think about it yourself. Use a low-interest loan to replace a high-interest loan. It solves the problem and brings business to your company. Upon hearing this, Deba said repeatedly, it can work, it can work. Landlord. Dee Xiaoba gave his sleeve a gentle tug from behind, saying, what if you lend them the money and they run away and don't pay you back? She knew the character of the father and son all too well. With debts, they would definitely find a way to get out of it. They were already barefoot, so what was there to fear? Who runs a financial company without their own methods? Zhang Yu laughed. Don't worry. The only people who owe money are those who don't want to be bothered, not those who can't be bothered. Landlord. Dee Xiaoba felt a little bad about this, and turned back, saying that I'll pay you back when I get paid. Pay off your brother's debt? No way. But absolutely no losses for Zhang Yu. Have you thought it over? Zhang Yu asked again. We've thought it over, we've thought it over. Dee's father and son nodded. Then bring your ID and come directly to my company tomorrow to sign the contract. Don't forget to pay back the money on time. Zhang Yu said. Of course. Of course. They also knew that Zhang Yu had actually been able to get Tai Ji's people to give him some face. Compared to the strength behind this, it could only be higher, not lower. Who would dare to owe him money and not pay it back? The father and son, who had just become honest, got their minds working again and hurriedly said to Dee Xiaoba, why don't you thank your friend? Zhang Yu couldn't help but give them a glare. Let's go. He turned to Di Xiaoba and said. She was wearing a flight attendant uniform and her short skirt made it difficult for her to move her legs. She took a few quick steps to keep up with Zhang Yu's pace. Thank you, she said softly. If he hadn't suddenly appeared and defused the situation, the outcome would have been unacceptable to her. And he had stood up for her today. He had also let the father and son know that she had people looking out for her. They would not dare to come looking for her again in the future. Di Xiaoba didn't like money or handsome guys. But she is particularly attracted to men who are manly, powerful, and can protect her. Such men have explosive masculine charm. What did you say? Zhang Yu didn't catch what she just said. I said, thank you. Who are you thanking? Of course it's me. Di Xiaoba said, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to leave today. As she finished speaking, Zhang Yu also saw the system prompt, Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value plus 2 stars, currently 9 stars. Only 1 star is missing to get full stars. Full stars not only represent her emotional attitude. The system also said that it can trigger a special bonus. How are you going to thank me, with words? Zhang Yu laughed. Of course not. Di Xiaoba shook her head, I want to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Is that okay? You choose the place. After saying that, she realized that Zhang Yu's words seemed to imply something else. She couldn't help blushing and didn't say anything. She hated herself for understanding it again in a second. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, as if she also wanted to come over and find out what was going on. Looking at her reaction, she didn't seem to be upset at all. This was the most satisfying feeling in the world. At this time, a few college students passing by looked like they had seen a science fiction movie. They looked over in surprise. This pretty young lady is wearing a flight attendant uniform with a buff bonus. She actually volunteered to buy a guy dinner? That's really infuriating. They volunteered to buy the average-looking girls at school dinner, but they never get a good response, and they complain that the food is bad. Not to mention being treated to dinner by a girl. And such a pretty girl at that. At this moment, I realized the gap between people is like heaven and earth. It was really a day that broke the daily routine. Chapter 21, Your girlfriend is really pretty. Not bad. Why don't we go have some barbecue and drink some beer? What do you think? Yes. Di Xiaoba nodded. She secretly checked her change balance and saw that she didn't have much. She was just considering asking Xiaojia for some money today. She never imagined that the landlord would be so easygoing and not have any demands at all. She looked at Zhang Yu's eyes and almost felt like crying. It seems that only by getting to know her better can one discover that the landlord exudes charm from head to toe. Then get in the car quickly. Zhang Yu said to Di Xiaoba. Di Xiaoba nodded and lifted her foot, ready to get in the car. The flight attendant costume she was wearing was a bit tight, so she had to be careful when getting in the car. Otherwise, it would be easy to reveal too much. Are you ready? I'll start the car when you are. Zhang Yu didn't want to turn his head to look either. After all, the Lamborghini Aventador is relatively low-slung, and if you look from the driver's seat, it's easy to see things you shouldn't. Wait, I'm not in the car yet. Di Xiaoba said, blushing with embarrassment. Finally, after she had taken her seat in the passenger seat, she said softly, Landlord, I'm sitting down. Fasten your seatbelt, and we're off. Zhang Yu said, starting up the sports car. He noticed that Di Xiaoba's face was as red as a Fuji apple. What's wrong? He asked. No, it's nothing. Di Xiaoba's face turned even redder. It really is true that the speaker has no intention of offending, but the listener takes offense. How dare she tell Zhang Yu what she had just thought? He might make fun of her for it. She looked like a pretty girl, but why did her mind fill with such lewd thoughts? It was best to say nothing. The Lamborghini returned to the street. When a car like this appears, it is destined to be the focus of everyone. Look, that sports car, so cool. The logo looks like Lamborghini. Not only that, it's poison, limited to only 14 in the world. Among the onlookers, there is never a shortage of science popularizers. Holy cow, is this poison? What luck, I can actually see the real car. This car is so limited, this is only the second time it has appeared in the country. Yes, this is the first time it has appeared in Zhangcheng. Look at the license plate, it's still Jiang'e. When did we have such a great person in Zhangcheng? Yes, there is also a Jianghang flight attendant sitting in the passenger seat. All the Jianghang flight attendants are top beauties. If I'm not mistaken, that beauty should be Di Xieba, the only girl from northern Xinjiang in Jianghang. No way, Di Xieba? The 170 centimeters tall beauty from northern Xinjiang? She became famous online a few years ago. I really envy her. Money is great. She can have any kind of beauty. Hey, the goddesses in the eyes of the poor are just their golden basins. I can only envy them. Lamborghini Poison is a sight to behold. A top-notch visual treat. This feeling is incredibly enjoyable. No wonder the rich like to buy sports cars, and no wonder the beautiful women like to ride in luxury cars. It's no wonder they're vain and vulgar. Once you get in, your adrenaline will shoot through your body uncontrollably. It's not vanity at all. You'll feel like you're floating. Passers-by can't stop talking about it, and they all pull out their phones to record this rare moment. Then they post it online. For a while, the local channels of major social media apps are flooded with pictures of this black sports car. From every direction, from every angle, there are pictures of this luxury sports car. All netizens posted comments below, and for a while, it became the king of local traffic. I saw another rich guy showing off in his car. I saw this car once. It seems like he was drag racing by the river one night. I really envy him. And he's with such a pretty girl, 100 times better than those snake-like. I don't think she's as pretty as you say. You're just saying that because you're wearing pants. I wonder whose rich kid is in the car. He's quite handsome. Don't get too excited, owner. I've already told my father to start working hard. The screen is full of sourness. Netizens are enthusiastically discussing this luxury car. Di Xiaoba takes out her phone, and a similar message pops up. In the background, there are private messages from all these strange netizens. Di Xiaoba, I just saw you, and you're even more beautiful in person than in the video. Xiaoba, I want to apologize to you. I didn't believe there was such a beautiful woman before, and I said she had a level 10 beauty face. I was wrong. I'll follow you, and you'll be the only one I'll ever follow. She didn't know how these internet users had found her account so quickly. The number of followers quickly rose from the initial 100,000 to 500,000. The private messages in the background were also about to explode, and she simply couldn't keep up with them. She just wanted to read what others were saying, but the messages were being pushed down and she couldn't see them. The new phone she had bought was getting hot, and she wondered if it had crashed. It was crazy. Was this what traffic was like? It just exploded. Di Xiaoba had never seen anything like it before. She hadn't done anything at all, she had just been sitting in a Lamborghini, and it had caused such a stir? She was so scared that she quickly hid the few videos on her homepage. She didn't like the limelight. Especially not with all this traffic. She was just a flight attendant, she couldn't handle it. She looked back at Zhang Yu. Obviously, he was concentrating on driving and didn't know what had happened online. Looking at his delicate, finely sculpted profile, she felt her heart skip a beat. A gust of wind brought her back to reality, and she quickly gathered her thoughts. Di Xiaoba, why are you such a facepalm-worthy idiot? She scolded herself mentally. A food street was just ahead, so let's eat there. A food street full of lights and colors appeared before her eyes. The aroma of cumin wafted from the shops along the street. Groups of diners, pushing cups and exchanging drinks, created a lively scene. As you wish. Di Xiaoba nodded. Zhang Yu parked the car in the parking lot in front of a hotel. Then, the two walked to the snack street and sat down at a random empty seat. What a beautiful woman, like a mixed-race person. She has such style. She must be from northern Xinjiang, tall and with super white skin. She also had long legs, from the neck down they were all leg. The guests at the surrounding tables immediately noticed Di Xiaoba, dressed as a flight attendant. Di Xiaoba took out a pack of tissues and pulled out two. First, she wiped the oil stain on the table in front of Zhang Yu. Then she wiped the side where she was sitting. What would you like to eat? One of the owners hurried over to them. He put the menu on their table. When he looked up, he saw the handsome couple Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba, and couldn't help but stare. After so many years in business, he had seen tens of thousands of people every year. But no one as beautiful as Di Xiaoba had ever come his way. He suddenly felt that his small shop had brightened up. Of course, Zhang Yu is also a rare handsome guy. But from a man's perspective, the boss was envious of Zhang Yu. This exotic beauty is tall and has a great figure, and she's really sweet. Young man, your girlfriend is really pretty, and she's a flight attendant, isn't she? The boss took a risk and said this, but was immediately glared at by the boss's wife. He was so scared that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. The words girlfriend made Di Xiaoba lower her head in embarrassment, and she didn't dare to argue back. She looked at the details on the shoes in a daze. Luckily, the firelight next to her was bright enough that she didn't lose her composure in front of Zhang Yu. Chapter 22 Landlord, do you have your ID with you? By the way, what would you like to eat? Zhang Yu asked, holding a pencil and checking off the menu without looking up. I said I'd treat you, so just order what you like. Di Xiaoba said. I don't have any food restrictions, I'll eat whatever you eat. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Yu smiled and ordered 2 skewers of large kidneys, 2 orders of oysters, 1 order of grilled abalone, and 5 skewers of leeks. As he ordered, he also announced the names of the dishes. The more the boss heard, the more shocked he became. No, are you eating so much? You want abalone now, but what about later? If you eat all this, you won't be able to sleep tonight. He couldn't help feeling sorry for the flight attendant. Will she be able to go downstairs tomorrow? Old one, what are you thinking about again? The bosses saw the expression on his face and grabbed his ear. Even in old age, he still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Men are honest only when they are hung on the wall. These words made Di Xiaoba unable to help but burst out laughing. Halfway through the laugh, she felt it was inappropriate and held her slender fingers over her mouth. Zhang Yu finished reading out the names of the dishes and added, that's it, order more if you want more. And 2 bottles of Shaojin wine. Okay, just a moment. The barbecue restaurant owner took down the order and turned to leave. He glanced at the proprietress. He couldn't help thinking, a little wine would make things go better. Young people really know how to have fun. The boss sighed and went back to work. Waiting for the food to be ready. Zhang Yu looked at Di Xiaoba. It's not a bad thing to say that under the dim and inferior lighting of this barbecue stand, her face looked like it had been filtered through a pale yellow filter. Sitting there, she really gave off a feeling of serenity. She was truly a top beauty. There were no dead angles in 360 degrees, and just sitting there was a sight to behold. Even in this somewhat chaotic night market scene, she seemed to be somewhat out of place. If someone took a photo and posted it online, netizens would think it was photoshopped. Looking up again, Zhang Yu saw that the diners around them were all tilting their heads to look over. Even the delicious barbecue didn't seem as appetizing. When they met Zhang Yu's gaze, they all looked guilty and quickly turned their heads back. Your barbecue is ready. After about 10 minutes. The owner brought over a stainless steel plate with all the grilled skewers on it. There were about a dozen kinds, both meat and vegetable. The rich aroma filled the air. Zhang Yu was also hungry and had an enormous appetite. He picked up a skewer of meat and took a bite. Not bad, you try it. Is it that good? Di Xiaoba looked at Zhang Yu enjoying himself and picked up a skewer as well. She carefully took a bite with her cherry lips and immediately exclaimed, it really is delicious. Here, let's drink. Zhang Yu lifted up a plastic wine glass. The brown liquid in the glass is the popular Jiancheng Shaojin liquor. It is said to contain ginseng and deer antler, which have a beneficial effect on health. That is why it is the main drink at night markets. Di Xiaoba can't drink, not even beer. But if it makes her landlord Zhang Yu happy, she is willing to drink with him. So Di Xiaoba also fills her glass and raises it. Landlord, I toast you. She couldn't say the toast either, but her gratitude for him was all in the drink. She took a sip, and her eyebrows and face suddenly wrinkled together. She really couldn't get used to it, with a strong medicinal smell that went straight to her head. But Di Xiaoba still closed her eyes and gulped the drink down. She would rather be uncomfortable herself than upset Zhang Yu. That was the real thought in her heart. After finishing the glass, she choked and coughed, covering her mouth. Her face turned red from coughing. If you can't drink, don't drink. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Zhang Yu could tell that Di Xiaoba didn't know how to drink at all. He advised her. In the world of alcohol, those who beg for favors and those who are inferior are used to obedience tests. The more you drink, the happier the others will be. But he didn't think so. Just drink well, And if you can't drink, don't drink. Including just now. If she shakes her head and says she won't drink, he won't force her to. No, I'm not making things difficult for myself. Di Xiaoba waved her hand, then poured another glass. I'm happy, really. After today, that blood-sucking father and son will not easily come to trouble her again. Although they are flesh and blood relatives. But Di Xiaoba has never felt any love since she was young. She no longer wants to have anything to do with them. The situation was broken, but we still have to thank Zhang Yu for his appearance. If he didn't happen to know the boss of those debt collectors, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Thinking so, Di Xiaoba raised her glass again. Landlord, I'd like to toast you again. That's enough, don't drink anymore. Zhang Yu hurriedly declined. He had never thought of letting her drink like that. But he couldn't stop her. After Di Xiaoba finished her toast, she tilted her head and drank it all. When a girl is like this, how can Zhang Yu show weakness? So he also finished the second glass. They just kept eating and drinking. After an hour, the number of people in the snack street gradually decreased. Most of the seats were also empty. Some stalls that did not have business began to close one after another. Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba's table was also full of leftover bones and shells. The 2 bottles of small-strength wine were also empty and lying on the table. Zhang Yu shook his head. This wine really has a bit of an aftertaste. I didn't feel it before, but now my head feels heavy. Looking at Di Xiaoba again, her face was flushed with 2 red clouds, which made her look even more beautiful. Even her consciousness was a bit sluggish. After drinking, there was no way to drive. Fortunately, there were quite a few hotels nearby. There were the 8 Days Hotel, the Super 6 Hotel, the City Convenience Hotel, and they were all along the street. In the night sky, the signs were very eye-catching. Landlord, did you bring your ID? Di Xiaoba shouted drunkenly. I didn't bring it. What's the point of bringing your ID? Zhang Yu said. I brought it, he. Di Xiaoba said, and she flashed an ID card in her hand. As a flight attendant who often travels around, her ID is a must-bring item. I'm a little sleepy, landlord, can you take me to the hotel? Di Xiaoba took advantage of the alcohol. Her speech was not as hesitant as before. No way? Zhang Yu looked at her, as if he were looking at a replica of Lu Hanxiao. Last time, she was also drinking alone and sulking, and as soon as she entered the door, she pounced on him. This time, is it going to happen again? If you want to say that you were looking forward to it, Zhang Yu definitely is. It just feels a little strange. However, Zhang Yu still nodded. Okay, I'll take you there. Di Xiaoba stood up unsteadily, took a couple of steps in her high heels, and nearly fell over. The floor was covered in greasy stains that wouldn't wash off. Zhang Yu hurried over to help her up. Di Xiaoba turned her head and gave a toothy smile. Landlord, you're so nice. Wait, is she giving me a good guy card? In the past, Zhang Yu would definitely have been offended. But now he doesn't feel that way anymore. When you're poor and have nothing, if someone calls you a good person, they're insulting you. But when you're rich and someone calls you a good person, you're a perfect person. You can go through life with a clear conscience. It's okay, I'll give you a hand, and when you get the chance, you can give me a hand too. Zhang Yu smiled. He casually walked into a hotel. The sleepy receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw a handsome guy walk in. What a handsome young man. He's tall and has an extraordinary bearing. This night shift is really worth it. Upon further inspection, he had a beautiful flight attendant on his shoulders. She was instantly overcome with an uncontainable sense of loss. Why is it that handsome guys are always taken? And not only that, she was also so pretty and had a better job than she did. It was a complete blow to her self-esteem, leaving no room for other girls. Chapter 23 Lu Hanyan, I want to call the police. Hello, little sister, open a room. Zhang Yu took out Di Xiaoba's ID card. There was only one ID card. According to the hotel's rules, only one person can check in with one ID card. However, the receptionist made an exception and turned a blind eye to the matter. The room was quickly opened. Zhang Yu took the room card and helped Di Xiaoba into the room. Wow, it's really a bit tiring after carrying it for a long time. He put Di Xiaoba back on the bed. Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and moved his stiff shoulders. A drunk person's body is several times heavier than normal. Even though Zhang Yu had the physical restoration potion, walking over here had also taken a lot out of him. He glanced at Di Xiaoba again. She was lying on her side on the bed, already asleep. The collar of her shirt was also revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. At this time, Zhang Yu was faced with a difficult choice. Be an animal? Or worse than an animal? He felt that something would happen if he stayed any longer. So he quickly went to the bathroom and took a shower. The cold water poured down on his head, which was a relief. After washing up, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Damn, it's already midnight? Time really flies. Unconsciously, he had eaten, taken a shower, and it was midnight. Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a cry of joy. A new day had come, which meant a new reward. He had nothing better to do anyway. Without hesitation, he summoned the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing for the host. The blind box is ready, please choose. Following the system's prompt, the blind box drawing interface reappeared before his eyes. Since it was a blind box and he couldn't see anything, he just drew randomly. So, he just randomly selected a box. This time, the box did not open immediately. Instead, a circle of golden light appeared around the box. Then the box slowly opened. Holy cow, there are special effects this time? Could it be that I have drawn the hidden blind box? Zhang Yu looked at the system interface, clenched his fists, and his heart could not help but become excited. Sure enough, next, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the hidden blind box. The golden light flashed, and the reward popped up. He had won the hidden blind box for the first time. He was overjoyed, holding his breath as he hurriedly looked to see what the reward was. The host has won the reward, the future event prediction modifier. What is this? Zhang Yu was a little confused and looked at the instructions for use. Future event modifier, current level, the host can change things that are about to happen in the next week. Number of uses, 3. After use, the worldview will be refreshed, and the memories of the people involved will be rewritten. Damn, it's a hidden blind box. This is too much. To obtain a house, a car, or even a company, it is essentially still about money. It needs to be accumulated slowly. And the options provided now can allow him to avoid many detours. If he doesn't want to work hard, he can write that a week from now, a rich woman will come looking for me, determined to marry me and give me all her wealth. If someone annoys you, write that they died suddenly a day later, and no one can find the cause. A day is also within the scope of a week. It can even be compressed to the minute level. If you really use it, it's even more poisonous than Death Note. But now you only have 3 chances, so you have to use it carefully. You have to use it at the right moment. So, Zhang Yuping calmed down a bit, collected this hidden bonus, and put it in his system backpack. Then, he closed the system. He turned his head and looked at the big bed in the middle of the room. He saw Di Xiaoba roll over unconsciously and start unbuttoning her shirt. Her red lips were slightly open, and her tongue was licking the corner of her mouth, as if she were trying to ask for something. My goodness. Zhang Yu saw this scene and it was tantamount to enticing someone to commit a crime. Who could have such a strong willpower that they could remain calm in this situation? What do you want? He asked, stepping forward. I want. Di Xiaoba muttered unconsciously, I want a drink. After drinking, she was now confused. She felt very hot and about to explode. She was dying of thirst. Wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. Zhang Yu looked at the furnishings in the room. There were 2 bottles of generic mineral water on the table, complimentary drinks in the hotel room. So, he picked up one of the bottles and opened it, then held it to Di Xiaoba's mouth. But, at the moment, she obviously couldn't hold a bottle of water steady, and she was unable to drink it all while lying on the bed. The full bottle of water spilled a few drops on the bedsheet. With no choice, Zhang Yu could only help her up, put his arms around her neck, and half lay her in the crook of his arms. Then he held the mouth of the mineral water bottle to Di Xiaoba's mouth. This scene looked like feeding a baby. Her red lips wrapped around the bottle mouth and she greedily drank the mineral water. She finished most of the bottle in one go. Holy cow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but mentally supplement again, and suddenly felt positive. Cough cough cough. He's thinking of the wrong thing again. Do you feel better now? He asked, diverting his thoughts. Di Xiaoba didn't respond, and when she looked down, she found that she had fallen asleep in his arms. No, is that the after effect of the wine? Zhang Yu had drunk more than her, and was now basically sober. Hey, if you don't have a good drinking tolerance, don't drink. If you drink and then cause trouble for others. People's constitutions are ultimately not comparable. Fortunately, he is a gentleman if he meets someone with ulterior motives. Di Xiaoba is afraid that she will be eaten up until there is nothing left. He sighed. Once again, she lowered her down and laid her flat. Ding ding ling. At this time, Di Xiaoba's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID on the screen said Xiao Jie. Considering that this was something between the sisters, she didn't answer. The phone rang for a minute before it stopped. After a few seconds, it rang again. Was it something important that had to be said now? There was no choice. Zhang Yu had to pick up her phone and answer. Hello, Di Xiaoba. We've arrived in Suzhou. Let me tell you. Across the street, Lu Hanxiao had just finished her work and was flying back to the ground. She called Di Xiaoba. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a male voice on the phone. Di Xiaoba had already fallen asleep. We can talk about it tomorrow. Who is this? Why are you holding her phone? Lu Hanying immediately became alerted when she heard the voice of the man on the other end of the line, and raised the alarm to the highest level. Di Xiaoba had said that she had to leave the flight before it took off because something had come up at home, and she had to take care of it. She returned to Jiangcheng alone. She was very worried about Di Xiaoba and feared that she had gotten into trouble. However, she could not check her phone for a few hours while on the flight. She immediately called as soon as she landed, only to find that a man was holding her phone and saying that she had fallen asleep. It's hard not to think too much. Di Xiaoba wouldn't have done something stupid, would she? Or was she kidnapped? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and now she couldn't help but want to call the police. It's me, can't you hear my voice? Zhang Yu said again. Are you, the landlord? Lu Hanxiao listened carefully to the voice on the phone again. It sounded like Zhang Yu. The first time she heard his voice on the phone, there was still some difference from reality. That's why I didn't recognize his voice at first. But Di Xiaoba said she was taking care of household matters, so why is she with the landlord Zhang Yu, and in the same room? Lu Hanxiao was confused. Chapter 24. Am I not pretty enough? I've been ignored. Yes, it's me. Zhang Yu laughed and smiled. So, what happened to Di Xiaoba? Why didn't she answer the phone? Lu Hanxiao was a little anxious. Di Xiaoba has had a little wine and is now asleep in the hotel. Zhang Yu said simply. What, the hotel? You guys got a room? In Suzhou. Lu Hanxiao's voice rose a few decibels, attracting Pan Yuyao, who had just finished showering. Xiao Jia, who got a room? Di Xiaoba, she's actually with the landlord. Lu Hanxiao didn't hide it either. This landlord really takes advantage of every opportunity. He really wants to take advantage of everyone, doesn't he? Lu Hanyu felt that Zhang Yu was really terrifying. It was like a flood or a ferocious beast, and it was impossible to guard against it. Then she said to Zhang Yu, landlord, if you are a gentleman, don't do anything bad while she is asleep. Lu Hanyu was a little anxious. She also knew that what was the use of warning? It was simply out of reach. If he ignored her, by the time she got back, it would be too late. If only they weren't thousands of miles apart, she would fly back immediately. It felt like the sheep was already in the tiger's mouth, just waiting to be swallowed. But at this distance, if the person really wanted to do something, it would be too late to go back. Who understands this feeling of powerlessness? I never said I was a gentleman. Zhang Yu knew what she was worried about and couldn't help but smile. But don't worry. By the way, what were you going to say when you called her? I'll tell her when she wakes up. Oh, that's right. Lu Hanyu suddenly remembered that in his haste, he had forgotten to mention the main thing. Although it was something he needed to tell Di Xiaoba, it was the same as telling the landlord. He would pass it on. Yu Yao and I have made plans to spend the whole day in Suzhou tomorrow, and we will be back late. That's it? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. He thought it was something important, and he had to emphasize it. That's it. Lu Hanxiao nodded, then if that's all, I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hanxiao glanced at Pan Yuyao. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a little silent. In their hearts, they both felt that the decision to take a stroll in Suzhou was a bit hasty. Sister Xiao, is it okay that Xiaoba is drunk? How about we go back early in the morning? After learning about Di Xiaoba's situation, Pan Yuyao couldn't sit still. Especially when she knew that Zhang Yu was still by her side at the moment. It was hard to describe this state of mind in words. Was it jealousy? Not really. But there was still a slight sense of jealousy in her heart, like the mentality of two children fighting over a toy. She had no problem with her best friend Di Xiaoba. But she just wanted to go back early. Okay, then we'll go back to Jiangcheng early in the morning. Lu Hanxiao nodded. Knowing about Di Xiaoba's situation, she also had no desire to linger in Suzhou. She couldn't wait for dawn to come so she could take the first bus back to Jiangcheng. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the scene in her room that night. There weren't many remnants of the memory. But she could feel Zhang Yu's strength. It was overwhelming. The impact, when she thought about it now, made her face flush. Damn Zhang Yu. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. The joints in her legs still hurt after all these days. Let's get some rest, Xiao Jie. The airline has a long-term partnership with a hotel in Suzhou. Air hostesses who can't go home at night will stay in a double room. They will fly back when there is the next flight. The hotel is also relatively close to the airport, which is convenient for going back and forth. There was no word exchanged that night. Zhang Yu kept his promise. He chose to be worse than an animal. He spent the night on the sofa next to the bed. When it was just dawn, Di Xiaoba opened her beautiful eyes. Lying on her side, her line of sight happened to fall on Zhang Yu, who was curled up on the sofa. He was 185 centimeters tall, and the sofa, which was only 170 centimeters long, could not even accommodate his body. She looked at herself again. Her clothes were a bit messy, but they were all on her body, and there were no other signs. All night long, nothing happened? Di Xiaoba secretly felt relieved. Luckily, she hadn't been confused and confessed her innocence. This landlord Zhang Yu is really a gentleman. Di Xiaoba has liked men with a sense of justice since she was a child. Gentlemen are graceful and can solve problems. Seeing Zhang Yu lying there, Di Xiaoba's good impression of him rose by another star. 10 stars. But the next second, a feeling of remorse rolled over her heart again. Could it be that I'm not pretty enough, not charming enough? Not attractive enough for him? He actually has such a good sense of boundaries. Di Xiaoba thought about this, feeling as if she had been ignored by Zhang Yu. She wanted to hit him. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. They locked eyes, which startled Di Xiaoba, who quickly averted her gaze. With the quilt covering her head, her heart was pounding. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and looked outside. It was already dawn. The night had passed really quickly. Moreover, he was surprised to discover that there was also an unread message in the system. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value has risen to 10 stars. It was sent a few minutes ago. I'll be damned. So quickly, it's already full? Zhang Yu was surprised. Having had physical intimacy with Lu Hanyue, he didn't even get full marks, and he was only just over halfway there. And Pan Yuyao, who was a total face-obsessed, had even taken her for a drive, and he didn't even get full marks. The first one to get full marks was Di Xiaoba? Who would have thought that? I can't help but wonder if the system's ratings are a bit off. Landlord, you're awake. Di Xiaoba was a little embarrassed. She hung her head slightly. A few strands of hair hung down in a messy way. Instead, there was a kind of lazy messy beauty. You're sober? Zhang Yu asked. Then he got up and stood up. Di Xiaoba's voice was very soft, and the drunkenness was long gone. Thank you. She knew in her heart that he had been taking care of her all night. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where she was. Don't be polite. Zhang Yu smiled. By the way, your sister Xiao called last night. What did they say? Di Xiaoba was a little nervous. They didn't say much, just that they might be back a day late. Zhang Yu also told the truth. Di Xiaoba heard this and also picked up her phone to check the message. Then she said, no, they left early this morning and are coming back. Changed their minds? This was something Zhang Yu hadn't thought of. They had said they were going to explore Suzhou, so why were they back so early? But it didn't matter. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yu said to Dishiba, "Get up and get washed quickly, we should go back." He looked out of the hotel window. He saw the Lamborghini parked in the car park outside. It was surrounded by a dozen conical barrels. There were also 2 security guards stationed there. You have to watch the guest's car well. If something goes wrong, you can't compensate for it even if you sell both of us. Isn't it a hassle to go out in such a nice car? The security guard looked around, and a circle of people took pictures of the poison sports car one after another. With vigilance. Such a cool sports car, Zhangcheng is still after many years. The second time it appeared. Passers-by became very interested in this car. My goodness, this is the sports car that was all over the internet last night, right? If you remove the word bar, this is the car. There is no second one in the whole city. But why is this sports car here? Are you kidding? This is the hotel. In yesterday's video, the car was carrying a very beautiful flight attendant. So, they too last night. The onlookers quickly began to speculate. Chapter 25, Public Opinion Exploded. Did the supercar guy meet the young flight attendant at night? Yes, I can testify that I was here for the barbecue yesterday and saw them both go into the hotel with my own eyes. No way. Is there really no impact? Wearing company clothes represents the company's image. The crowd discussed it enthusiastically. Their faces also revealed a very excited look from eating melons. Topics like this will always be the most discussed. The room. Di Shoba was in the bathroom, tidying herself up again. She put on her makeup and combed her hair. Then she heard the noise of a lot of people talking downstairs. What was going on? She didn't understand what was happening outside. Suddenly, her phone rang. She thought it was Xiao Jie and the others arriving, and a smile appeared on her face. When she saw the caller ID, her mood immediately turned dark. The smile on the corner of her mouth froze. This call was from Manager Li. Manager Li is their immediate supervisor, responsible for personnel recruitment, performance appraisals, and other tasks. For many reasons. He has a very poor reputation in the company and everyone hates him. Nothing about him makes people feel good. But she dares not ignore Manager Li's calls. Hello, manager? After a few seconds of hesitation, she presses the call button. Di Shoba, why did it take you so long to answer? Where are you now? The mood across the table is not good. What did you do yesterday when you took leave? Ah, me. Di Shoba thought for a moment, then said, I had some family matters yesterday, so I didn't fly. I already told Xiao Jie. Family matters? Manager Li's voice rose a few degrees. Still lying? Did you get into the passenger seat of a rich man's car and go to a hotel together? Manager Li, are you spying on me? Di Xiaoba's face turned cold. She didn't know that someone had directly combined the 2 events from yesterday into a video. The argument with the father and son, as well as the meal at the barbecue stand, were omitted. The final effect of the collage was misleading. In their eyes, Di Xiaoba was seen wearing the company's logo uniform without even changing her clothes. She was then picked up by someone in a luxury sports car and taken to a hotel. As we all know, videos cannot be edited. Just one collaged video, and countless people who don't know the truth will believe it. And people who watch short videos lack the ability to distinguish the authenticity of information. They can easily be led by the rhythm. Or rather, they don't have the time to do so. So what they see is what they get. I'm spying on you? Manager Li couldn't hold back any longer. This incident has spread all over the internet. Do you know the huge uproar it has caused online? Thanks to you, our company's reputation has been affected, and the stock price is about to plummet. Although society always views the profession of flight attendant with a special tinted glass. But after all, it was only said in private. This is the first time that she has rushed directly to the hotel without changing her clothes. She is too reckless. She has messed up the Zhonghang. Manager Li, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. That's not what happened. Di Xiaoba realized what he was talking about and hurriedly tried to clarify the circumstances of the incident. Don't say anything else, come to the company right now. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. After saying this, Manager Li hung up the phone. Di Xiaoba listened to the busy signal on the phone and was momentarily dazed. At a loss. How is it that when I woke up, so many things had changed? At this time, Zhang Yu also picked up his phone and connected to the internet. He soon saw the comments on the internet. There were videos, animated graphics, and all kinds of pieced-together graphs. From all angles. The netizens at the bottom said all kinds of things. The rich second generation drives a supercar and picks up a flight attendant to go to a hotel together. Every word is explosive enough. Put them together and it's even more eye-catching. Those self-media bloggers, in order to get traffic, make up all kinds of nonsense. They post all kinds of videos online. And some big Vs, just for this incident, are also publishing their so-called exclusive opinions. What do you think of the supercar guy meeting a young flight attendant at night? As far as I know, things like Zhang Hang are just the tip of the iceberg. The story of a super rich pretty girl is supposed to be a romantic and wonderful article, but why does it give people a sense of disgust? What went wrong? This is outrageous. Zhang Yu was also very angry when he read the news online. He clearly hadn't done anything, but as a result of all the blind rumors online, he felt like he was about to be ostracized. Netizens who wanted to join in on the fun came in waves. The scope of the spread became wider and wider. The next step would be for someone to take the videos online and splice them in. To show a scene of a secret filming. It doesn't matter to her, she has a thick skin. Saying a few words won't hurt her. But it's different for Di Xiaoba. A woman, especially a pretty woman, is most vulnerable to rumors. And it's hard to defend yourself against slander. It could ruin you. Netizens just want to have fun, and they only want to see what they want to see. As for the truth? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Landlord, I'm really sorry, I've affected you. I'll go to the company right now and explain everything. Di Xiaoba felt really bad in her heart. As she spoke, she wanted to leave the room. Wait, I'll walk you there. Zhang Yu said, since I'm already one of the people involved, of course I won't stand by and do nothing about this. This matter not only brings trouble to myself, but Di Xiaoba is also innocent. Huh? Di Xiaoba was very surprised. It's settled, let's go. Zhang Yu said in an imperious tone. Okay. Seeing Zhang Yu take such responsibility and face this matter together, Di Xiaoba was deeply moved. The two of them checked out of the room. When they walked downstairs, the people gathered around the sports car saw them come out. They also stood far away, talking and pointing. Zhang Yu glared at them with a cold face, scaring them into silence. That look was so intimidating, they didn't dare provoke him. Who knows what kind of background the person who can drive such a sports car has? It's fine to be a little flirty, but when you meet the real person, you should quickly calm down. Don't just want to join the fun, but instead get yourself into trouble and get covered in blood. That wouldn't be worth it. After the two got in the car, he started the car and drove towards Zhanghang Company. At the same time, he remembered the hidden payment he had just received the night before. Now he needed to deal with the unfavorable public opinion, and the function of this blind box could come in handy. Otherwise, it would really be hard to suppress. System, use the future event modifier once. Zhang Yu summoned the system in his mind. Immediately, a virtual writing pad popped up in front of him. Host, please write the event you want to modify and the time on the writing pad. The system prompted. The content must be within the word limit specified by the writing pad. The system prompted. Zhang Yu did not hesitate. The minimum required time unit is 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, all negative news about me and Di Xiaoba will be erased. After thinking about it, he added a few more words, and the entire network is prohibited from reissuing it. After writing, he found that there were still a few spaces left, so he added another sentence in order not to waste it. Within 2 hours, become the mysterious majority shareholder of Zhanghang Company. Chapter 26, Performing a Disappearing Act That Goes Viral. After submitting the article, he found that the system had already approved it without any prompts about non-compliance. Host, the several future event modifications you submitted have been approved and will begin to be fulfilled soon. The system sent a prompt. Zhang Yu's mouth curled up, unable to hold back his joy. It was no wonder that this was a hidden blind box. This future event modifier was really bug-free. As long as the modification does not exceed the current level of restrictions and is within the word limit, you can write as many as you want. Requests that are not outrageous will be fulfilled directly. Zhang Yu was so impressed that he wanted to write in classical Chinese next time, just in case the system couldn't understand it. After closing the system panel, he turned his head and glanced at Di Shaba. She hadn't spoken the whole time, and kept refreshing her phone. She was following the self-media accounts and adding fuel to the fire. The video spliced from various angles had been spread all over the internet. Di Shaba felt particularly bad. She felt helpless. In particular, the uniform she was wearing, with the Jianghang Airlines logo, had caused a discussion online. It had already gone from just netizens to the entire airline company. Many people in the airline company, taking advantage of their spare time, were discussing the matter. Which department does this employee belong to? How could they do such a thing? This has had a huge impact on our company. What will people think of us innocent flight attendants in the future? Di Shaba had always boasted that she didn't get involved in relationships and didn't have contact with men, so how could she suddenly have done something so big? People in the company discussed this in small groups. What should we do? Di Shaba kept thinking to herself as she watched the airline headquarters get closer and closer. She had obviously done nothing. But the news spreading online was getting more and more outrageous. The current narrative had already portrayed her as someone who ignored company regulations and repeatedly skipped work to work on a side business. And they are saying it with conviction, as if they had witnessed it. Who can stand this kind of slander? She has no thoughts in her head right now, and she doesn't know what punishment Manager Li will mete out to her. Unable to control herself, she anxiously refreshes her phone again. Suddenly she notices that something is wrong. The videos with the highest number of likes have disappeared. Di Shaba suspects that she is seeing things and has misread the situation. She refreshes her phone again. Then she notices that it is not just the videos with tens of thousands of likes. Even the videos that had just a few thousand likes and comments were gone. There were only a few scattered videos with a dozen likes or so that were still spreading in a small way. But the impact was already minimal. What a strange thing. Not only Di Shaba, but also netizens who were watching the melon had noticed something was wrong. Why had the explosive hot search that had just been hanging at the top of the list disappeared? I also noticed that all the videos I had just bookmarked were also showing as invalid. I also posted a video just now, but it said the transmission failed and I couldn't send it at all. The only Lamborghini video that can still be found is from a few days ago, and there is only one person in the car. I clearly remember there being a flight attendant in the car, so why does it feel like it was doctored? Netizens have discovered that the videos that were all over the place just now have suddenly evaporated. The few videos that were still around were posted not long ago, but netizens who clicked on them soon found that they were gone too. I have screenshots. Let me go and check. Oh no, where are the screenshots? Some netizens remembered that they had saved screenshots. They opened their phones and looked, but there was no trace of the screenshots. It was as if the incident had never happened. No, am I dreaming? Or did I delete it by mistake? If you say so, are we all dreaming? It's so strange. Who is behind the search query removal, and how can it disappear so completely? The mysterious power behind this is actually so powerful. Could it be that Jianghang spent money to remove the search query? No way. How much would it cost an airline to do a thorough job like that? Besides, the airline was about to terminate the contract with the flight attendant. A netizen who knew the inside story said. What was that about? Could it be that the handsome guy in the sports car made a move? At Jianghang headquarters, the employees also noticed that all the videos and pictures on the internet were gone. Except in their minds, they still had a vivid impression of the video they just saw. All related materials were gone. The file containing the photos collected by the airline company also inexplicably became unreadable. All this happened within a few minutes. What was going on? Manager Li also noticed the problem. Without any evidence, how could he hold Di Shaba accountable? He thought. One of his subordinates came over and reported, Manager Li, Di Shaba is here. Let her in. Manager Li immediately put on his executive airs. He put down his phone and sat upright at his desk. The elevator door opened. Di Shaba appeared in the company. She was tall and exotic looking. As soon as she entered the company, she became the focus of all the employees. Should I say it or not? Di Shoba is really beautiful, with long legs and fair skin. It wasn't necessarily her fault that such a big storm had broken out this time. Maybe someone was setting her up. But is the power of her backer really that great? All the videos and pictures have disappeared, not a single one can be found. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. The hard-working old workhorse in the company asked, looking up. No matter how popular the video is on the internet, it can't reach everyone. For example, those who don't look at their phones or gossip, didn't see it from the beginning to the end. At this time, she heard everyone discussing Di Shoba, and she was confused. It's okay, brother, just keep working. The others said, and they dispersed. Di Shoba entered Manager Lee's office door with some trepidation. Close the door. Manager Lee said. Then, crossing her legs, she assumed the superiority of a superior. Her eyes glanced at her obliquely. This aura made her heart suddenly rise to her throat. With a backhand, she carefully closed the door. Di Shoba, do you know how much trouble you have caused the company? Manager Lee banged on the table, wearing the company uniform and making a spectacle of yourself, and doing that kind of thing. You've violated company regulations. Manager Lee, wearing the company uniform is my fault. But I haven't done anything, what was uploaded online was all maliciously put together, it's a rumor. Di Shoba explained. Still arguing? Your attitude is not at all proper. Manager Lee banged on the table again and said that this matter must be punished. His shouting made the employees who passed by feel a chill. The sense of oppression was just too strong. Some couldn't help but feel a chill for Di Shoba. But no one dared to go near. Manager Lee, I didn't do anything. Di Shoba emphasized again, and the video on the internet is gone, isn't it? Di Shoba, what are you talking about? Manager Lee's small eyes behind his glasses stared at her. The video is gone, so just pretend it never happened? The whole company has heard about it. Manager Lee, what are you going to punish me for this time? Cut my salary or my performance appraisal? Or are you going to fire me? Di Shoba thought back to what her landlord Zhang Yu had told her before she got off the bus, telling her not to be afraid. He said he would fix this. Although she didn't know what good idea the landlord had, just thinking about his words made her feel a little more confident. Chapter 27 Di Shoba, you don't want to be fired, do you? So, apart from the nervousness when she first entered the room, she had now calmed down. Di Shoba was no longer so afraid. Her thoughts were also clearer. You. Manager Lee didn't expect her attitude to suddenly become so tough. Fine. According to the rules, you should be fired. He looked at Di Shoba and said, what do you have to say about this? Fired? Di Shoba asked back. That's right. Manager Lee stood up. Of course, but here at my company, this is a big deal. As he spoke, he walked towards Di Shoba. As for what I'll do, that depends on your performance. You don't want to get fired from the company, do you? His voice was lowered, and the meaning was clear. He had Di Shoba over a barrel and threatened her with dismissal. In order to keep this job, she has to pay something, right? Manager Lee has been coveting Di Shoba for a long time. He just couldn't find a reason. Moreover, her flight attendant supervisor Lu Hanyue is not someone to be trifled with in the company, and he is a little afraid of him. This time, he finally caught a handle, and Lu Hanyue happened to be away. A rare opportunity. Naturally, he had to take advantage of it. The reason why he was so bold. In addition to holding a high position in the company, he is also a habitual offender. He had bullied several flight attendants in the same way before, and they dared not say anything. Because there was no evidence, he could use his position to slander them instead. A few of them did just that, but in the end it did not shake his position. As a result, Manager Lee's nerve grew thicker and thicker. Today was naturally no exception. Di Shoba was among the thousands of ordinary flight attendants at Zhonghang, and she had the best looks and figure. Since the day she started working here, she had attracted the attention of countless people. Including him. If he could get her today, he would be so lucky. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, Di Shoba didn't show the slightest sign of fear, her expression was calm. Manager Lee, are you done? She smiled and raised a hand. In her hand, she was holding a voice recorder? He panicked when he saw the recorder. Then he laughed disdainfully, Di Shoba, you dare to record? Do you know what happened to the last person who recorded me? Managerly, I don't want to know. All I know is that you are trying to use your position to threaten your subordinates. D. Shaba said firmly. Hand over the recorder obediently, and I can pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Managerly quickly thought of a countermeasure. It seems that he won't get what he wants today. The key now is to quickly get the recorder back. Otherwise, if this thing gets out, that won't be good. It will cause trouble again. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Managerly. It was one of his subordinates who had entered. I'm busy right now, come back later, he said impatiently. Don't you have any sense? Don't you know I'm busy? No, managerly, I'm here to give you your dismissal notice. The subordinate did not leave and continued. What did you say? Dismissal notice? I don't know anything about it. He didn't believe it. Managerly, this is a notice directly issued by the senior management of the headquarters. The whole company knows about it now. How is that possible? After he reacted, he yelled, I am a veteran of the company, who dares to fire me? I want to see the vice president. Vice president. Even if D. Shaba wanted to blow the whistle on this, it was too fast. She is still in the office. Can the senior management react that quickly? You're holding back. At this time, the vice president of Jianghang appeared in the doorway. His face was very stern. Vice president, you're here. This must be a mistake, right? Manager Li went up to greet him. Li Chusheng, you've really been fired. This is the order from the major shareholder behind Jianghang. I can't do anything about it. The vice president said. Just now, the company's top management received a message. The mysterious major shareholder behind the scenes, who has not been seen for many years, suddenly issued an order, naming Manager Li to be fired directly. Immediately, right away. This major shareholder behind the scenes has always been unknown. Today, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly issued this order. Could it be related to those rumors on the internet? What backroom major shareholder? I've never met him before, so what have I done to offend him? Li Chusheng hadn't realized his own problem yet. Stop talking, this is a top-level resolution. Go and handle the paperwork. The vice president finished speaking and left. Before leaving, he glanced at D. Shoba. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. In fact, he had been thinking about it for a long time, but had not yet taken action. Now it seemed that the power behind her was really too strong. So powerful that it could make all the rumors on the internet disappear in such a short time. It was as if they had never existed. And it could even alert the major shareholder behind the scenes and get Manager Li fired? Anyone who gets involved with D. Shaba will die. That's terrifying. No wonder she doesn't deal with anyone at the company except her two sisters. And she doesn't take the initiative to show her goodwill to leaders at all levels. With such a powerful background, there is really no need. Manager Li, who had been notified of his dismissal, fell to his knees with his eyes vacant and his legs weak. It was over, everything was over. After years of hard work, he had finally climbed to his current position. Suddenly, he had nothing. He had no salary and no status. He regretted in his heart that he had not been able to control his temper. He had been obsessed and, in a fit of passion, had tried to force D. Shaba to submit. This was really kicking against the pricks. The news that Manager Li had been fired on the spot soon spread throughout the Jianghang headquarters. Did you hear? Manager Li was fired less than 5 minutes after D. Shaba walked in. How do you know? I was just pouring some water and I heard the vice president announce it with my own ears. Damn, it's D. Shaba again? She's involved in both of today's events. Could it be that she's a company executive's golden goose? No way. Yesterday, that guy in the Lamborghini drove her around, and which executive wouldn't be furious? Besides, the company's top management doesn't have that kind of power. So, could it be? As the group of people talked about this, they looked at each other with a sense of panic in their eyes. Could it be that handsome guy in the poisonous sports car? What is his background that he was able to handle this matter so cleanly? It's really hard to imagine, my brain is almost not enough to use. I'm scared, who dares to provoke this? Stop talking, D. Shaba is coming out. Everyone watched Di Xiaoba come out of the office. There was obvious timidity in their eyes. They had participated in the rumors and discussions before. Now they discovered that they could not afford to provoke her. They might end up being fired just like Li Chusheng. It was so difficult to find a job nowadays. No one wanted to lose their job because of discussing her. Quickly look at Di Xiaoba's information to see if she meets the criteria for preferential treatment and a pay rise. Yes, see if she can be promoted. Her work performance is obvious to all. We must not waste any talent, we must make good use of it. The Human Resources Department is also busy, pulling out her resume and annual performance reviews. They study them carefully to see if they can improve Di Xiaoba's treatment. The Finance Department is also worried, having previously deducted allowances and subsidies in various names. They are trying to figure out how to return them to her. Chapter 28, The Private Photo Sent by Green Tea. This way. Di Xiaoba walked towards the elevator. As she walked out of the company, the looks she saw along the way were all kind and flattering. Everyone's face was wearing a smile. She also felt very useful in her heart. This was completely different from the kind of wretched look in everyone's eyes before. It seems that in the future, no one will spread rumors anymore. And all of this is related to Zhang Yu again. Di Xiaoba quickly realized. Before getting off the bus, he told himself not to be afraid and that he would take care of everything. She just couldn't figure it out. How did Zhang Yu manage to accomplish both things? It all died down so quickly, and he even boosted his reputation at the company quite a bit. If he wasn't someone with a lot of reputation, it would have been impossible to solve the matter so completely. Not a single piece of online news remained. Manager Li also just did what he said he would do. She had to thank him properly when she got off. She didn't know how to express her gratitude for such a great favor. What happened? A corner of the underground parking lot. Zhang Yu saw Di Xiaoba come out and asked. As you expected, things have been settled. I saw him. Her feelings for him were even more indescribable. Such a man seemed to have done nothing, but he completely protected himself and supported himself. He didn't even have to personally intervene. Di Xiaoba had no resistance at all to such a man. An infinite gratitude welled up in her heart. If there is no way to repay you, then I can only promise you my life. This thought popped into her head. Di Xiaoba couldn't help it, and bent down and gave Zhang Yu a deep kiss on the cheek. All the words of gratitude were in this kiss. What? Zhang Yu was completely unprepared. Did the big beauty just give him a kiss? Are you thanking me? Di Xiaoba blushed and didn't say anything, just nodded. But is that enough to show my gratitude? He started to joke. Di Xiaoba said softly, I'll do whatever you say. She was completely ready. Without any hesitation. Let's get out of here and go home. There are cameras in the underground parking lot. He didn't want to be posted online again with a precious future card. Di Xiaoba nodded. Saying that, he started the sports car and took Di Xiaoba away from Jianghang Company headquarters. Landlord, you go up first. Di Xiaoba suddenly said when they arrived at the gate of the Binjiangfu residential area. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. I'm going to the supermarket to buy something. Di Xiaoba whispered. Okay, I'll go home first. Zhang Yu dropped her off by the roadside and then drove into the residential area. Di Xiaoba watched him leave and then turned and walked into the supermarket. There weren't many people in the supermarket when she walked in. But every customer suddenly felt that the store had suddenly become much brighter. Then they saw a tall, dazzlingly white beauty walk into the store, with an extraordinary air about her. She was used to being the center of attention. She just pretended not to notice and went to pick out the items she wanted to buy. She went to the shelves, looking at a certain brand of small umbrellas on display. After thinking for a second, she quickly took down a box. What a letdown. The male customers were disillusioned. She bought this as soon as she came in, so isn't that? Hey! Behind every goddess you can't get, there's a rich guy she has to please in every way. She even had to buy this herself. Di Xiaoba was about to check out, but then she noticed that this was the only thing in her hand, and it seemed to be too eye-catching. Just then, she felt a bit hungry, so she went to the snack area and picked up 8 Swiss rolls. Then, Di Xiaoba went to the checkout counter. She handed the rolls to the cashier first. After scanning the barcode, the cashier asked, "Anything else?" "Yes." Di Xiaoba looked at the ground with her eyes and handed over the umbrella. The cashier was instantly envious. Such a beautiful exotic style beauty was actually buying this item herself. I wonder who is so lucky. She is so obedient. However, this supermarket is right behind Riverside Mansion. Those who live here are all people of status, so it is not surprising. No matter how beautiful a woman is, even if she is 1 in 10,000, she is not as rare as a top-level billionaire. The billionaires living in Riverside Mansion are at least 1 in 100,000. A beautiful woman who is 1 in 10,000 is not impressive enough. After Di Xiaoba finished checking out and left the supermarket. Strangely, I feel that she looks a bit familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere. To confirm the information, he took out his phone to take a look. He found that all the previous browsing records on his phone were gone. Strange. I clearly remember it in my head, so why can't I see it? Zhang Yu returned home a step ahead of schedule. On his phone, a series of message alerts suddenly sounded. He picked it up and saw that it was from Chen Wan. After adding WeChat last time, they didn't really chat much. Although Chen Wan took the initiative to start the conversation every time, Zhang Yu was very perfunctory in his replies. What nonsense is she going to talk to her about this time? Does she know that this constitutes harassment? As soon as she read the message, her eyes went wide. This time, there were several photos. The photos were very risque. It was obvious that they had been taken with care. The half-hidden nature of the photos made the young and impetuous Zhang Yu unable to resist. She was worthy of being a top-level green tea, knowing how to find the right angle. Zhang Yu didn't really approve of her character. But there was no denying her figure. "Say it, what do you want?" Zhang Yu replied. "Nothing." "Zhang Yu, what are you doing?" "Nothing, I'm at home." "Do you have time?" "I'll come over in this outfit." Chen Wan said directly. "Can I go to the rooftop terrace of your building to take some pictures? It's a beautiful day. Since I went to his house last time, I've never been able to forget it. I always fantasize about living in a mansion like this. I wonder how comfortable and carefree it would be." She didn't want to live in a 30-square-meter studio anymore. "I'm afraid I can't today." Zhang Yu simply refused. "Okay." Chen Wan didn't expect him to refuse so bluntly, without even giving a reason. But she didn't dare show her displeasure. "Okay, then next time, when you're free." "Okay." After sending the message, Zhang Yu called the security office. "Mr. Zhang, how may I help you?" The property security office, upon seeing Zhang Yu's call, did not dare to be negligent. Since he moved in, the property has been trying to figure out Zhang Yu's background. Especially after the recent events, he has become quite famous in Jiangcheng. This makes the property more cautious about his family. "It's like this. For my personal safety, in the future, in addition to the 3 tenants in my house, anyone who comes to see me will have to make an appointment with me in advance," Zhang Yu said. Chen Wan always wants to come and visit. Although he refused. He didn't want her to suddenly knock on the door without notice at any time. That would be a bit awkward. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, we'll give the order right away. We'll definitely step up the questioning. This property management company charges such expensive property management fees, but the service attitude is top-notch. Not to mention the security of the community and the hygiene of the public areas. Even the owner's deliveries and takeaways are sent to the owner's home by the property management company's dedicated butler. Naturally, the security requirements proposed by the owner must also be followed." Zhang Yu hung up after giving her instructions. At that moment, the front door of the house opened. Chapter 29, Lu Hanxiao's True Identity. "It's Di Xiaoba. Back already? What did you buy?" Zhang Yu laughed. "I bought. I'll tell you later." Di Xiaoba put her things on the table and said, "I'm going to take a shower first. I went straight to bed after drinking last night, and woke up and went to the company again today. After so long, can I not wash?" Zhang Yu glanced at the shopping bag. With his 2.0 superhuman eyesight, he saw a small square box. He smiled knowingly. Since the bathroom on the first floor had not yet been repaired, Di Xiaoba went to the shower room and the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Yu picked up the bag and went straight to the second floor. "I've brought the things up." Hearing him say this, Di Xiaoba's face turned even redder. She didn't dare say a word. Forget it. It was bound to happen one day. The mood was already set, so it would be inappropriate to chicken out. Besides, the landlord Zhang Yu was such a manly man. He had saved her from trouble many times. In more than 20 years, he was the first man to make her heart flutter. Unfortunately, she knew her place. She was too ordinary, and he was too dazzling. She could never ask for anything from him. With his strength, he would never stop because of her. Then she will repay him with her most precious thing, otherwise, she will not be able to repay this favor. In the future, she will never mention this again. It will be as if it never happened. After washing up, Di Xiaoba wrapped a towel around herself and walked out, seeing Zhang Yu looking at her. She blushed and lowered her head. Zhang Yu smiled. Are you done? Yes. She nodded. Close the curtains, the daytime light is a bit blinding. Zhang Yu commanded. She obediently did as she was told. Next, skip 10,000 words. Everything outside was completely blocked out. Zhang Yu's feelings were summed up in the two classic words that Jusher Jiaqian had said. When it got dark outside, Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, picked up her phone and checked for any latest news. Di Xiaoba silently tidied up. When she regained her senses, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So she said, I'll take the sheets to the laundry. Sure, go ahead. Zhang Yu watched her tidy up. The velvety white sheets had red splotches all over them. Di Xiaoba saw them too and tidied up even faster. Then she went to the laundry room. Looking in the mirror, she noticed that there were many red fingerprints on her shoulders, waist and legs. After a moment of shock, she quickly dressed to cover up the marks. Landlord, Xiaoba. Are you home? We're almost there. At that moment, the four-person group. Lu Hanxiao had added the two of them. We're at home. Zhang Yu replied. Then don't go out, let's go out together later and have dinner. Lu Hanxiao said in the group. Xiao Jia, why? At this time, Di Xiaoba also saw the message and replied. Xiaoba, why didn't you answer my call just now? I was so worried. You didn't tell me about such an important matter. Pan Yuyang saw Di Xiaoba's bubble. She couldn't help sending a voice message. We just called you in turns more than 10 times, but you didn't answer. You're so busy. Di Xiaoba glanced at Zhang Yu and remembered the time she had just called. So she said, I just went to eat and didn't bring my phone. Good, what a good meal, and you didn't even call me. Next time, don't hog the food all to yourself. Pan Yunao's voice, pretending to be angry. Okay, next time, for sure. Di Xiaoba said this, and noticed that Zhang Yu was looking at her with a smile, and her face turned red again. This is not something you can do together. After putting down the phone, she looked out the window and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she felt someone from behind her put their arms around her waist. It was Zhang Yu. From now on, you'll be my woman. If there's anything, just tell me. Zhang Yu whispered in her ear. Landlord, I don't want you to do anything for me. You've already done a lot. Di Xiaoba was still grateful in her heart. She didn't dare to ask for anything more from him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get past the blood-sucking father and son alone. His appearance directly removed the biggest hidden danger in her heart. Don't want anything? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. The difference between people is really too big. People like Chen Wan and Lu Ruyan are very goal-oriented. Landlord, can you not tell them the two of them? Di Xiaoba said. Including today, and all the details of yesterday's events. Okay, I won't say anything. Zhang Yu nodded. Facing the three of you, I am still the landlord. She also didn't want her sisters to worry, and didn't want their relationship to change in the future. Therefore, acting as if nothing had happened was the best way to deal with the aftermath. While they were talking, the sound of the door opening could be heard again. It was the two sisters returning. Di Xiaoba hurried to the door to greet them. She took over the suitcases of Lu Hanyue and Pan Yuyao. Oh, I've missed you so much. The sisters, who had not seen each other for a day, gave each other big hugs first. Their relationship was really good. They worked and went home together, and were closer than real sisters. You must be hungry, I'll go cook something for you to eat. Di Xiaoba said, and thank you for covering for me. We're all sisters, so it's no big deal. Lu Hanxiao said. Why don't we stop working for the day and go out to eat? She suggested. Landlord, is that okay? Di Xiaoba turned to Zhang Yu for his opinion. Where should we go? Isn't there a shopping mall downstairs? We'll go to whichever one looks good. Pan Yuyo said. Then it's settled. The four of them simply packed up and went out. Since the shopping mall was right downstairs, there was no need to dress up, so they all wore their most casual clothes. They also went out without makeup. Even so, the sight of a man and 3 women walking in the mall still caused quite a stir. It really is true that people look good no matter what they wear. The 3 of them all had different personalities and styles. They all looked so good even without makeup. Who is that handsome guy? I really envy him. He's accompanied by 3 beautiful women. It seems that he lives in Riverside Mansion and drives a Lamborghini. I just thought he looked a bit like him, but now that I look again, it really is him. Do the 3 of them also live in Riverside Mansion? Look, the woman next to him looks like she's the Lu family's daughter. Among the crowd, the king of science appeared again. Which Lu family? Which Lu family in Jiangcheng? It's the Lu family that runs the Jiutong Pharmaceutical Group. I'll be damned. Is it that powerful? The Lu Group is one of Jiangcheng's top 10 groups for a long time. At its best, it has even been in the top 5. Its main business is in the medical and pharmaceutical industries. It has 3 pharmaceutical factories for hospitals and more than a dozen pharmaceutical sub-brands. It generates tens of billions of yuan in revenue every year and provides tens of thousands of jobs. It is a major taxpayer in Jiangcheng. It also has a lot of influence. Zhang Yu listened to the passers-by's discussions and learned about Lu Hanxiao's true identity. Some people manage electricity, some people manage water, and some people manage finance, while the Lu family manages the medicine industry in Jiangcheng. This is one of the industries with the highest profit margins. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao, the 2 sisters, felt even more incredible when they heard other people's discussions. They asked with wide eyes, Sister Xiao, is what they're saying true? You're the Lu family's daughter? Hey, I knew it, sooner or later I couldn't hide it. Lu Hanyue spread her hands, showing her helplessness. Chapter 30, The Shower Stall, Deliberately Not Fixed? For a long time, she had hidden her identity at the company and in front of her sisters. Everyone could tell that her family was rich, but they just didn't know which family she came from. It was because she had done a good enough job of keeping secrets. Unexpectedly, her secret was revealed in this shopping mall. It was actually discovered. There was nothing she could do about it. Many people who came to this shopping mall were famous people in Jiangcheng with names. Or they were marginal figures in the upper class. They are well versed in the gossip of the wealthy and powerful, and after all, they have to rely on this to get information. So it's no surprise that Lu Hanxiao was recognized. OMG. Sister Xiao, you actually? The 2 sisters couldn't help but say, and Sister Xiao must pay for today's meal. Keeping it a secret from us for so long. Although they could usually tell that Lu Hanxiao's family was very wealthy. In every way. But they didn't expect that she was so wealthy. It turns out to be a pharmaceutical giant in Jiangcheng, with a turnover of tens of billions of dollars every year. She is a proper rich girl. Okay, I'll treat. Lu Hanyue agreed readily. Then she said, but even if you know, you can't tell anyone. I don't want anyone to know, especially not the company. Understood. Sister Xiao. The 2 sisters nodded in succession. If she doesn't want them to say anything, there must be a reason. Let's eat here. Okay, I want hot pot too. The 4 of them looked around and stopped in front of the entrance to the Haidilao Hot Pot City. The staff warmly greeted them and ushered them in. They were seated at the best table by the window. First, the tables by the windows were reserved for attracting customers. Second, the 4 good-looking people sitting by the window would advertise the restaurant. Sure enough, when the 4 people were seen at the entrance, many people who were going to eat at other restaurants turned around and went into Haidilao. The restaurant's occupancy rate was much higher than usual. Go arrange things so that the kitchen gives them priority. The front-of-house manager instructed. These customers are extraordinary to look at, so we can't afford to have any problems with the service. Soon, the dishes ordered by the 4 were served. Hey, wait, I don't think we ordered these dishes. Lu Hanyu pointed at some of the meat dishes and said, Did you order these? Zhang Yu and the two sisters all shook their heads. These are complimentary dishes from our restaurant. Don't worry, the waiter explained with a smile. They are the best advertising for our restaurant, and today's customer flow has increased by more than 50% compared to normal. It's no big deal to give away a few dishes, since they are complimentary. Let's put them all in the pot, Zhang Yu said. At the same time, the other three people reached out with their chopsticks to pick up the raw meat slices on the plate. Lu Hanyu and Di Xiaoba reacted quickly and withdrew their chopsticks, leaving the opportunity to show off to the youngest, Pan Yuyao. The hot pot was steaming. The three flight attendants ate and chatted about the things they had encountered in the past 2 days. When girls get together, there is just no end to what they can talk about. For a while, they left Zhang Yu to one side. However, he didn't care. He just kept on scooping meat out of the pot and eating it. Today's physical exertion had been quite a bit, and this amount of food was not even enough to fill his stomach. Di Xiaoba also ate the second most among the four. Although they were talking, they did not forget to fill their stomachs first. No, you two are big eaters, aren't you? Pan Yuyao was stunned. I ran for 2 days on the road, and I have never been this hungry. Here, this piece of meat is done, let me give it to you first. Di Xiaoba directly picked up a piece and put it in her bowl. Xiaoba, you are the best. Pan Yuyao exclaimed. With food, she could forget everything. You greedy girl, this is what you like. For her, the most exhilarating thing in life so far was eating. Come, let's toast. The four of them raised their juice drinks. This is the first time the four of us have eaten together as a family, let's take a photo. Pan Yuyao suggested. What family of four? Zhang Yu and Lu Hanyu and Di Xiaobo looked at each other. But they cooperated and raised their hands in the shape of scissors. Oh, isn't that Pan Yuyao? I haven't seen you for years, and here you are. At that moment, some people passing by outside glanced over here. They suddenly stopped in their tracks and recognized Pan Yuyao. She was originally enjoying her meal, but when she looked up and saw those people, her face suddenly changed. The tripe in her mouth didn't taste good anymore. Zhang Yu looked over and saw that there were both men and women among these people, with hair of all different colors. It looked as if the rainbow had come to life. Perfectly healthy young men and women. And all of them were dressed in strange clothes. One girl had dirty dreadlocks and dark eyeshadow. Her pants were torn, and the top half was connected to the bottom half by just a few threads. She was the one who had just recognized Pan Yuyao. Who are you? Lu Hanyu looked at them. Said Lu Hanyu, taking the lead. She noticed the change in her sister's expression. It's nothing, just an old friend saying hello. Right? Pan Yuyao, hey, Pan Yuyao, why aren't you saying anything? The girl with the dirty braids said to her. Pan Yuyao, on the other hand, kept her head down, not looking at them, and didn't say a word. Ugh, no fun, just as boring as ever. Let's go. The group of people said, and they walked away. They're leaving. Di Xiaoba whispered as she saw the people go. Landlord, Xiaojia, Xiaoba, you guys eat first, I want to go back. Pan Yuyang stood up. Yuyang, wait, let's go back together. Zhang Yu said. Obviously, the group not only knew Pan Yuyang, they should have had conflicts before. Otherwise, her mood wouldn't have suddenly dropped to the bottom. When Pan Yuyang heard his words, her heart was also warmed. When someone is in a low mood, a kind word of encouragement can make a big difference. Thanks, I'm fine. She smiled. Let's go back together. Lu Hanyu also said, the three of us, no matter what we do, we have to do it together. We've just about finished eating. After he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Yu's expression of slight surprise. He remembered what had happened earlier and felt a little guilty. Then he walked over to her. He took Pan Yunyao's arm. Di Xiaoba also walked over to comfort her. Zhang Yu followed a few steps behind them, watching the three of them holding hands. With almost exactly the same tall height, walking side by side in the shopping mall, they were just the most beautiful scenery. Wherever they went, they attracted a lot of admiration. An evil thought came to his mind. If given time and opportunity, this would be 3 times the fun. And among the three sisters, at the moment, there was only one missing, Pan Yunyao. Cough cough, now I'm thinking a bit too much. The main task now is to avoid idle thoughts. Leaving the shopping mall is the entrance to the community. Back at Binjiang Mansion, he tidied up a bit. It's been a long night since he left. Zhang Yu returned to his master bedroom on the second floor. He turned on the 100-inch TV hanging in the bedroom. There's a national team game tonight. As a hardcore fan, he naturally has to pay attention. The 100-inch big TV really feels great to watch. Landlord. At this time, the sound of Lu Hanxiu's voice came from downstairs. How come the shower on the first floor is still broken? I don't know. You can just go to the second floor to shower. Zhang Yu responded across the floorboards. Second floor? Lu Hanxiu snorted through his nose when he heard him say that, suspecting that you are just deliberately not repairing it. Chapter 31, Major Shareholder, I don't owe you anymore. This must be the case. Zhang Yu can then achieve his goal, and the three of them will have to go to his bedroom to shower. As for why this is the case, it is all for taking advantage of them. This petty mind is really transparent. On the other hand, he lives in a house worth tens of millions of yuan and drives a car worth tens of millions of yuan. Logically speaking, he is not short of girls, so is he really that hungry? Besides, to him, there are no secrets left. She even thought about ordering a repairman online to come to the house. As she thought about it, Lu Hanyu suddenly realized something. No, did I just act like a spoiled child? That little pout was clearly a display only lovers would make. Although Lu Hanyu had never been in love, she had seen it in movies and dramas. She knew what acting like a spoiled child looked like. Lu Hanyu, if you keep this up, you're really going to fall for him. The aloof persona is falling apart too quickly. Not only is her body, but is her heart also going to incline towards him? This is really scary. Even though she thinks this, Lu Hanxiu's body is still very honest. She doesn't think about it too much. She takes a towel and some clothes to change and goes to the bathroom on the second floor. She sees Zhang Yu on the bed, lying in a big T-shape, leisurely watching the football match on the sofa. Hey, Zhang Yu. Why aren't there any bed sheets on your bed? Lu Hanxiu noticed the difference in the room. I washed them. He laughed, and then asked, have your sheets dried yet? It was better not to mention it, but as soon as she mentioned the sheets in her room, Lu Hanxiu wanted to bite someone. How presumptuous, always mentioning it, intentionally or not. And she was completely unable to lash out. Especially when the other two sisters were there. Hey, she was really innocent, and she could only blame the wine. It's all the fault of the wine. She didn't dare say a word. Lu Hanxiu blushed, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. Not long after, Di Xiaoba also arrived on the second floor. Landlord, I've washed and dried the bedsheets, shall I lay them out for you? She said, holding a bedsheet in her hands. Okay, thank you. Zhang Yu smiled. Di Xiaoba walked over to the bed and began to lay out the bedsheets. Her movements were very skillful. Zhang Yu glanced over and saw her bending over busily. A word suddenly popped into her mind. Virtuous. She could not imagine that Zhang Hong, the top beauty among the flight attendants, the goddess in the eyes of many people, could be so handy at housework. Her emotional value was directly at full capacity. Moreover, it was a treat to watch a beautiful woman doing housework. It made Zhang Yu feel very happy. Xiaoba, why are you making the bed for Zhang Yu? At that moment, Lu Hanyu had finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. She was stunned by the scene in front of her. What had happened in Suzhou during the day they had been gone? Could it be that she had heard the rumors she had heard? She quickly thought, did Di Xiaoba get eaten too? What a terrible thing to do. She glanced at the bedsheet from a distance. There were a few faint reddish marks that could not be washed off. It was horrible. Lu Hanyan was right in her thoughts. It had only been a few days, and he had lost 2 out of 3 positions. In the battlefield, that would be a total defeat. And he hadn't even made an effort. No matter what, she must protect the last one. Otherwise, if all 3 fell, it would be too much. She wondered if Pan Yuyao would. After thinking about it carefully, she had hardly taken her eyes off him. Except for the time they went for a drive along the river at night. But then again, judging by the time she came back from going out, she should have been fine. Unless Zhang Yu was fast. But how could she not know if he was fast or not? At this time, Pan Yuyo also went up to the second floor. Seeing Di Xiaoba making the bed, she hurried over to help. Xiaoba, let me help you. No need, I'll be done in a minute. Di Xiaoba didn't want her to see the problem with the sheets. I'll take out the trash then. Pan Yuyao picked up the trash can and saw the tissue paper and other miscellaneous items inside, but she didn't think much of it. She just closed the trash can and took it outside to throw it out the door. Seeing the two of them scrambling to help out in their own rooms, Zhang Yu felt very gratified. When she looked up, she saw Lu Hanyue, who had just finished showering, looking at her. His expression looked a little complicated. Are you hungry? Lu Hanyue asked. Yes, I'm very hungry. Zhang Yu nodded. As soon as she opened her mouth, she guessed what she was asking. So she just went along with her. If you're hungry, do you just eat everywhere? No, I don't eat everywhere. I eat at home. Do you want to try something different tomorrow? That depends on how good the food was before. The two of them were having an encrypted conversation, and Pan Yuyang and Di Xiaoba couldn't understand a word. No, landlord, Xiao Jia, what are you talking about being hungry? Didn't you just eat? Right, and we just ate outside, so why did the landlord say we were eating at home? They asked curiously. Pan Yunyao knew nothing, an outsider. Di Xiaoba didn't know that Lu Hanxiao's position had also been lost. This caused such a difference in information. It's nothing, I was asking him what he was going to eat tomorrow. Lu Hanxiao changed the subject. It's getting late, let's go back to the first floor. She personally watched the two girls go down the stairs first, before following behind. Oh. Right. Lu Hanyue suddenly remembered something. We have an international flight tomorrow, and we won't be back until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Just letting you know. After saying this, she felt annoyed. Why did she tell him this? Fly an international flight? Zhang Yu smiled. So tomorrow, what am I eating? You. Lu Hanyue was at a loss for words. Who knows? She couldn't do anything about him. Could it be that I have to sacrifice myself and feed the tiger? As long as the tiger is full, it will sleep soundly and not harm anyone else. After thinking about it, she finally made up her mind. I'll have a late-night snack. Ah. Sister Xiao, you're having a late-night snack? The two girls in front of her turned around and asked. Are you guys going to have one too? Lu Hanxiao felt a little embarrassed. Then we won't eat, to lose weight. The two girls shook their heads and went back to their rooms. Lu Hanyu also returned to her room, unable to calm her emotions. Zhang Yu returned to the made-up bed and lay down. He continued watching the football match. When the match ended, the team had won 1-0. The match had been dramatic, with twists and turns. The match had kicked off late and the extra time had been long, so the clock had just reached midnight when the match ended. System, open the blind box. Zhang Yu said. Immediately, the virtual screen of the system lit up in front of him. It was the familiar interface. Let's just draw the first one. He didn't bother to choose. Whatever he drew, it would be fate. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 55% of the shares of Rice Technology Company and become the company's largest shareholder. Rice Technology Company has a market value of 200 billion and owns a number of core businesses such as mobile phones, automobiles, and drones. It is the most internet celebrity-feeling technology company in China. Holy cow! Zhang Yu was so surprised that he sat up in bed. Rice Technology Company? This is the first time I've drawn such a big company. 200 billion yuan. What a concept. It's in the top 10 wealthiest companies in China. The mobile phone he uses is even from Rice Technology. This sudden wealth is a bit too much to handle. Host, do you want to hide your identity as the largest shareholder from the public? Let's hide it. Zhang Yu thought about it and responded. He wasn't ready for this yet. Such information should only be made known to the top dozen people. Depending on the situation, it can be open to the middle management at most. The identity of the host shareholder has been encrypted, security level, S level. At this time, the Rice Technology Company is still brightly lit. The latest research projects are working overtime to catch up. Even the company's top management is personally supervising the war. Chairman's office. Brother OK looked at a message sent from his phone and fell into deep thought. After decades of hard work, the major shareholder, who has never been seen before, has finally sent a message this time, saying that he is coming back to take over the shares? Thinking back on the entrepreneurial journey, the majority shareholder behind the scenes has given a lot of support. Otherwise, he would not have the success he has today. It can be said that he himself was cultivated by the majority shareholder. Brother OK said quietly, "Thank you for the majority shareholder's years of trust. In the future, I will not owe you anything." He has already achieved success, and now he can rest assured and prepare to hand over the shares. He has actually been preparing for this day for a long time. Chapter 32, A Midnight Snack on the House. There was no doubt about anything else. What he hadn't expected was that the majority shareholder in the photo was so young. He looked like a recent college graduate. He was 2 years younger than himself. When he had just started his own business, the person in the photo would have been born, right? Of course, maybe the forces behind the scenes had pushed him forward. That was the only explanation. OK Zone, the company's majority shareholder. The other executives also arrived at the office one after the other. "I already know," Brother OK said. "What are the major shareholders' instructions to us?" the executives asked. The major shareholders require strict confidentiality of the identity information. So apart from the middle level of the company and above, everyone else must keep it confidential, including employees and the media. "Okay. We'll get right on it." Since the publicly known chairman of the board had issued a gag order, the executives immediately communicated and implemented it to all departments. It's time to go to bed too. After receiving the reward from Rice Technology Company, Zhang Yu turned off the lights and it took a long time for his mind to calm down. Before he knew it, he had drawn a prize of 200 billion from the big company. It had whetted his appetite. What would he draw next? After reading the system description again, Zhang Yu understood. It turned out that this blind box was drawn because of the 10-star bonus. And the 10 stars came from D. Shoba. The rewards for regular blind boxes were not this big. After taking stock, the next one closest to 10 stars is Pan Yuyao. It's only 1 star away from being full. Zhang Yu is a doer and doesn't like to procrastinate. It seems that she needs to get Pan Yuyao to 10 stars as soon as possible and then draw the next big prize. Unfortunately, they have to fly on an international flight tomorrow, so it will be the day after tomorrow at the earliest. She should be sleeping by now. Zhang Yu really wanted to use her position as a shareholder of the airline to rearrange their shifts overnight. But then she thought that this would alert them and arouse their suspicion, so she decided not to do anything rash. At that moment, the door was knocked on gently. "Who is it?" Zhang Yu pricked up her ears. "It's me." Outside the door was the voice of Lu Hanyue. 3 question marks appeared above his head. No, she really came for a midnight snack? Zhang Yu thought she was joking. She got up and opened the door. Lu Hanyue was standing there with a cold expression. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh, what a cold goddess. She came for a midnight snack, but still had that face. It seemed like she didn't want to, so conflicted. Are they both asleep? Yes. Lu Hanyue felt a strong sense of shame, as if a curse had been cast on her, and her body was no longer under her control. Make the most of it, I have to get up early in the morning. Her tone was like that of an old married couple who had been married for many years and were just going through the motions. However, Lu Hanxiao said as she walked into the room. Pan Yuyao was still an intern, with the simplest of minds and having never seen the evils of society. This is a big sacrifice. Zhang Yu couldn't understand why she was doing this. Could it be that she was born into a wealthy family and had grown up seeing all kinds of backstabbing? And instinctively wants to protect her? When she thought about it, she felt a little worried. Or is Lu Hanyue just getting used to it? Saying no but being very honest? After all, she has been with him for 28 years. But anyway, it would be rude not to take the midnight snack that has been offered. I know what you mean. Don't stand in the doorway, come in. Saying this, he took her arm. As soon as the door closed, Lu Hanxiao was walled up against the wall. In the master bedroom, there was a flurry of electricity and lightning. The contrast between Lu Hanxiao made Zhang Yu growl like an evil dragon. Meanwhile, outside the community, a black business car, under the cover of night, stopped by the roadside for a long time, which was very confusing. In the car, someone took binoculars and looked around. Then they reported back on their mobile phones. Wang Gongzi, we've found out. Lu Hanyue is renting a room in a house on Binjiang Road from an owner called Zhang Yu. She is sharing the room with 2 of her colleagues, all of whom live on the first floor. Who is Zhang Yu? Wang Xiaosong has never heard of this name. It's the guy who drives a Lamborghini, there's news about him online. His subordinate reported. So it's that guy? What's his story? Wang Xiaosong became curious. He lives in a nicer house than him and drives a nicer car than him, but there's no way to find out what his background is? Don't worry, Master Wang, we'll keep investigating. Wait a minute. Wang Xiaosong added, I've called Lu Hanyue several times, but she hasn't picked up. Is she asleep? Master Wang, the lights in the 3 rooms on the first floor were turned off a long time ago. There's a desk lamp on the second floor that's still on, though. That's all the person in the car could see, they reported. She must be asleep, then. Wang Xiaosong comforted himself. I checked, she has an early shift tomorrow, and has to get up before dawn. She is so dedicated, she must have gone to bed early. However, Lu Hanyue is not at ease with staying here for another day. He has to find a way to get back at Zhang Yu. And he has to make Lu Hanyue move out as soon as possible, no matter what. 5 a.m. Until the sky outside began to pale. A tall figure, with messy hair, left the second-floor master bedroom. She walked with a limp. Zhang Yu looked at herself in the mirror. There were bloodshot eyes and dark circles under her eyes. When she looked down again, she couldn't help but sigh. Hey, it's just been laid, and I'll have to change it again. She noticed an unread prompt in the system. Lu Hanxiao has 6 stars. After working so hard for so long, I have finally managed to pass the bar. It's so hard to get more stars. I wonder what kind of amazing reward she will get after reaching 10 stars. Anyway, the harder it is to get a promotion, the greater the reward. Never mind, I'll go to bed first. He doesn't know how long he slept for. He hears a conversation between a few people downstairs. Sister Xiao, wake up, it's time to go to work. That's strange. Xiao Jie is always the first to wake up, what's going on today? Di Xiaoba looked at the clock, it was already 7 o'clock. Usually she wakes up at 6 o'clock. She always wakes them up. Is she trying to get over jet lag in advance for her international flight? Let's go to her room and drag her up, and help her get ready. The 2 girls slept soundly that night and had no idea what had happened. Should we wake up the landlord too? Pan Yuyang asked. Why bother waking him up? He doesn't have to go to work. Di Xiaoba said, and let him sleep a little longer. Xiaoba, you're going to hurt my feelings. Pan Yuyao propped her eyes open with her hands and forced herself to wake up. I'm almost afraid of flying on international flights. Someone help me. Stop it, unless you find a boyfriend to support you. Let's hurry. The 2 walked into Lu Hanxiao's room. They found her sleeping soundly. Xiao Jie? Pan Yuyang patted her arm. There was no response. Let's help her wash up first. Di Xiaoba looked at the time, and if they delayed any longer, it would be too late. You go get her toothbrush and toothpaste, and I'll help her get dressed. Di Xiaoba said, going to the closet to get the clothes. Lu Hanxiao was acting very abnormally today. I don't know what's going on, is she having trouble sleeping? Chapter 33. Do rich people all like going to work so much? Di Xiaoba dressed her. Lu Hanxiao finally woke up dazedly at this time. Sister Xiao, get up quickly, I'll brush your teeth. Pan Yuyo had already squeezed the toothpaste. Lu Hanxiao nodded dumbly and came to the wash basin. Sister Xiao, you really had a midnight snack yesterday, I can see traces of milk around your mouth. Said Pan Yuya. Lu Hanyue was suddenly struck by lightning. She suddenly came to her senses. I'll do it myself. You go help me collect my luggage. Watching her walk away, Lu Hanyue's 180 heart rate only calmed down a little. Looking at herself in the mirror, she cursed in her heart. What a sin, how could you be so careless? You can't blame Zhang Yu. She never imagined that when she went crazy, it would be like this. Zhang Yu slept like crazy. When he woke up again, he looked at the clock and saw that it was already 2 p.m. He felt his stomach rumbling and was a little hungry. So he got up, washed up, and prepared to go out to eat something and take a walk. The weather outside looked pretty good today. It really did. Lu Hanyue's sacrifice really had an effect. He slept for 7 or 8 hours. He didn't even have a single dream, and his mind stopped thinking. It was a completely empty state. That wasn't the case before. Zhang Yu smiled helplessly. Who knew it would turn out like this? He went downstairs and found the place empty. The 3 flight attendants should have already been on the international flight. They wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. He would be alone in this huge house for the next 2 days. So, he didn't really want to stay at home. So, he went downstairs, got into his Lamborghini, and drove out of the residential area. The sunshine outside was just right. He remembered a restaurant he had eaten at before, and the food tasted pretty good. He was going to go there for dinner, and the drive wasn't long, just 4 or 5 minutes. At that moment, there were a few traffic police officers in reflective vests standing by the roadside, on duty. They were directing traffic in the vicinity. One of them was a policewoman. She was leaning against her motorcycle, drinking water, when she turned her head and saw a Lamborghini appear in her field of vision. Her eyes froze for a second. Suddenly, she came to life. She handed her water bottle to her colleague, put on her helmet, and got on her motorcycle to give chase. Captain, what's wrong? They saw her long legs straddle the police motorcycle, and the team members asked. The sports car that was speeding that night has appeared again. I'll go after it, you guys just stay here and guard it, she said sternly. Last time, we didn't catch it and got a mouthful of dust, and we got criticized when we got back. This time, we can't let it get away again. So the policewoman revved the motorcycle's engine and gave chase. Hey, this captain really won't let him go. If she had half that passion when looking for a partner, she wouldn't have been a policewoman for more than 20 years. The captain is really dedicated. What's the point of risking your life for a few thousand yuan a month? It would be so much better to go home and inherit the family fortune. The team members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Stop talking. Let's just guard this side. At this moment, the female police captain had long since stopped hearing the discussions of her team members behind her. As she rode her police motorcycle, she had only one belief in her mind. She had to catch the guy who had been drag racing that night. He must be punished. Otherwise, how can I face my team in the future? I must prove myself. Zhang Yu was driving the Lamborghini, and in the rearview mirror he saw a police motorcycle about 100 meters behind him. It had been following him. He had made several turns, but he could not shake it off. Oh no, is it coming for me? Zhang Yu thought back. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good citizen. Well, it shouldn't be anything to do with me. So Zhang Yu increased the speed of his vehicle again. No, can't you see my flashing lights? And it's getting faster and faster, what's going on? The policewoman was even more angry when she noticed the sports car in front of her accelerating. Is this a provocation? Her anger was rising rapidly. So she turned the accelerator and accelerated to catch up. What the hell, a street chase? What did the car in front do to deserve to be chased? Is there a bottle of Sudafed in the car in front? But this policewoman is really something. No, there's something wrong. Passers-by noticed the 2 cars, one in front of the other, and couldn't shake them off or catch up. They started to talk about it. And they all stayed well away, for fear of being caught in the blast. They reached another intersection, and the light was red. There were a lot of elementary school students waiting to cross the road in line. Is this really coming at me? He noticed that the motorcycle was still behind him, but there were people in front of him, so he couldn't get through. There was no other way, so Zhang Yu's car had to slow down. Behind him, the policewoman on the motorcycle noticed that the sports car in front of her was slowing down. She braked hard. But it was too late. She let out a long, loud scream. The motorcycle tried its best to slow down and avoid the Lamborghini. But it still grazed the rear of the car. A large piece of paint was scratched off. Zhang Yu also felt the car vibrate a little when it was scratched by the motorcycle behind him. The scene suddenly became awkward. He got off the car to check and found that a lot of paint had fallen off the back of the sports car. The policewoman on the motorcycle got off her motorcycle and discovered the damage to the back of the car. She also felt bad. It's over, just a little scratch on such a luxurious sports car, the repair bill will be at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Then she looked at the owner of the sports car, and she couldn't believe how young and handsome he was. Now, all the racing and breaking the law was unimportant. The nature of the matter had changed. Zhang Yu hadn't even opened her mouth. She said hurriedly, I'm sorry, I'm fully responsible for this. I'll pay for all the repairs. I went out on duty and ended up rear-ending someone else's car. This is ridiculous, a career-ending disaster. This is going to be a big black mark on the team. If my family knew about this, they would never let me work in this field again. Ha! He didn't expect such a quick and positive response. He was surprised that the other party was willing to pay for the huge repair bill. As he spoke, the other party took out a business card. This is my personal information, don't worry, I won't run away. Zhang Yu glanced at the card and saw the name Su Mei. Her title is team leader. When he looked up again, he saw Su Mei on the phone, contacting a towing company. Yes, I'm at the intersection of Yutsai Primary School. Please send a tow truck as soon as possible to avoid affecting traffic. You want to tow my car? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, I'm the one who caused the damage to your vehicle. You don't need to worry about it, I'll pay for the entire cost. After it's fixed, I'll deliver your car back to you. Su Mei was full of apologies. Not bad, that attitude of admitting fault. There is just one thing. Su Mei hesitated. Say it. Zhang Yu was curious about what she wanted to say. It's just this matter, you must not complain, and you must not post it online. I promise to take care of it for you. Su Mei reassured again. Oh, so it's this that she's afraid of. Zhang Yu understood in his heart. However, it was obvious that Su Mei knew that it would be very expensive to repair the car. It definitely wasn't a small cost of tens of thousands of yuan. And the fact that she can guarantee to pay for the entire cost shows that she has the financial resources to afford the car repair. Is she another rich girl who has come out to experience life? No. Why do all the rich people like to go to work so much? Zhang Yu thought of a tenant in his family. Isn't Lu Hanxia like this? What if I don't have a car to drive? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, don't worry. Before the car is repaired and returned, I will give you my personal car to drive. Su Mei hurriedly explained that she was already on her way. Chapter 34, A Chance Encounter with Childhood Sweetheart. As she finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled around the corner and headed this way. Su Mei saw the car and waved. The car slowed down and pulled over, stopping across the street. Sir, that's the car I usually drive. It's not a good car, so you'll just have to make do with it. Su Mei said apologetically. The Cullinan is considered a T1 class luxury car, selling for 7-8 million. But in the face of the limited edition Lamborghini Poison, it really is nothing. You call this not a good car? Oh my god, is the world of the rich really so arrogant? This policewoman could clearly be a young lady, but she insists on going out to work. Passers-by watching from afar felt a huge shock. What kind of words are these? That's great, another day of shattered expectations. A cargo lorry passed by, and the imbalance in his heart was huge. He felt like doing something all the time. You mean, give me the wheel of this car? Zhang Yu looked around the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car is different from sports cars, it is big and domineering enough. Moreover, it has 4 seats and a trunk. It is more practical than sports cars. If it were not a reward from the system, Zhang Yu would think that this car is quite good. Moreover, the license plate hanging on the car caught his attention. Jiang A 666666. Such a lucky license plate? And it's easy to remember. I don't know how much it would cost to buy the license plate. Yes. Mr. Su Mei said, leave your name and phone number, and I'll contact you when the car is fixed. She knew that there were no spare parts for such a car in China, and it would have to be sent back to the factory for maintenance. Because the car was so luxurious, it had to be handled with extreme care during transportation. The whole process would take at least more than a month. He had caused such a big impact on others in his pursuit of the car. She also felt very apologetic in her heart. So I just take the car away? Zhang Yu said. Since the Lamborghini can't be driven, it has to be towed away. then the solution she provided is not bad. To him, any car is the same. It's not like it's his money anyway. Hey, just a minute. Sume thought for a moment. She walked over to the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Bending down, she took out a black backpack from inside. Zhang Yu watched silently. It's normal for her to take out her personal belongings from the car. However, the next second, Sume handed him the black backpack. There are 200,000 yuan in this bag. Even if it is the compensation for your mental damage. Sume's expression was very sincere. No, this money? Zhang Yu weighed the backpack. Sir, this is my pocket money, which has always been kept in the car. Because I often forget to bring my phone, so I keep it ready. Sume explained. This reason is not wrong. But nowadays, not many people carry large amounts of cash with them. So I can take it? Zhang Yu laughed. She drives such a nice car, so her family must be very rich. She wouldn't ruin her reputation over 200,000 yuan. There's no problem. Sir, you haven't given me your contact information yet. Sume reminded. Let's add each other on WeChat. Zhang Yu said, opening the QR code on his phone. Sume took out her phone and scanned the code, seeing his profile picture. And couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Why did this WeChat name and avatar seem so familiar? What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Oh, nothing, I've added you, please approve. Sume said, coming back to her senses. After adding him as a friend, he didn't want to hang around and got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw that the tow truck had already been dispatched. Sume and a few staff members were directing the scene and transferring the Lamborghini to the tow truck. A police cordon had also been set up, and all the nearby cars had been cleared away. After a while, after the Lamborghini had been moved, Sume finally let out a sigh of relief. Ugh, what a day. Not only had she failed to complete her work assignment, but she had also crashed someone's car. Not only would she have to pay a lot for the repairs, but she had also damaged her own car, so for a while she would have to ride a bicycle to work. I don't know where to tell the bitterness in my heart. The teammates who came to help upon hearing the news looked at her dark face and didn't dare to make jokes. So ended this little episode. Zhang Yu drove this unfamiliar car. Different cars have similar operating methods, and he quickly got used to it. The car also smelled faintly fragrant. It was obvious that it was a car for women. Fortunately, the decorations and furnishings in the car were more neutral. There were not so obvious feminine features, otherwise it would really be difficult to drive this car. He glanced again at the black backpack on the passenger seat. 200,000 yuan in cash, that's a bit much. These days, there are fewer and fewer occasions to use cash. He saw a bank not far ahead. He thought to himself, there's nothing else to do now, so I might as well go and deposit this money. He did just that. Zhang Yu was very action-oriented. Once he had made up his mind, he parked the car in the parking space next to the bank. He got out of the car, took the bag of money, and walked into the bank. Hello, what would you like to do? The teller at the window asked. I'd like to deposit some money, Zhang Yu replied. How much would you like to deposit? 200,000 yuan. The teller, dressed in a bank uniform, finished what he was doing on the computer and turned his head to take the stack of banknotes that had been shoved in through the window. He looked up and saw Zhang Yu, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He noticed the teller's changing expression, and it didn't surprise him. Handsome guys are a scarce resource. Wherever he goes, he will be surrounded by people, which is only natural. Zhang Yu thought to himself. The teller's face changed expression, and she opened her mouth and suddenly shouted, Are you Zhang Yu? Ha? She recognized me already? Zhang Yu was puzzled. Who is she? He looked at the teller's face again and took a closer look. She had her hair tied back. She had a white, melon-shaped face and a small mouth. There was also a beauty mark in the corner of her eye. She had a pretty, delicate style. She looked familiar, and her face quickly matched with a memory in her mind. Then she suddenly realized. Isn't this Su Mufei, a classmate she had gone to school with since childhood? And she was also her former neighbor, with their houses next to each other in the village. They had been in the same class since elementary school. They had been in the same class for 9 years, until they graduated from junior high school. The two often went to school and home together, and they lived close by, so they could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, when they graduated from junior high school, Su Mufei's family moved away. Since then, they have never seen each other again. At that time, Zhang Yu also did not have his own mobile phone number. So they gradually lost contact. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years have passed. Seeing his old friend again, Zhang Yu is full of emotions. Fate is really amazing. Zhang Yu, wait for me for a moment, I will finish this business. Then we can catch up properly. Su Mufei's mood was obviously also a lot more excited. Meeting a childhood playmate is something to be happy about. After depositing 200,000, she explained to a colleague and asked them to temporarily cover for her shift. Then she walked out from inside and said to Zhang Yu, keep the passbook safe, and let's go talk somewhere else. Looking at her happy expression, Zhang Yu's mood was also brought back to the past. Meeting your childhood sweetheart is something to be grateful for. When I was young, I didn't understand why many parents could chat with an acquaintance on the street for a long time. Now it's the same as it was then. Zhang Yu, how have you been these past few years? Su Weifei asked with concern. Chapter 35, The House in the Old Hometown, is it going to be demolished? I'm doing well, and you? Zhang Yu asked in return. I'm doing well too. Su Weifei looked at Zhang Yu and said, after not seeing each other for so many years, you've become even more handsome. You've also grown quite a bit taller. In the past, I had the impression that Zhang Yu was short. Suddenly, he is so tall and handsome. I was really afraid of making a mistake just now and being embarrassed. Compared to the past, Zhang Yu has changed a lot now. He is also more handsome and manly. Yes, I have just grown a lot in the past few years. Zhang Yu laughed. In high school, I was not very outstanding, and I was even shorter than Su Mufei at that time. It was only in the following years that I grew year after year. He grew from 165 centimeters to 185 centimeters. That's pretty good. Su Mufei asked, do you have a girlfriend? That's a good question. Zhang Yu smiled. Strictly speaking, he didn't have a girlfriend yet. That's good. Su Mufei said to herself, and then felt a little nostalgic. Do you remember before? I remember. Zhang Yu smiled. If we hadn't moved, we would have been together back then. Speaking of which, Su Mufei was his first love in adolescence. They had a good impression of each other. They just hadn't broken through the final layer of barriers, and Su Mufei's family had moved. Later, they also changed contact information. The regret of adolescence came to a sudden end. Unexpectedly, a few years later, they met again here. Yes. Su Mufei also had infinite emotions. Tides also arose in her heart, and she felt that her somewhat gloomy life had brightened up again. By the way, Zhang Yu, what are you doing now? Su Mufei asked. Me? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and found an excuse. It's not even a part-time job, so it's not worth mentioning, huh? He is now a shareholder or boss of 3 companies. But no matter what his identity is, it will still scare people when he says it. So it's better not to say it. That's nothing, we are all workers. Su Weifei smiled. Hurry up and come over to do business, there are queues at the bank. At this time, the branch manager came over and urged. Well, shall I get back to work? Su Weifei asked hesitantly. Go ahead, we can chat again when you have time. Zhang Yu smiled. Oh, by the way. She suddenly remembered something. The village where she used to live is going to be demolished, and the whole village is going back tonight for a final farewell dinner. Are you going back? What do you mean, the village is going to be demolished? Zhang Yu had a big question mark over his head. Yes, didn't you know? Su Mufei was puzzled. Even their family had received a notice a few years after moving out, but Zhang Yu didn't know about it? I really didn't know. He shook his head. But that's right. Su Mufei suddenly realized that although we moved, the old house is still there. You don't own a house, so? That's not really the case. Zhang Yu gave a faint smile and said, okay, you go ahead. We'll talk after work. He watched Su Mufei return to her workstation. Zhang Yu also fell into deep thought. Luckily, I was just passing by and ran into my old classmate and neighbor here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that my house was being torn down. Afterwards, Memories from the past popped into his mind. As far as he could remember, he had never met his biological parents. He had been brought up by his grandparents. There were also a few other elders in the family, including his second and third uncles and his sister-in-law. They lived in a 6-story self-built house. The house had 2 floors of property rights, which were in Zhang Yu's name. Then each of the others had 1 floor. Because it was the father, the eldest son, who contributed the bulk of the money to build it. As a child, Zhang Yu didn't understand any of this. It was all handled by the elders. He never thought about it. Now it's being demolished, and they're even hiding it from him? Zhang Yu hasn't been back since he went to university. He worked part-time during the summer and winter vacations. His ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was someone he met while handing out flyers part-time, and she was the one who pursued him. Now, a few years have passed. Zhang Yu already owns the most luxurious house and car in Zhangcheng. He also controls 3 companies in finance, aviation, and technology. He is an invisible billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions of yuan. However, when it comes to the matter of his hometown, it is still hard to let go when it is brought up again at this time. Although the 2-story self-built house in the urban village is not worth much. If it is compensated at the standard rate of 5,000 yuan per square meter, it would be about 1 million yuan. But this is a matter of nature. What is mine. I can give it up, but you can't take it. And this is the only thing my parents left to me. Zhang Yu thought to himself, now that I know, I'll go back while I still have the time. Deal with the demolition, and I'll have nothing to do with my uncles in the future. Then I can go back to Binjiang Mansion with peace of mind, and wait for the flight attendant tenant to come back, and live a carefree life without shame. At this time, a phone call came in. It turned out to be a call from Zhuang Xiuxiang, the head of the Central China headquarters of Dami Technology. As a senior executive, he knew his identity. Mr. Zhang. The caller shouted enthusiastically as soon as the call was connected. What's up? For business matters, just report directly to Mr. OK. Mr. Zhang, there's something related to you that I must report to you. Zhuang Xiuxiang looked at the drawings on the desk. His expression was solemn. Go ahead, what is it? Mr. Zhang, the company is going to build a research and development center in the south of the city. The land acquisition and demolition matters have almost been settled. Zhuang Xiuxiang reported from across the room. But there is one family that is asking for an unreasonably high amount of compensation for demolition, and we can't reach an agreement. And our investigation found that there seem to be 2 floors in this building, which are under your property rights. I want to confirm. No need to confirm, those 2 floors are indeed mine. Zhang Yu said indifferently. Ah? Zhuang Xiuqiang was dumbfounded. How did the demolition really reach Zhang's home? Moreover, that family never mentioned Zhang Yu, and they were completely trying to take advantage of the chaos and keep the 2 floors demolition money for themselves. The people below were confused as to why they wanted the demolition money for 6 floors when there were only 4 families. And the person in question had not shown up. The people below did not know Zhang Yu's identity and could not solve the problem, so they reported it to Zhuang Xiuxiang step by step. Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? Zhuang Xiqiang waited for his instructions. No rush, let's put things on hold for now. I'm going back there today. Should I send a few subordinates with me? Zhuang Xiqiang could also hear that the family did not get along with Zhang Yu. The most outrageous thing is, don't they know Zhang's true identity? Chapter 36, Chief Stewardess Lu Hanyan's doubts. Is the secrecy so tight? Even people related by blood don't know. No, just do what you need to do. I can go by myself. Zhang Yu hung up the phone and looked at Su Mufei at the counter. He made a gesture to leave first. She nodded as well. Zhang Yu drove off in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Someone in the bank exclaimed and hurriedly said to Su Mufei. Who was the person you were talking to just now, driving a Rolls-Royce? The colleague was surprised. Really? I didn't notice. Su Mufei was a little surprised. Are you sure it was him? I must have misjudged. It was him. The colleague was impressed by Zhang Yu's tall and handsome appearance, and kept looking at him as he walked away. Does he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Su Mufei smiled faintly. Hey, even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, it's not my turn. The colleague's excitement passed, and she realized the reality. Among all the bank branches, Su Mufei's looks could rank among the top 3. But she was just average. Rich people aren't blind, they know what kind of girlfriend to look for. It was all for nothing. Su Mufei was in deep thought. Zhang Yu was driving a Rolls-Royce? Logically, it's unlikely. Maybe he borrowed it. She didn't think much of it. She would see him again when she went back to her hometown after work today, and she could just ask him. Xiao, look, isn't that Zhang Yu's car? Why is it on a tow truck? At that moment, the 3 of them, Lu Hanxiao, Lu Yanyan and Lu Yanyan, were enjoying a short half-hour break. International flights were very long, and there were 2 stopovers in between. They were used to refuel and for maintenance. The flight attendants could also take this opportunity to rest on the ground. As soon as Pan Yuyao turned on her phone, she saw a video of the tow truck. Let me see. Lu Hanxiao looked at the screen of her phone. It was taken in front of an elementary school and uploaded by a netizen. A few policemen were directing the transfer of the Lamborghini onto the trailer. There were obvious scratches on the rear of the car. In the comments section, many netizens expressed schadenfreude. This car has been so high profile for so long, it finally crashed, right? It seems that a policewoman's motorcycle hit it, and I was there. She even lent her bike to the owner. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Netizens were posting comments full of sour grapes. They just can't stand to see other people doing well. It really is Zhang Yu's car. Lu Hanyu said. There's only one Lamborghini in Zhangcheng. It's always the focus of netizens. A rear-end collision with a traffic cop's motorcycle would be even more hot news. Let's watch some other related videos. Someone filmed the scene of a Rolls-Royce leaving. That's the policewoman's car. A Rolls-Royce? Where did she get that kind of money? She's probably corrupt. Below, there were still many comments from netizens. Lu Hanxiao saw the license plate number. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The license plate number was so familiar. If it wasn't a fake number plate, that meant she was about to make an international call to find out what was going on. Di Sheba hurried over. Xiao Jia, it's time, we need to get ready. Lu Hanyue had to put down the phone and quickly switch to work mode. She's still Sister Xiao. Pan Yuyao was dumbfounded. You still haven't learned anything. The assessment for permanent employment is coming up soon. Di Sheba couldn't help but tap her little brain. Why can't you relax? This way. Zhang Yu drove the car in the direction of his hometown. When the houses on both sides of the road became shorter and shorter and more dilapidated, it meant that he was almost there. He looked at the low-rise urban village in front of him. This was the place where he had grown up. And this land was about to be demolished to become the new research and development base of Rice Technology Company. The roads in urban villages are relatively narrow. A large vehicle like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan could barely get in and out. So Zhang Yu parked the car in an open-air parking lot outside. He walked in. After going around a few alleys, a self-built house with 2 rooms on the 6th floor appeared in front of him. The house is almost 20 years old. The year 2005 is written on the wall in striped tiles. It looks like the village is bustling with activity. Some people are busy moving, while others are taking photos in front of the old houses. Many people have received a large sum of compensation for the demolition. They will soon move into the city and leave this dilapidated urban village. How can they not be happy? Moreover, the compensation standard is higher than in other places. Zhang Yu heard that inside the old house, it was also bustling with people. They were talking animatedly. I've already agreed with them that as long as they pay us the money we're asking for, we can move tonight. Yes, I heard that the land is wanted by the Rice Technology Company. It's a big company with a lot of money, so we'll have to ask for a lot more. Yes, when the demolition money comes, we'll get together again and split it up according to our percentages. Inside the house, there was a large family of 3 generations and more than 10 people. They sat together and had a great time chatting. That's great, now I'll have enough money for a bride price when I marry. I can also realize my plan to open a nail salon. When the dilapidated house is demolished, we can all move into new houses. The younger generation also looked forward to it. What were they all talking about? It was so lively. At this time, a voice sounded outside the door. Everyone in the room froze for a moment. Then they all looked outside. Zhang Yu, why have you come back? Chapter 37, a million yuan house, and you want to pay 100,000 yuan to get rid of it? That's right. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few years, and it had almost completely slipped their minds, there was still such a person in the Zhang family. When Zhang Yu's tall figure of 185 centimeters appeared in the doorway, it really made the dozen or so people in the room freeze. Why is it him? Mom, who is he? A young child of 10 or so had never seen Zhang Yu before. Curiously, he asked, Zhang Yu, why have you come back? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline stood up, looking a little embarrassed. He was Zhang Yu's second uncle, Zhang Jianmen. He was also the little girl's grandfather. It was funny to say, but although Uncle Zhang was younger than his father, he got married and had children very early. So, he already had grandchildren. He hadn't even gotten married on his side. I'm back to split the demolition money. How come you didn't tell me about such a big thing? Zhang Yu smiled, not beating around the bush, and went straight to the point. What demolition money? Who told you that? A middle-aged woman with a flat nose and protruding lips couldn't help but yell. She was Zhang Yu's second aunt. The whole Zhang family had kept this matter a secret. They had even greeted their familiar neighbors. They were just afraid that Zhang Yu would find out. How did he still get wind of this matter? Who turned traitor? That's not important. What's important is how much money I can get. Zhang Yu didn't answer. You haven't even called for years. Do you even respect your elders? You came back as soon as you heard about the demolition? She was a bit high-handed. She directly moralized him. When she put it that way, the 10 or so Zhang family members were suddenly incited. Zhang Yu, you ungrateful wretch, you still have the nerve to come back for a share of the money. You're no longer a Zhang family member. The demolition of this building has nothing to do with you. Several cousins said one after the other. They also knew about the 2 floors of the house. They were hoping to get a bigger share of the money from those floors, so that they could use it to open a shop and pay the bride price. If Zhang Yu didn't know anything, then after tonight, the matter would be settled. Once the house was demolished and the money was in their hands, it would be impossible for him to get any more. They had already planned how to spend the money. Now that he had suddenly appeared, then the plan will be ruined. So a few cousins of similar age were the most emotional. They had never gotten along with Zhang Yu. They had never played with him since they were young, and after so many years of not seeing each other, they were even more unfamiliar with each other than outsiders. Dad, I'm about to get engaged to my girlfriend, I can't let him mess things up. I know. Uncle naturally knew. If Zhang Yu took away the money, the engagement would be over. It's hard enough to find a wife these days. I won't let Zhang Yu get away with it. If I remember correctly, 2 floors of this building belong to me. There was even a written proof at the time. What proof? I've never seen it. Second aunt retorted. I've never seen any proof. Isn't that right? Yes, we've never seen it. The Zhang family members said in unison. Uncle, are you going to play dumb too? Zhang Yu turned his words directly towards him. Zhang Yu, it's like this. Second uncle tried to calm him down, saying, you don't understand much about it. You were young then, so you must have remembered it wrong. Like this, second uncle said. I know that you've had a hard time over the past few years. Why don't we all chip in 100,000 yuan for you to start a business with? The others nodded in agreement. 2 self-built houses can fetch over 1 million yuan. If we can get rid of him with 100,000 yuan, then we won't lose out. If you want more, just say no. If the elders find this difficult, then this, how can Zhang Yu possibly be interested in 100,000 yuan? The property rights of those 2 floors are disputed, and the procedures are unclear, so I'll go and check. If you want to demolish it, just demolish the bottom 4 floors. Leave the top 2 floors for now. When we've checked it out, we'll decide what to do with it. Zhang Yu's proposal made several of his cousins laugh. Although they had not studied much, they were not stupid. How could a building be demolished by removing the lower floors but not the upper floors? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Zhang Yu, stop being so unreasonable. Either you take the 100,000 yuan and leave, or you get nothing. Choose for yourself. Second aunt was also a little anxious and pressured the elders. Dad, say something, control your ungrateful grandson. Zhang Yu, this is the decision of the elders, and as a junior, you have no say. At this time, Grandpa also spoke up. In fact, he felt a little guilty when he saw Zhang Yu come back. But only a little. Now that there are grandchildren in the family who want to get engaged and give the Zhang family branches and leaves, this is the top priority. 10 fingers have different lengths. Plus the pressure from other people. He had to side with the majority. Very well. Zhang Yu looked at the three of them, none of whom were on his side or speaking up for him. He knew there was no need to spare them any face. Demolishing the 2 floors would cost just over 1,000,000 yuan. For him, that was nothing. If just one person in the Zhang family, any one of the dozen or so people, had said something soft-spoken and sincere, he could have completely ignored it. Now it seemed unnecessary. Any more words would be a waste of breath. Zhang Yu, what do you want? His cousin noticed the change in his expression and felt a little uneasy. Do you want to start a fight? She was dressed up to the nines. Her fingernails were several centimeters long. She was considered a little beauty. She was used to being pampered and seeing only goodwill from others. Suddenly seeing Zhang Yu's expression, she was really a little scared. The others also became alert. Zhang Yu, don't be stupid. Everyone in the room is your elder. Poof. He sneered. That's enough. You can't tear down this building, so just keep living here. If they can't cash in, all their plans will go down the drain. What a joke. Second aunt said, do you own the planning bureau? Do you own the big capitalist companies? But Zhang Yu ignored her. She sent a message to Zhuang Xiuqiang directly. Contact the relevant departments immediately and change the planning scheme. The Zhang family building will be spared and not demolished. Received. Mr. Zhang. I'll get right on it. Zhuang Xiuqiang was expecting the message and almost immediately replied. He didn't dare ask any questions. He knew that the negotiation must have gone badly. He had seen the Zhang family's true colors before. After replying, he quickly made a phone call. General Zhang has returned to the urban village, and things may get unpleasant. Keep an eye on everyone in your vicinity. If anything looks suspicious, get moving. Yes, we'll make sure to protect General Zhang. His subordinates said in unison. Chapter 38, change the plan overnight, don't demolish it. No, Zhang Yu, who are you messaging? Uncle Air was a little puzzled. Zhang Yu shook his phone and said, everyone go to bed, this building will not be demolished. You will get the news tomorrow morning at the latest. What nonsense, who do you think you are, pretending to be so important? Your cousin said disdainfully, you complained to 12345, didn't you? I'm telling you, it's useless. In his imagination, he could not think of any way Zhang Yu could do anything. It would be nothing more than calling 12345, the mayor's hotline, to complain about the matter. But who would care about him? Although they had not seen each other for a few years, they had occasionally heard news about him. The last time they heard, it was about the breakup with his ex-girlfriend, who he had been dating for a few years. This incident had even become a laughingstock in their eyes. Moreover, my girlfriend, who I am about to get engaged to, works in the planning bureau. Otherwise, we would not have such good information. My cousin was a little smug. This was the pride of the Zhang family. He felt that he had found a girlfriend with a permanent position, which was very capable. Although the girlfriend from the planning bureau did not come today, after the demolition, she will become a part of the Zhang family. Speaking of which, my cousin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaoli. He saw the caller, it was the girlfriend from the planning bureau. What's the situation at your house? The tone of voice on the other side was very bad. What's the situation? The cousin glanced at the others and responded. I just got the news that the land use plan for that plot of land is going to be changed, and we have to work overtime tonight. Change what plan? The cousin didn't understand yet. Is it going to expand the demolition area? In that case, the vegetable garden behind it will also be demolished, and they can get another sum of money. Your building is not going to be demolished. Next, the response from the other party made him suddenly dumbfounded. No. Is there a mistake? Didn't you say that it was set in stone that it would be demolished? My cousin began to panic. It's not going to be demolished. We received a call from the authorities and the rice company, saying that the area would be reduced by a few hundred square meters. Your house has just been excluded. My cousin was already in a bad mood because he had been called back to work overtime at short notice. And then he learned that the Zhang family's building would not be demolished. It just so happened that the area of the building was the only area involved, and the other areas involved were just some low sheds and vegetable patches, which were of no importance at all. What was the reason for the rice company to prefer to leave out a corner of the land to be requisitioned rather than including it? Why was that? My cousin was still in the dark. Your family, think about it, what did you offend? Just hung up. He heard the busy signal on the phone. My cousin was dumbfounded. What's going on, son? Your aunt and uncle asked anxiously. Our building, it's not going to be demolished. My cousin said dejectedly. What? It's not going to be demolished? There must be some mistake. Did we ask for too much? Hurry up and call the person in charge of the demolition and tell them to stick to the original price. It was all but settled, so why wasn't it going to be demolished? You're not joking, are you? Everyone in the Zhang family heard what he said. They were beside themselves. They had all kinds of reactions, but none of them could believe it. If it wasn't going to be demolished, then it was all over. Not only would the plan be ruined. In the future, they would have to continue living in this dilapidated building. Who could accept that? I'm not lying to you. My cousin's eyes were filled with disbelief, and my girlfriend said that our family must have offended some big shot. That's why this is happening. Offended a big shot? The Zhang family has more than 10 people, and you look at me and I look at you. The conclusion is impossible. People who have had dealings with each other simply do not have the ability to decide which buildings to demolish and which not to. After thinking about it in my head, none of it matched up. Then, all of them, without exception, turned their attention to Zhang Yu. Their eyes were full of confusion and fear. After eliminating all possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how outrageous, is the truth. Could it be that this matter is related to Zhang Yu? After some calculations, I realized that the phone call just now came after a complete break. But how is that possible? Zhang Yu is just the age to graduate from college, and he worked part-time to pay for his tuition. How could he have that kind of power? I remember, Zhang Yu came back in a Rolls-Royce. A cousin suddenly said, at first I misread it and didn't recognize it. A Rolls-Royce? Everyone seemed to be hearing about something from another world. But I checked, and that car isn't Zhang Yu's either. It belongs to a very rich man. The cousin said. The older cousin reacted, oh, I understand, Zhang Yu is being kept as a gigolo, right? I can't believe it, Zhang Yu, you'd do something like this for money? You've disgraced the Zhang family prize. Uncle Air's face turned red. Zhang Yu, is this true? Grandpa was also a little emotional. You studied at a prestigious university and you're a teacher, how could you do something so immoral? Zhang Yu just smiled indifferently. The Zhang family members were all logical and consistent in their thinking, and they had already decided what to think. Explaining any more would be a waste of time. See, you've been called out, and you're feeling guilty, aren't you? Cousin Jean laughed. Zhang Yu, you make me sick. Cousin Jean didn't bother to get up either. They vented their anger at him, which they couldn't vent on the demolition. Anyway, no matter what, it's Zhang Yu's fault. How dare you slander our boss Zhang? At that moment, there was a commotion outside the door, and a loud voice came in. Everyone looked towards the door. They saw a burly man, accompanied by a few young men, walking towards them. Hey, isn't this Mr. Guo from the demolition office? Second uncle hurriedly went out the door and approached him from a distance. Then he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Guo, I heard that my house won't be demolished. Is there a misunderstanding? He continued, Mr. Guo, if it's really difficult, we'll take a step back and demolish it at the previous price. We'll move out immediately tonight. It can't be demolished, said Mr. Guo. Mr. Guo, please. How about 10% off the previous demolition fee? That's fine, isn't it? Uncle knows. If we demolish, we'll get the money in our pockets. If we don't, the house will just be a pile of construction waste rotting there. We can't demolish. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Mr. Guo gave him a cold stare. You've offended Mr. Zhang, and you're the ones to blame for the consequences," he said. He then enthusiastically walked over to Zhang Yu, extending his hands from afar. "Mr. Zhang, I have long heard of your name. What a pleasure to run into you here." Looking at Gua, who was in charge of the demolition, and Zhang Yu's enthusiastic appearance, the Zhang family, with more than 10 people, had their glasses shattered all over the floor. Chapter 39. How many companies are there under Zhang Yu's name? Gui is in charge of the demolition work in this area, and he has the final say in all matters, big and small. He is not to be trifled with. So why is he being so polite to Zhang Yu, offering him his hand so respectfully? And why is he calling him President Zhang? Zhang Yu is so young, and he's already the boss? How is that even possible? It feels like I'm watching a science fiction movie. President Gui is too kind. You've done a good job with the demolition work in this area. Zhang Yu also laughed. Demolishing a plot of land involves a lot of things. Dami Technology wants to use this land to build a new research and development base. General Gui was able to basically complete all the demolitions before the required date, and half a month early at that. His ability is very strong. If it weren't for the Zhang family's group of people's outrageous demands, which delayed things for a while, the demolitions could have actually been completed even earlier. If development could have started a day earlier, I wonder how much money it would have saved. Zhang Yu, you become a boss? Uncle Zhang looked at Zhang Yu and felt so strange. Could it be that you are the head of the Jiangcheng branch of Dami Technology Company? This was the only thing he could think of. Even this was the limit of his imagination. Zhang Yu, I was in the wrong just now, I apologize to you. After all, there can be only one Zhang, and we are all family. Zhang Yu, we didn't mean to target you, we were just narrow-minded. I hope you don't take it personally. The Zhang family members, realizing Zhang Yu's current status, cannot be underestimated. They all forced smiles on their faces to show Zhang Yu their goodwill. Zhang Yu's position is now beyond their imagination. They are still hoping that he can give them a leg up. Their faces are about to crack from smiling. What a blunder. Why didn't they check in advance how Zhang Yu actually became the boss? What kind of power is behind him? It should still be in time to ingratiate themselves with him now, right? Branch manager? Let him take the job? Cousin Zhang laughed disdainfully. Even though the Zhang family was now taking advantage of the situation, he could not swallow this humiliation. He had been counting on the demolition and the 500,000 yuan bride price to bring home his girlfriend, who worked in the planning bureau. If he accomplished this task, his grandparents would also support him with a lot of their savings. It would be like marrying a wife with a job for almost no cost. If this works out, he will be the most capable man in the Zhang family. Now, with the appearance of Zhang Yu and the announcement that the demolition will not go ahead, all his plans have gone down the drain. So he is the one who has been affected the most. As a child, he just didn't get along with Zhang Yu, and now, for this reason, his cousin is even more resentful of him. So what if you are the boss of a branch company, you are still just a softie? I am not your employee, I am not afraid of you. He now just feels that the car Zhang Yu drives is borrowed. Then this title of General Manager Zhang is nothing but an empty title. It's probably just a paper tiger. So, my cousin has not left himself any way out. Zhang Yu, I don't care about that. If the demolition doesn't go ahead, you pay up. Aren't you the general manager? Can't you afford a few $100,000? My cousin's spending made Zhang Yu feel amused. How can someone still be so brazen as to ask for money? Moreover, at this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered. Among the customers who owed money to the Papat Loan Company, there seemed to be one called Zhang Weilong. At the time, I thought it was just the same name. Now that I think about the customer information, I realize that the person is the so-called cousin in front of me. According to the information, Zhang Weilong owed a total of 200,000 yuan to the Papat Loan Company and had not paid it back. And it has been overdue for a long time. After many reminders, Zhang Weilong still did not pay. He was one of those fleeced by Ding Kuan last time. After all the twists and turns, we're back to square one. Since this Zhang Weilong is so jumpy, this time will completely overwhelm him. Thinking about this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Weilong, you're being a bit arrogant saying that. So what if I'm arrogant? You want to beat me up? Zhang Weilong laughed, Then I'll just lie down on the ground, and you just wait to pay for it. And, who are you to call me by my name? Even if you are rich, you still have to be careful about your reputation. He played the rogue to the extreme. Zhang Weilong, you still owe me 200,000 yuan, which is long overdue. Now, including interest and penalties, it totals 281,000 yuan. Isn't it time you paid me back? What 200,000 yuan? When did I owe you money? Zhang Weilong laughed with disdain. It seems that if I don't remind you, you really will forget. Zhang Yu laughed. The 200,000 you owe to Papa Credit is in black and white, and I have the contract in my hands. Do you still want to deny it? What? Papa Credit? Zhang Weilong just snorted through his nose, preparing to refute. Suddenly realizing something, his face could not help but change suddenly. You are the owner of Papa Credit? He recently heard that this loan company had a new owner, but he didn't know who it was. He thought that the money he owed might not even have to be paid back. Unexpectedly, the company's owner was Zhang Yu? This time, the Zhang family of more than 10 people, led by second uncle, was even more surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu owned more than one company? In such a short period of time, there were already 2 companies? Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Zhang Weilong, what's wrong with you? How can you still owe 200,000 yuan and not pay it back? Second uncle looked at his son with a tone of voice that hated iron not becoming steel. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense, there must be a mistake. Someone must have used my identity information, it must be fake. Zhang Weilong yelled, I lost my wallet and ID before, I had no idea. Now he's just denying it, just trying to get away with it. As long as he refuses to admit it, then it's not true. Are you saying that the information collected from your face when you held your ID card was also obtained by coercing you? Zhang Yu ruthlessly exposed him. Guo and his subordinates, who were standing nearby, were wide-eyed. Unexpectedly, when they came to see Zhang Yu, they were able to eat such a big melon. Why is this Zhang family so strange? Why is Zhang Yu the only dragon in the family? This. Zhang Weilong hesitated for a moment, then said, Zhang Yu, I really told you, since the company is yours, I really won't pay back the 200,000 yuan. I'll see what you can do about it. He had already made up his mind to delay paying back the money as long as possible. Now that he knew the company belonged to Zhang Yu, he had no intention of paying it back. He didn't believe that Zhang Yu would ignore the feelings of his family and forcefully collect the money. If he did, he would become a laughingstock. That would not be good for the development of his company. This was a diabolical plan that would destroy both sides. I'm barefoot, so what are you going to do about it? Chapter 40, My Cousin's Girlfriend's Sincere Apology. At this moment, even the Zhang family, looking at him, felt a complete sense of unfamiliarity. Compared to a scoundrel, Zhang Weilong is simply outdone. Zhang Weilong, how can you be so shameless? At this moment, a cry of anger suddenly sounded. Is someone else here? Wu Zong and the Zhang family all looked back. They saw a woman with her hair down, wearing black framed glasses and a slim-fit business suit, walking towards them. She was carrying some documents in her hands. When Zhang Weilong saw her, he immediately went up to her. Xinli, what are you doing here? Zhang Yu also understood, this woman must be the girlfriend who got engaged after receiving the compensation for demolition. She really looked like a typical staff member. What's more, she was unexpectedly quite good-looking. Among the women on the payroll, she is considered one of the best. Although she is not as good-looking as the 3 flight attendant tenants, she is at the level of a class flower in school. She is also similar to Chen Wan. Moreover, she has an intellectual and cadre-like temperament, and she should be promoted relatively quickly in the future. No wonder Zhang's family cares so much about the demolition funds. If his cousin can marry a class flower-level civil servant girlfriend, that would really be a blessing. However, judging from the current situation, it is basically hopeless. I originally came to resurvey the land. Xi Li's face was covered in frost, and Zhang Weilong, is it true that you owe someone 200,000 yuan and haven't paid it back? Facing her questioning, Zhang Weilong didn't dare hide it. Yes, that's right, but I have my reasons. What are your reasons? Did someone else ask you to borrow it? Also, what did you do with the 200,000 yuan? Did you gamble with it? Xinli, after all, worked in the system. Her words went straight to the point. Xinli, I didn't gamble, really. Zhang Weilong was anxious. I like you so much that I want to buy you bags, clothes, and cosmetics, but I don't have the money, so. You mean, you bought all those things with a loan? Xinli felt her blood pressure rising. She was not a vain woman. At first, she had no intention of talking to Zhang Weilong because they were simply not on the same page. Later, he sent her gifts every day. Xinli was a little impressed and decided to give it a try. But they also agreed that before they got engaged, they would keep their distance and not cross the line. At the time, Zhang Weilong also agreed. Now that he has confessed, Xinli feels like a fool. The gifts he gave her were all bought with loans. What kind of nature is this? It's as if she had no knowledge of it at all, and yet she has to bear this debt? No one would accept this. If you don't have the means, you can't chase after it, and pretending to be rich when you're not changes the nature of the situation. Zhang Weilong, how could you do this? When the uncle and aunt saw Qin Li's ashen face, they knew that the fault for this matter lay entirely with their son. They hurriedly apologized to Qin Li. He just likes you too much, that's why he did something so confused. Please give him another chance. Zhang Weilong, I don't think there's any point in continuing this conversation. I'm tired. Qin Li was completely disappointed in him. It didn't matter that there had been a change in the demolition plan, and the bride price didn't have to be that much. What's more, it was Zhang Weilong himself who had volunteered to use the demolition money as the bride price. Although she was disappointed, she could accept it. But now she discovered that Zhang Weilong had also hidden debts. This completely exceeded the bottom line. She spat out a sentence, then turned to look at Zhang Yu. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang, I didn't know it was like this. Don't worry, if he doesn't pay back the money, I'll pay it back for him. Qin Li also promised. She also wanted to use this money to completely sever ties with the Zhang family. There would be no more entanglements in the future. And she felt a sense of fear in her heart. Fortunately, it was Mr. Zhang from Dami Technology who appeared and changed the demolition plan, which saved her from disaster. At first, when she was notified to work overtime, she was really a little angry with Zhang Yu. Now I think about it, I'm really ashamed. Zhang Yu has saved her from the fire in disguise. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Li. It seems that she is not bad at heart. Before, I had some doubts. What kind of woman in the system would look at someone like my cousin? It turns out that I have been deceived and lied to. Fortunately, this matter has been exposed, otherwise it would have harmed her. It's okay, you guys handle it. Zhang Yu laughed. Zhang Weilong looked at Qin Li, who was speaking so politely to him, and his anger just kept growing. Qin Li had never spoken to him so politely before. You bitch, so you're just after rich guys. Since the relationship was over, Zhang Weilong didn't care about anything else. I treated you so well, so it's all my fault, right? That's enough. Your uncle yelled from the side, don't you know what you've done? Apologize to her now. Uncle, I think you all understand what's going on. Qin Li said to the Zhang family, there is definitely no way it will work out between him and me. He doesn't need to pay back the 200,000 yuan he owes, I'll pay it back for him. With that, she took off the watches, necklaces and other items she was wearing on her hands, neck and ears, and handed them to her uncle. No need to say anything, this attitude already says it all. Second aunt was on the verge of fainting. After all the hard work and preparation, she had ended up with nothing. The house was not being demolished, and she had lost the prospective daughter-in-law. Her son had also been found to be in debt. It was all over. The Zhang family members were now all silent, afraid to speak. Mr. Zhang, may I add you to WeChat? I will transfer the money to you right now. Qin Li once again walked up to Zhang Yu. She bowed respectfully, bending down. Qin Li, I'm not related to you, and I'm not your subordinate, so I can't accept such a big gift. Zhang Yu laughed. Mr. Zhang, you're too polite. If I had known in advance that there was a property rights dispute over the house, I would also be responsible for my work mistakes. Otherwise, things would not have been done that way. Okay, since you want to pay back the money, I won't refuse. Zhang Yu took out his phone. Ding. After adding WeChat, 200,000 yuan quickly arrived in the account. It really does come true that money that someone else takes a long time to pay back feels like a windfall. Zhang Yu's first reaction was to spend the money directly. Mr. Zhang, it has been transferred to you, please check. Qin Li said. Received. Zhang Yu laughed and said, by the way, I'll be troubling you with the follow-up planning work for this plot of land. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, this is our responsibility, we will do our best. Shi felt like she was basking in the spring breeze when she saw Zhang Yu. Handsome, tall, and capable. He is perfect in every way. In comparison, Zhang Weilong, who is also from the Zhang family, looked so unpresentable and unpresentable. Shi spent every day in the library during college, and after graduation, she went straight to work and never broke into society. She has met very few men, so she almost got cheated. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Yu is her savior. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind.